Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had the Paper Seal Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. All men are not created equal. In one world, that sentence is what defines him. In that world, he gains a powerful quirk and becomes the world's greatest hero. But this world is not that world. In this world, that sentence is nothing more than a sentence. It is nothing more but fleeting words in a steady stream of consciousness, only becoming something with deeper meaning if he was to desire so. In this world, those words change almost nothing. It just so happens that the little change they did changed everything. Midoriya Izuku learned the truth of it all when he first got his quirk, Paper Seal. For him, it had been a regular day, playing with Kachan at the daycare, wondering whenever he would get his quirk after seeing Kachan's cool one, and scribbling down notes in his notebook. They were messy and almost ineligible, but they were his. No one could take them away from him. He had discovered his quirk when he reached after an orange crayon to fill in more on Kachan's quirk. But, the crayon slipped from his fingers and rolled underneath his desk. Not letting himself be discouraged, he got off his seat and crawled after the pen. But, instead of finding a bright, orange pen, he found a folded piece of paper. Confused and a bit worried that he had accidentally torn out a page from his notebook, he grabbed the paper and crawled back out. Underneath the light from the window, he examined the paper before opening it. He moved carefully. The slightest tear could ruin his notes. When the paper unraveled, he gasped and the crayon fell into his hands with a soft thud. "Oh, Midoriya-kun, why are you on the floor?" His sensei knelt beside him. Izuku turned around with a toothy smile on his face. "Sensei, I think I got my quirk." All men are not created equal? The doctor's room was white and slightly cold. He waited for the doctor to come back, leg bouncing up and down and eyes darting all over the place where he sat on the uncomfortable chair. Midoriya Inko, Mom, sat next to him with both hands on her lap and eyes fixated on the door. Neither spoke, too excited to even dare open their mouths. The door opened and the doctor stepped inside with a smile on his face. "Well, Midoriya-kun, Midoriya-san, the results are positive. Midoriya-kun finally received his quirk." The family burst into tears. They had been worried that Izuku would be quirkless, but this proved them wrong. The doctor showed them some graphs and Inko asked him some questions, but it all disappeared from Izuku. He sat on the chair, literally vibrating with excitement, eager to tell Kachan that he received his quirk. He wanted to get home as soon as possible to start training his quirk and become a strong and powerful hero, worthy to walk beside Kachan. What the doctor said next caught his attention. "As of now, we have given the quirk the name Paper Seal, for obvious reasons. However, the quirk will continue to evolve and grow as he grows up. It is encouraged that he tries out his quirk at home to get a feel of his quirk and minimize the chances of hurting himself, but don't practice out in public lest you'll get a warning. Too many families neglect that law, and I'd hate for you to become one of those numbers." He peered at them over his glasses, looking deep into Izuku to make sure he understood. He nodded vigorously. "If the quirk evolves too much, then you'll be forced to update it in the quirk register and get it looked over. Small changes are allowed more freedom, so do not take advantage of that. Otherwise, if there aren't any more questions from either of you, I'll wish you both a most pleasant day." They thanked the doctor and left the hospital for Victory ice cream. They shared a scoop of vanilla and pistachio before going home to call Dad about the news. All men are created equal? Izuku sat in his room, experimenting with his quirk, while his parents chatted downstairs. "Hisashi, before you ask anything, I need you to know that Izuku is 100% yours," Inko said. She continued before Hisashi could even open his mouth. "I know that his quirk isn't similar to ours, but I promise you that I've remained faithful our entire relationship. And if you don't accept that—" "Inko," Hisashi interrupted. "He literally has my freckles. Of course, I know that he is my son. It's our trademark, see?" He gestures towards his freckles. Inko bit her lip, still worried that Hisashi had any doubts. He sighed as if he was reading her mind and offered her a quick smile. His quirk is similar to my cousin's, he explained. Instead of putting things inside of a paper, he could turn things into paper. I must have given that gene to Izuku. These things happen, albeit a bit unheard of. Inko sighed and let herself relax before feverishly apologizing for assuming such a thing of Hisashi. He laughed and waved her apologies away. The conversation then turned towards Hisashi's work as he excitedly told her about his new coworker who had such a fascinating quirk, and Inko you should have seen. Meanwhile, Izuku sat at his desk, switching one of his pens back and forth between the paper, letting himself be absolutely fascinated by his own quirk. He was using one of his favorite pens. It was an All Might theme and it lit up whenever he turned it on, the familiar, "I am here," echoing through the room. Taking notes on his quirk can wait. Right now, all he wants to do is let himself feel. His quirk didn't make him feel anything different. No tingling sensation on the tip of his fingers, no warmer palms, nothing that indicated that he used his quirk. If he didn't know better, he would have thought that he didn't have a quirk. But he does know better and he has a quirk. The pen that became a piece of paper the moment he touched it and thought about turning it into paper is proof enough. When he unfolds the paper and it turns back only strengthens that evidence. He finally has a quirk. After waiting and yearning for so long, he got one. And it is so cool. He might start crying. Scratch that, he's already crying. The day comes to an end in his room as he falls asleep at his desk, arms tucked underneath his head and a blanket thrown over his shoulders, courtesy of Mom, to not catch a cold. Tomorrow was a new day and Izuku was determined to make the best out of it. Finally, he can become a hero along with Kachan. But, for now, he will sleep. All men are created equal. What a lame quirk. Kachan laughed at him, letting out a few explosions from his hands. At this age, those explosions are just some sparkles and smoke, more bark than bite, but for a couple of young kids, they were terrifying and held a lot of promise. Izuku refused to back down, eager with the intent of proving him wrong. Nah, my quirk is really cool. I can carry things a lot more easier. As to prove his point, he pulled out a piece of paper and unraveled it, letting one of his pens fall out. To his glee, Kachan grinned and took a step closer. Wow, Izuku, you're right. Your quirk is so cool. Let me look at a paper. He bounced on the spot and gave him the paper of the pen he had experimented with yesterday. He accepted it and looked at the paper closely. Then he held it out in front of him and let his quirk go wild. The paper caught flame immediately, burning up with ease. Blackened fragments were quickly whisked off by the wind and Kachan let his hand down with a smirk. Izuku could only stare at his friend. His mouth hung open, too shocked to cry or move, as the rest of his friends laughed at him. Do you see, Deku? Kachan sneered before explaining his reasoning for that nickname. Besides, your quirk is totally useless. It can so easily break. How could you ever become a hero if your quirk is only good for breaking things? That's not true. Midoriya shouted, ignoring the voice that said that Kachan must be right because it's Kachan. I can keep things safe and bring many things into fights, Kachan. I can be a hero too. Oh yeah. He scoffed and crossed his arms, looming over Izuku with a grin. You can't be a hero with a useless quirk, stupid. How can you become a hero when your quirk won't even help you? I told you, Kachan. He cried out. I can bring support items or keep valuable things safe. I can be a hero. Kachan rolled his eyes. You turn things into paper. That's not cool at all. It will grow stronger over time. I can and will become a hero and I will prove you wrong. He reached forward and grabbed Izuku's shirt. He brought him closer, ignoring the cheers from those around him and Izuku's cries to let him go, glaring at him behind gritted teeth. Listen here, you will never become a hero. Your quirk is weak and you are weak. Get that into your thick skull and give up to let the real heroes make their way. He pushed him off with an explosion to boot. The heat burned easily through his shirt until it had a burnt hole at his side. The flames liked his skin and left it tender with red and white blisters. Izuku took a deep breath and screamed, falling to the ground as he cried. He grabbed onto the wound to protect it but let it go as it only hurt more. Kachan looked at him with wide eyes. His shoulders shook as he breathed heavily before he turned around and ran away, presumably to get a teacher. The rest of their friends glanced at Midoriya, who had curled up in a ball on the ground before yelling after Kachan and running away. Izuku cried for himself for a couple of minutes as he writhed on the ground before rushing footsteps reached him. Worried hands reached towards him before it all faded to black. All men are created equal. Don't let anyone say otherwise. One's worth is not defined by who they are but by what one does. As long as someone tries their best or corrects what they did wrong, everything will be right. Because all men are created equal. It's just such a shame that not everyone understands that. Many years later, and the burn was just a faint memory among many other burns and cuts. Deku, now 13 years old, sat on his bed with his arms crossed over his knees, looking with blurred vision at the floor. His hip throbbed with the newest burn from Kachan, but he couldn't muster up the energy to move. Mom was working late and wouldn't get home until early morning. His stomach growled. He had lost track of time and now it was far too late to eat. His eyes burned, his throat was dry, and he felt sick, but he still couldn't move. His mind was plagued with his peers' laughter and teases. Their voices echoed inside of him and told him all the reasons why he succeeded and why they were all so much better than him. They told him that his quirk was useless and good for nothing. A part of him disagreed, strongly stuck on the idea that he could still help people with his quirk. But another part agreed. That part was bigger and stronger, more loathful than the other part. It whispered to him when he was the loneliest and suffocated him with its dark thoughts. He didn't want to hate his quirk for it was a part of him. But he already hated himself, so why does that matter? He let out a shaky breath and uncurled. He kept his eyes downcast as he left the bedroom. Even if he won't eat a full meal, then a midnight snack should suffice. They didn't keep snacks in the house as money was tight, so he must go to the nearest store to buy something. He doesn't mind walking so late at night. He had the moon for a company and the street lights to light up his way. If he focused, he could empty his mind and just enjoy his walk. He locked the door and walked towards the store. The cool air felt nice on his burns even if they made the cuts on his fingers itch. A slight wind pushed him along and made his locks go haywire and into his eyes. He started to move the hair away, but ultimately it fell useless as the wind only messed it up again. Slowly, he allowed himself to relax, taking deep breaths and emptying his mind. Up at the moon, halfway hidden behind clouds and dimly lit lights, and sent out mental gratitude towards it. On the days when he had no one, he at least had the moon. It was always there to accompany him and soothe him whenever days became too hard and sleep refused to take him. He rounded a corner and saw the store's lights illuminate the street. He took a deep breath before pushing the door open. He and the tired cashier greeted each other and he headed towards the snack station. He was the sole customer in the store, which did nothing to help his anxiety. Was he taking too much time? Was he annoying the cashier? What if he's taking the last thing in stock so the cashier has to restock it in case anyone else wants it? Or what if the cashier can't restore it and so the next person can't get what they want? He started to shake a bit and grabbed whatever was nearest and had plentiful more to take. He hurried his way to the cashier and gave them whatever he took. He nervously fidgeted with his shirt as the cashier scanned the items, quickly handing him the amount of yen needed, and left the store with his items, cursing himself for being weird and creepy and annoying. And he leaned against a nearby wall and gasped for air, clutching his shirt like a lifeline. His stomach stabbed at him hungrily, so he looked at what he had bought. A packet of dango and instant noodles. Well, it could be worse. He tore open the dango and ate them as he made his way back home. He desperately tried to not think about his interaction with the cashier, but it just displayed everything back into his head. Of course, that's when a hand grabbed him and pulled him into an alley. He trashed to get out of the hold but was pinned against the wall by his shoulders. A tall man with flames for hair held him by his shoulders, casting off embers and stinging his cheeks. It wasn't anything that Deku couldn't handle, having met with worse from Kachan. He wished that the light from his hair would attract someone to help him, but felt that it was a useless thought. "All right, kid, give me all of your money and you won't get hurt," the man said. Deku shook his head. I don't. Kid, I saw you leave the store," he sneered. "I know you have money." "I don't have much money." I used almost everything up, he said. I only have a few yen left. So you do have something? The man shook his shoulders aggressively, the edges of his hair flying forth with the movements and whipping him in the face, leaving small red lines of burnt flesh along his cheek. Just a couple of coins, he yelped and clawed at the man's arms. They aren't worth much, I swear. So what? Give me my money. Everyone has a moment where they just snap. It could be a word, a person, or just a horrible day. For Deku, it was all three of them. That the man felt entitled to his money was bizarre. It was Deku's money, not the man's. He breathed fast and heavy as his body shook. He put his hand in his pocket and grabbed the few yen he had. Using his quirk, he turned the coins into 5 individual pieces of paper and handed them to the man, biting back a hiss as the drawbacks activated. He handed the man the papers. He didn't look amused. I used my quirk on them. He started to explain when the man's fingers dug into his shoulder. Just unfold the paper and you'll have the coins, I swear. To prove his point, he did just so. The man let go of his shoulders to grab the coin and the papers. And Deku wouldn't let that opportunity go. He immediately punched that man straight in the nose, both of them crying out in pain. His wrist throbbed, but he tuned the pain out. He turned his heel and ran out of the alley and back to the main street, holding his wounded hand close to his chest. The man swore and ran after him with thunderous steps. Deku was fast, but the man was slightly faster. If he wanted to escape, then he either needed to lose him or knock him out. There was a higher chance of him losing him than it was for him to knock him out. So, running away and hiding. Good thing that he's quite good at that. He turned right, running further and further away from the store and his home. He can't let the guy know where he lives. It's bad enough that he knows what he looks like. He turned another right and used the lamppost to help his turn. If it didn't weigh so much, then maybe he could have used his quirk on it and thrown it at the guy. Still, reality does not equal fiction, even though fiction affects reality. He took a left and barely managed to dodge the incoming hands. Well, maybe if he stopped thinking about unnecessary things and focused on running away, then maybe he would have lost the guy already. On the ground, just a bit in front of him, was a manhole cover. And suddenly, just like that, he got an awful, horrible, no-good idea. But a bad idea is better than no idea, so maybe he should act on it anyway? He ran to the cover, pressing his fingers onto it, and leapt on all 4 over the hole. The man was too close to react and fell with a shout as he grabbed the paper. He peered down the hole. The man gasped for air on the watery ground but didn't seem too harmed. He sent a death glare up to him, who immediately unfolded the paper and put the lid back in its place. It wouldn't contain him for long, however, and he needed to act fast. What he chose to do would infuriate so many people, him included, as he broke the law to save himself. He came home mere moments before Mom did, but he was fast asleep when she checked on him. For the first time in a long time, Deku managed to sleep peacefully. It was too bad that it was only for 2 hours. At school, his late adventure was the only thing that was talked about. People obviously didn't know that it was him. He wouldn't come to their minds even if he was the main suspect. Not that he was a criminal, of course not, but he technically is because he broke the law. But maybe he is more like a lesser criminal because it was technically in self-defense? And he didn't really mean to break the law. So it should be okay. Though, each time one of his classmates mentions the vigilante stop sign, because they trapped the villain who was wanted for a series of assaults in a manhole by using a stop sign, his hand aches and thuds with his heartbeats. It doesn't help that Kachan has, for some reason, decided that this was the perfect way to tease him. See, Deku? This is what happened to those who aren't strong enough to become a hero, like you. They become pathetic vigilantes doing pathetic things. If you're still hung up on becoming a hero, remember that the best you can be is a vigilante. A fake hero. You're too weak otherwise. Deku curled his good hand into a fist in his lap and stared at his desk. It was dirty, half-erased messages, burn and scorch marks around the edges, and eraser crumbs littered the desk. He couldn't help but smile. Do you mean it, Kachan? He whispered. That if I become strong enough I can be a hero? Kachan sneered out something and placed another smoking hand on his desk, but he couldn't stop his fidgeting. Kachan said that if he becomes strong enough that he can become a hero, all he has to do is train. And since he said that vigilantes are essentially heroes, then that would be a good starting point, wouldn't it? He probably shouldn't jump headfirst into this idea. He should keep calm and think more about it. Vigilantism was illegal after all. But he's already broken the law. So he's technically already a criminal? A lesser criminal, surely, but he's still a criminal. Since he's already taken the step into criminality, the rest of the way shouldn't be so difficult. And being a vigilante is just being an illegal hero, and he's not really doing any horrible crimes or hurting people. So maybe it'll be okay? As long as he manages to help at least one person, then he'll be fine. He should probably think of a costume and a name or even some weapons to bring with him. He doesn't want anyone to connect him to the stop sign, vigilante, so he shouldn't use stop signs. Or anything that the government has put out. And most weapons, because he doesn't know how to fight. That really limits his options. Deku slowly curled his hurt hand into a fist as a grin pained his cheeks. He couldn't wait. For once in a really long time, he felt excited about something. For once in a really long time, he had actual hope of becoming a hero. If past he knew what future he knew, then he wouldn't have gotten his hopes up just to be crushed by the expectations of reality. Which is that getting a functioning hero suit is expensive. All the protection he desired had more zeros tacked on at the end than he had ever seen in his life before, and he had seen hero merch. Whatever material that was close in his price range was thin and tearable, like spandex. No offense to spandex-wearing heroes, but he isn't confident enough to feel naked when running around the city. You cannot run naked after a madman in the street after he has taken your clothes away from you, because the public will not know who is the mad person between the two of you. Nigerian movie. He groaned and put his head down against his desk, looking out of the window. It was still bright outside and people walked around. Some were families, others were friends, and the occasional person walked by with stride or calm steps, either enjoying their walk and strolling leisurely, or they were on their way to meet someone or do something. Their chattering was quiet. His body was far too heavy to do something like that. The thought of being outside exhausted him. There are too many people and he doesn't have any money to waste or friends who want to spend more time with him. There's simply no use for him being outside. At night, at least he'll be alone. He can have the moon as a company. The moon wouldn't judge him, and if it did, then he wouldn't ever know. If he does end up knowing one day, well, at least Mom still loves him. A soft knocking interrupted his thoughts. He sat up and turned around as Mom stepped inside with a plate of fruit. "I brought you some fruit," she said, and put down the plate on his desk. He smiled at Mom. "Thanks, Mom." She smiled back and glanced out of the window. "There's a lot of people out there, huh?" He followed her gaze. "Yeah, I guess so." She looked back at him and brushed off whatever dust she had on her body before sitting on his bed. She bit her lip before she spoke. "Izuku, can we talk?" Just like that, his heartbeat accelerated. He dried off his sweaty palms on his shirt and twisted his chair to face her. "Sherma, what is it?" He tried not to fidget, forcing his feet up on his chair and hugging his knees while pressing his back against the chair stopped him from bouncing his foot or rocking back and forth. "I'm worried about you. Yesterday with your hand," Deku glanced down at his injured hand. Mom had wrapped it for him when he got home after school, scolding him for not waking her up when he had fallen off the bed. "And your Quirk's drawbacks worry me." "Honey, you know that you can tell me anything, right? Are you harming yourself?" "No." He whipped his head up and looked at her with wide eyes. "I'm not. I promise. I'm being careful with my Quirk and I just fell off the bed. You know how clumsy I am." She nodded, but Deku got the sense that it was more for show than that she believed him. He ran his fingers through his hair. "I love you. I'll tell you anything, okay?" She looked at him up and down and clasped her hands together. He fidgeted with his shirt to avoid her gaze. "Do you promise?" she asked softly. He looked back at her and nodded. She relaxed instantly and a smile spread easily across her face. "Thank you, Izuku." She stood up and made her way towards his bedroom door. "I have to head out now. Dinner is in the fridge, so all you have to do is heat it up. Don't forget to eat. This time, okay?" He chuckled and rubbed the back of his neck, promising her to eat. She placed a hand on his shoulder and gave him a soft goodbye. Then she left, closing the door behind her. He turned back around and started to chew on some fruit as he thought about his plans for vigilantism. Well, if he can't have some suit of armor protecting him, then he can't get into too many dangerous fights. Good thing that he can use a hit-and-run tactic. Blunt weapons are the easiest to use, so he should probably wield one of those. Knives are always good, but he doesn't know how to use them, so they can quickly be turned against him, or he could accidentally hurt someone too much. Usually, blunt weapons are harder to conceal and a lot heavier to carry around, but that shouldn't be too much of a problem with his quirk. He just has to be mindful of the drawbacks and cool down before doing anything reckless. Speaking of, he really must be careful not to give away his quirk. He can quickly be found out that way. The option of not using his quirk does exist, but it's better to just be mindful and not give himself away. Even if he didn't use his quirk, he is still going out every night to fight people. He can't claim self-defense on that. How would that go in court? But, Your Honor, I only acted in self-defense and I didn't use my quirk at all. That's not vigilantism, as the law clearly states that it must contain the unlawful use of quirks. What do you mean that it is still illegal even if it's not classified as vigilantism? I acted in self-defense. It doesn't matter who throws the first punch since I was deliberately out looking for trouble? Your Honor, please. He shuddered and reached for another slice. Yeah, he's better off using his quirk if it means keeping others safe and him out of harm's way, to an extent. What he is doing is dangerous, especially if he doesn't want anyone to know. If he gets hurt, then he might pass out and then either die or end up in a hospital, which leads to prison. He prefers dying. At least then Mom would remember him as a stupid wannabe hero instead of a disgusting criminal. He should probably write a will. Can he write a will? But what if Mom finds it? That wouldn't go over well. How many of his age have a will? There can't be that many, can it? It would probably be more suspicious if he had a will than if he didn't. Isn't it said somewhere that if you had a will then you're prepared to die? Or is that what a will really is? It probably wouldn't be a good idea to write a will. Mom would be so worried. Besides, he has no idea what to do with all his stuff. Let Kachan take whatever he'd like and Mom should sell the rest? He reached for another slice, but the plate was empty. In the middle of all his thinking, he had eaten it all. Okay, so, a weapon and what he's going to do with his quirk is checked. Then it's just when, where, and what he should wear left. When is quite obvious, at night. More specifically, around the time Mom is working. Not immediately afterwards she starts, of course not, that just screams trouble in case she comes home because she forgot something while he wasn't there. There are a few heroes out around that time as well. He can't have any interaction with heroes, no matter how cool they are, because they would be trying to arrest him. So let's say, around 12 to 04? Because he gets up at 6 to get ready, more like he needs an hour to get out of bed, and goes to school. He could probably sleep in for an hour or half an hour and skip breakfast. Mom would worry, but maybe he can just grab something light or eat it on his way to school. He's usually not that hungry in the mornings anyway. But where should he be? He can't be in his neighborhood because they might realize that he's local in that case and heroes would look for him here. Does he have to have a strict location? Well, isn't it smarter to not have one? He can probably move his location so that they won't track him down. Half an hour to an hour from here should suffice. Wait, here's a good idea. What if his schedule varies as well? The further away he is, the longer he can sleep in. An hour for an hour. 10 minutes for 10 minutes. That means that he can stay nearby anyway. Not too often, but just enough to throw whoever could be searching for him off. If anyone even deems him worthy enough to look for, of course. If he finds himself with some free time, then he could patch whatever wounds he has, either from school or from being a vigilante. The more randomized everything is, the better. Though, he must have some rules to strictly follow. Mom works a 10-hour shift, 6 to 4, every day except Sundays. He won't patrol on Sundays unless he knows that Mom is gone. He doesn't want to worry her. He also likes spending that time with her since he sees so little of her, just popping in every once in a while to check on him. He lost his thought process. He groaned and placed his head in his hands. Should he write this down? No, that's a bad idea. What if someone finds out? Okay, let's quickly start over. Sundays are a no-show unless mom is gone. His schedule should vary from 6 to 4, his curfew being a leeway in case something happens and he needs to sleep, or at least try to sleep. Everything else varies, but he should try to not patrol around this area too often, but too little would be suspicious. What else? He probably shouldn't be out every day, and on the days he goes out he should put a pillow or two under his blankets in case mom comes home early to check on him. If he is out every day, then he would quickly become exhausted and sloppy, which leads to death or imprisonment. Besides, a random schedule is always fun. If someone asks, like a cop or a hero, he can just say that his work ends at odd hours. That would throw off the scent that he's a student. Wait, he's 13, they're going to know. Well, what if he just doesn't speak? And maybe they'll think that his height means he's just a short adult? If he's good enough, maybe they'll think that he has some kind of mutation. Who is he kidding? He's not good enough. He slumped forward and placed his head on his desk. To fool them into thinking that he has a mutation would require a lot of hard work, extra steps, and money he doesn't have. He would need to pick a mutation and stick with it. He can't afford to slip up, which he'll inevitably do. Hopefully, they'll just think that he's a short adult. How many of his age are vigilantes? It can't be that many, or he would have heard about it on the news. Most vigilantes are those that failed at becoming heroes or simply don't like the restrictions heroes have to deal with. Or they are too violent. See point, what was he talking about again? His vigilante persona. Okay, so he can't speak. Easy enough. His muttering was beaten out of him a long time ago anyway. Though, that means that he can't comfort victims. Well, maybe that's a good thing? As a hero, he'll make sure no one gets scared as long as he's around, so if his vigilante persona is further away from his hero persona, then he won't be found out. But if it's too far away, maybe it'll become obvious? Well, that's about the only difference. Not being able to speak and acting cold. Maybe he should try to be mean? Or violent? Kachan usually takes out his frustrations on him in order not to hurt anyone. Maybe he can do the same? No! He shot up and slapped his cheeks, leaving a bright mark on both of them. He will not become violent. He is a hero, legally or not. He will not be known for being violent no matter how far off it will be from his hero persona. Even if it means death or going to prison. Becoming a criminal, or, well, a terrible criminal, is not an option. Get that thought into your thick, stupid head, Deku. He should probably act cold though. It makes him mysterious, which makes his stomach flutter. Besides, there's nothing wrong with focusing only on the villains. It's not nice, that's for sure, but it's better than having the victims dead. He'll have a randomized schedule with randomized outings. There is still a time range to stick with, and he's not going out on Sundays unless mom is away. As a vigilante, he won't speak and use his quirks sparingly and strategically. The lesser the better, but never at the cost of someone. He should act coldly towards everyone but never be hostile or violent, except if the criminals are really bad. What's left is his outfit and a name. Well, if he doesn't speak, maybe he won't need a name? Sure, let's go without a name. It's not like he can come up with something that doesn't connect to him, like Deku or Greenie, or is something cringeworthy. His hero name is something that will stand for him, but his vigilante name doesn't matter. He's just there to save people. But that begs the question, what should he wear? He must cover his face and hair, for it is good at identifying him. He should wear long sleeves and pants to maximize the protection and hide him as best as possible. Dark colors as well. And what should he bring with him? He opened his drawer and pulled out a sketchbook. It was titled Mighty Ideas, and was filled with different thoughts he had for becoming a hero. Mom didn't look through his stuff, but if she happened to find it and ask him about it, he can just say that it's just an idea for being a hero that he stretched but didn't end up going with. It's not too far from the truth after all. He started to sketch. A few days later he was entering a nearly empty thrift shop, fidgeting with his shirt along the way. He had finished his sketch on the vigilante costume, which was just some lines and thoughts since he can't afford to get hung up on small details he can't afford to do. The thrift shop was humid and the wet air clung to his skin. Some people were milling around looking for something to buy, yet everyone seemed to stare at him as he entered the store. He planned to make the trip short, just in and out. He kept his eyes downcast and walked towards the shirt section. For now, he needed a black or dark gray hoodie. He preferably wanted it zipped instead of a pull-on so the color might change. If he found a good one that had strings, he would replace the strings with green ones unless it already had that color. He looked through the aisles feeling slightly proud of his idea. But he pushed that feeling down as a smile threatened his face. It was just a stupid costume, clothes that didn't matter. He wasn't going to become a vigilante for the rest of his life. It was just training for the future until he can become a hero. As soon as he gets into you, then he'll give up being a vigilante. So in the end, just a stupid costume for a stupid person. Still, he had a feeling inside of him. Something that was gnawing on the insides and eating him up without a care. It was a thought, a whisper, that said that he wouldn't succeed as a hero. That all he could ever be was a pitiful vigilante who would die 1 week in. He paused and looked down at the clothes. Everyone has that fear, that they don't have what it takes to become a hero. Well, except for Kachan, but Kachan was so great that there wasn't any question about it. Yet everyone works hard, don't they? They don't sit back and relax and think that the world will fall in front of them to step on. Surely they can't be so arrogant without a reason? Besides, being a vigilante is a good backup plan, just in case. He wants to help people. Even if it means being a vigilante. He already has semi-sorted out his opinions about vigilantes being illegal, but it'll be fine. Somehow, he's alive so far, so it must work out in the end. Whatever, he grumbled and walked to a different section. If he's stuck as a vigilante, then he must find clothes that can hide him well and that he likes. His plan is still ongoing. But seriously, why isn't there a single black or dark gray hoodie in the entire store? Sure, this is a thrift shop, so you're bound to find weird clothing, but he's not going to run around with a hoodie that says, "Never fear, for I have beer." That's just awkward. If he's supposed to be the mysterious guy, then he can't have a mysterious shirt. Well, it would certainly invoke some humor in it all, having the scary guy wearing such a silly shirt, but that's not what he's going for. The hoodies that are what he's looking for, or at the very least close to what he needs, aren't his size. If he buys one, then he'll have to spend some time sewing in the seams at home. It just becomes more expensive in the end, and he doesn't care about his outfit if it will just cost him more money. He'd honestly rather wear the awkward hoodie that's cheap than a black one he had to spend more money on. Hey, are you going to buy that? He breathed in sharply and turned around, holding a new hoodie close to his chest. He couldn't afford to waste any more time, he'll just have to buy whatever he has. Why's? Sorry. They held their hands up in an innocent manner. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. And I was talking about that other hoodie. They pointed towards the hoodie with the All Might slogan. He cringed and shook his head. I know. Here. He took the hoodie and gave it to them. They snatched it from his hands and grinned. Thanks, dude. And nice hoodie, by the way. They ran towards the register without having finished their sentence, the last part of the sentence barely managing to be heard. He clutched the cloth tightly in his grip before glancing down at it. They said that it was a nice hoodie, so it would be rude to not buy it. What if they ended up meeting each other again? What if they found out that he didn't end up buying it? He didn't have the best fashion sense, he knows this, but that person did end up buying that All Might hoodie, so maybe he shouldn't buy it? But what if they didn't even plan on wearing the hoodie casually? It wasn't the best-looking hoodie. He should probably go with the hoodie in his hands. At least one person liked it, regardless of what it looked like. Besides, he can't linger in this section any longer, he needs to buy the rest of the outfit. But the hoodie really didn't look anything like he had imagined it. It was a zip-up hoodie with strings and pockets, which was why he had picked it in the first place. But it was a dusty gray purple with the rims and edges being grayer than the rest of the hoodie. Right below where his ribs would be was a thick white line print, going across the arms as well, which looked remarkably like a train track where the more purple color was shown as rectangles and thin, white lines separated each rectangle. The sleeves were thick and had 2 layers. The first one covered up to his elbow and was the same purple as the body of the hoodie with the white print, and the second one covered down to his knuckles with the grayish-purple color without any print. The hood itself and the strings were grayish-purple, but the hood was also covered in white fur at the front, just like winter jackets. In short, it wasn't anything like he had imagined it to be. His idea of wearing a dark hoodie was completely thrown out of the window. Yet what choice did he have? He had already been complimented by the person for this hoodie. Oh my god, what if they recognize the hoodie and can point him out as a vigilante? He breathed in slowly and backed up against the wall to not stand in the way. He closed his eyes and breathed out before repeating the process. He reminded himself to be realistic. The person was just being kind and probably didn't even take a good look at what he looked like. Creating a made-up scenario for himself is not going to work out. Realistically, they would not remember him or the hoodie. He breathed heavily. He walked towards the pants section with shaky hands and shallow breath. Dark spots danced at the edge of his vision, but as he solely focused on his breathing, his thoughts and spots disappeared. Determined not to freak out in the middle of the store, he focused on what he needed to buy next. Preferably black pants or any other dark color, but dark gray would be fine. He needed something loose and easy to move in but won't get in his way. So in his price range that would be sweatpants. He would have collapsed on the floor if the sheer embarrassment of it all didn't keep him on 2 feet. He's going out in the dark night with just clothes as protection. Multiple layers might help a bit, but in the long term, it means nothing. He'll have to stay with the easy criminals and back away from the real villains. Maybe he could help if the circumstances of it all allowed him to properly utilize his quirk, but he's not betting on it. Well, if he wants protection, then maybe he could put thin pieces of metal into paper and then tape them to his body. If needed, then he could tap the papers to transform them into metal. He mentally started to map out his thoughts on how to utilize his quirk to the best of his ability. Of course, that's when he realizes just how bad of an idea that is. Metal is heavy, so he might not be able to use his quirk on it. Tiny and thin pieces could work, but that doesn't offer enough protection and could easily bend or break. Whatever he used to stick the paper on him would be destroyed when transformed back into metal and be rendered useless. Fighting with metal attached to his body would be heavy and slow him down. That might be good for training, but he should at least learn the basics of fighting before attempting something similar. Besides, the metal could easily hurt him or others if he's not careful. He could cut himself or break someone's bones with it. He'd prefer to keep the injuries to the minimum, content with just knocking someone out. He dug through the pants, ignoring the jeans and the pants embedded with glitter. There was another reason why he wouldn't tape the papers to his back. It's a shame he couldn't remember what it was. People stared at him as they walked past, whispering to each other about how long he's been here and that he shouldn't be picky about what he chooses since it's a thrift shop. Everyone is judging him, closing in on him, sneering as he kept his head down. He just needed to find some pants that fit his price range. Preferably dark, but right now he's willing to just grab whatever if it means moving on. Something dark gray in the middle of the hanger, a yellow price tag showing him that was way below his budget. He immediately grabbed it, fiddling with the hanger as it got stuck, and walked away with a red face. He glanced around him, but the few people that were there paid him no mind. He pushed down his shoulders and breathed out, feeling how he immediately relaxed. Good, he hadn't embarrassed himself more than usual. He glanced down at the pants in his hands. They were a nice shade of dark gray, a bit on the wider side but nothing he's upset over. He turned them over and saw something unexpected. They were slightly ripped at the knees and shins. That explains why they were so cheap. He turned around to leave the pants, hot and red embarrassment burning his ears. He can't wear ripped pants, he's not cool enough to do that. Then everyone will think that he's some kind of thug or delinquent. It would have been a cool cover story, but those are just gateways to becoming criminals or villains. And he doesn't want to become even more of a criminal than he already was. But someone is looking through the pants section right now. He turned around again. He had already grabbed the pants, it would be awkward to return them when someone is there. That also means that he has to look for new pants, and he had already spent a lot of time there, so it would just be awkward to spend even more time there, especially since he already left, and these pants aren't really that bad. He can just wear some long, black socks to cover up, and oh look, some really cool shoes, how wonderful. He dived behind a rack of shoes, crouching down to breathe. He shut his eyes and hid his face behind his hands, allowing the darkness to surround him. No sounds reached his ears. He wouldn't have known that he was breathing if he couldn't feel it against his arms. His body shook, so he sat down to give his legs a rest. Some say that it's disgusting to sit on the ground, but it's not like he's sitting in filth, so there. Oh no, he's so sorry. Imaginary voice, he didn't mean to sound so rude. Focus, Deku. He took a sharp breath and stood up to a crouch. No one was near him. He slowly rightened himself and breathed out. He'll deal with whatever that was when he gets home. He was just about to move towards the cashier when he noticed that they weren't there. Alright, okay, then he'll just have to wait for them to come back. It's not like they'll be gone for a long time. He looked at the different shoes while he waited. Most of them were garnish, but some were normal enough to pay him little mind. He knew that he couldn't wear his trademark red shoes when he is out. They're trademark for a reason. He had some black ones at home, with green shoelaces even, that he planned to use. They were quite old and damaged, but he thought that they would be fine. They're just shoes. As long as they can protect against the ground, he can use them. Yet, as he glanced upon some gray ones that are the exact same shade of gray as his pants, he can't help but feel that there is some kind of destiny he was meant for. He did have money over since the pants were so cheap. Besides, now no one will recognize him at all. Green and purple are almost opposite colors anyway, so they'll probably just think that he likes purple and stay away from the green, but also look into orange since that color is the opposite of purple. Thinks he should probably look at a color wheel. It was something like that, wasn't it? He's probably wrong. Yeah, he's wrong. He always is. He's thinking too deep into this. They're not going to catch him because of the color of his clothes. It's a color, anyone can wear anything. He grabbed the shoes and glanced back at the cashier. They were back now and idly glanced around the store in case anyone needed help. He was going to wait a little longer anyway, at least until someone else bought something. Just in case. 2 hours later, he finally arrived back home with the outfit. He mindlessly greeted Mom, who was about to head out, as he walked up to his room and slid down on the ground with one hand placed over his mouth as he sobbed. He'd never show up there again. Mom had nearly broken down the door when he didn't answer her and had refused to leave even after he said that he was alright, just a bit overwhelmed. He had to force her to leave so she could get to work in time, and only succeeded because he promised to call her if he needed help and that he wouldn't forget to eat dinner. He sighed as he locked the door after her. He loved his mom, but sometimes he felt like she was worrying too much. He knew that she blamed herself for giving him a weak quirk even if she never stated it. Still, he knew that it couldn't be Mom's or his father's fault. If anything, it was his own. It was his quirk, so therefore his fault for it being useless. He shook his head. My quirk is not useless, he said, and marched back to his room. If it was, then I wouldn't be here. He still had to finish his costume though. He had yet to sew the ears to the hoodie and create the mask. He used to have an idea for a design but needed to come up with a new idea since he had bought a hoodie that didn't fit into the design. He had planned to sew white buttons into the mask and then take some white material and cut it out like a frown. Like a sad smiley face. Maybe it truly was for the better that he didn't go with his original plan. He stepped inside his room, the humidity immediately clinging to his skin. Like a child yearning for attention. If he didn't know any better, he would say that he could smell the sadness. Feeling a bit awkward, he opened his window to air his room out. He rummaged through his drawers until he found the base of his mask as well as the different fabrics he was going to use. His mask was simple, a thin, black material that allowed him to see through if he put it over his head, but others wouldn't recognize it. He had found the fabric in Mom's drawers. He felt sick to the stomach with the guilt of stealing from her, even as he told himself that he had never seen Mom wear it and probably never would, but didn't know what it was. It served its purpose, however, so he took it. Besides, this way it's a lot harder for people to figure out his identity. He sat down and started to work on the ears and the mask. Even though you couldn't see who he was, he felt far too exposed. He had initially wanted to wear a plastic mask which granted him more protection, but he came up with a few reasons to not do so. First of all, the mask might just get knocked around and obscure his vision. He would be blinded and then go down with ease. The only way to prevent that would be to dodge, but he's not confident in his skills enough to rely his entire identity on that. Of course, he could always wear his current mask, balaclava? It's not exactly that, but it's close enough. Should he just call it that? He's gonna call it that, balaclava, underneath, but that would just hinder his vision even more. A newbie like him needed as much help as he could get. Secondly, a plastic mask would be a telling sign that he was a vigilante. He could hide the balaclava, but a mask was much harder. Harder to destroy as well. Sure, it would offer more protection, but if something cracks his mask, then he might get a broken nose if he doesn't outright die. He shivered and glanced up to the window. It got a little bit cold with it open, but he could see it as hero training. Hey, that's a good idea. Sleep with the window open so he freezes when it's cold and with the window closed when it's hot. It would help him adjust to the weather a lot easier. Maybe he should practice with wet clothes to get used to the rain? But Mom would worry if he got a cold. But maybe he could try to train when he's sick? He has to save as many people as possible, which means that a cold can't bring him down. But he shouldn't fight when sick. That would just harm him, wouldn't it? If he's going to save as many people as possible, then he should be out there every night and every day. He would collapse sooner or later if that was the case. Whatever future, he can deal with it. Besides, the balaclava was done. He held it out in front of him, turning it back and forth. In anime and manga, to show someone happily closing their eyes, they usually draw their eyes like an upside-down U, right? And when they are scared, they close their eyes, angry face, right? It's been a while since he watched or read something. Maybe he should pick it up again. Well, the mask was kind of like a mixture of that. It started off as two big, white lines, or blocks, really, that were round around the edges. They were slightly tilted down as well, to seem more sharp and happy. But the short edges furthest away from his nose had a small gap where the white disappeared and was just black, like a 2D hole. It allowed him to look happy. Yeah, he SCKS at descriptions. Sighing, he moved on to his next project. Even if his balaclava protected his identity, it didn't feel safe enough for him. So he planned to wear a black, half mask over his mouth and nose as well. The material was a lot more sturdy and less see-through, so it was easy to see that there were two separate items on his face, but it was harder to see when he sewed the two pieces together. As mentioned before, his original idea was to give him a frown. But as he wore more lighter colors than intended, it didn't feel fitting. Besides, grinning down on enemies seems like a better and more terrifying option than if a guy frowned. It was hysterical, maddening, and so unlike him. Maybe he should base his persona around that instead? He still shouldn't speak, but maybe he can pretend to be happy instead? Like skipping and playing. He looked at his face mask. It turned out good. It was as if he didn't make it. A thick, crescent moon-looking smile with black lines to show teeth stared at him. He felt giddy and weird. A funny feeling in his stomach bubbled up to his chest. He smiled as tears built in his eyes. He set the project down and started to work on the last detail, the ears. He needed something to bring all might into the outfit. He had pondered on what for a while and decided on his hair. He had a memory of Mom saying that All Might's hair looked like bunny ears, so by wearing bunny ears he can bring Mom into the outfit too. The best of two worlds. But wouldn't bunnies kinda ruin the happy persona? He doesn't know a lot about rabbits, but he knows that Mirko is a fierce hero with bunny attributes, and even though she's been looked down on many times because people generally see bunnies as weak, being in the top 10 proved them all wrong, and she fights with a smile and is pretty excited, but it's not like a happy, excited, and more like a thrilled, excited, kinda like being on a roller coaster, but he wouldn't know since he hadn't been on a roller coaster before. But the point is that Mirko fights with a smile, but people wouldn't really say that. She's happy in the way a child gets ice cream. Or, well, he doesn't know. But maybe there are different kinds of happiness? He doesn't feel the same when he's with Mom and when he's with Kachan, so that's probably true. And smiling without being happy would be kind of fitting for him anyway. He'll go with the original, brooding plan. Quickly in, quickly out. He continued working in silence, eager to get it done as soon as possible. The ears were in a similar shade on the hoodie's hood. It wasn't the exact color, but it was close enough. Once again, he had stolen from Mom as she had dropped her DIY hobbies to pick up more shifts at her job. He felt horrible, wanting to scrape the guilt off his chest with his bare fingernails, but settled on paying her back one day. Minutes later and he was done. They were completely purple-gray everywhere except for the insides, which were white. They were filled with cotton to keep themselves upright, but he had run out of cotton around halfway through, so they were bent down a little bit higher than the middle. He could have made the ears shorter, but he ended up liking them, so he's not upset. Overall, he'd say that his vigilante outfit was quite good. Thank God for thrift shops and sewing skills. All that was left was trying it all on. He breathed out before getting changed. He hoped that it would be fine. He wore a black t-shirt underneath his hoodie and black long socks that reached past his knees. Black, winter gloves. That didn't really count as winter gloves since they're so thin, but he got them for cheap, so he's not complaining. Slipped on his fingers and the hood's fur tickled his nose before he put on his mask. He breathed for a minute, trying to stop himself from shaking. He wanted to be mentally prepared when facing the mirror, needing to be strong when acknowledging his ridiculousness. He turned around and looked in the mirror and, stupid. He looked so stupid. His clothes hung over his frame, folding twice and thrice and yet again over themselves. He looked young, far younger than he actually was with his clothes. The hoodie didn't just reach past his knuckles, it covered his fingers. His pants could wrap themselves around his shoes and still touch the floor. Well, maybe he'll grow in it. He folded his clothes more neatly and added a belt, hidden underneath the hoodie. He tucked his pants into his shoes and stuffed the t-shirt under his pants to fill them in. He looked in the mirror again. For once, he didn't actually hate it. He looked better than expected. The folds were barely visible, meaning that he could unfold them as he grew without anyone noticing. Well, they were not invisible, so to say, but in some lighting and a dark environment, few would notice unless you're close up, and he was actively not getting people into his personal space. Tucking and folding his clothes helped him look a lot bigger than he actually was. Not a lot, but enough that you wouldn't think that he'd be so scrawny. He almost looked like a nightmarish clown. Okay, not exactly, but the grin made him feel like he was laughing at everyone. It makes him feel confident. Suddenly, he was not too sure on if he preferred his original outfit or not. He jumped around his room a little to test how the mask would affect or restrict his breathing. It seemed to be working fine, so he checked that off his list. He did a few different exercises that used his whole body and forced him to move in different ways to see if the clothes would hinder him. But, well, it was just regular clothes, so not really. He got warm a bit quickly though, but he's also inside his room with nothing but the window open. Oh God, the window! He dropped to the floor and crawled his way to the window, peeking out to see if anyone was nearby. What if someone saw him? What if they could tell that he was a vigilante? Is he going to get arrested? Oh no, stay calm, Death. Breathe in and out. He's just wearing a costume. That is not illegal. The only thing he actually has done was the whole stop sign incident, but no one can connect it to him. Unless the guy tells the police what he looked like. Oh, he's screwed. He's completely, utterly screwed. He sank down to the floor and sobbed. He's going to get arrested and be thrown into prison, and Mom's going to be so mad. No, she wouldn't be mad, but she would be disappointed. And then he won't get into U8 to become a hero, and he gasped for air as his chest pained, grabbing onto his shirt to release some pressure. He threw his head back and hit the wall to get more air. He knew that his head would hurt from the impact but couldn't feel it at the moment. All he needed to do was breathe. He couldn't be having a panic attack when the cops burst down his front door and seized him. Where are the cops? It's been days. Shouldn't he be in prison right now? Or at least be in custody? Did the guy not tell them about him? He was wanted for a series of assaults, so maybe he was embarrassed about getting caught because of a kid. Or maybe he respects him for whatever reason and refused to tell the cops. No, that couldn't be it. The cops probably figured out that he wasn't worth their time and was just a scared kid. They had other things to do outside of searching for him. And by God, if that didn't make him feel better. The cops aren't going to come after him. Hopefully. He uncurled himself with a long breath, sat down on the ground, and stared at the ceiling. The police aren't incompetent. If they wanted to arrest him, they probably would have done so by now. Or at least have people look for him. But since they're not, then he's safe. Maybe. He didn't know how the police operate, but it makes sense to be along those lines, right? That's how they find potential witnesses and suspects, don't they? So what to do now? His costume is done and he's not particularly tired. Would it be a bad idea to go out, if just for a short while? He did freak out just mere moments before, and moving a lot after not being able to breathe sounds like an early death. Yeah, it would be a bad idea. He would be better off staying home and trying to sleep. But being a vigilante is also a bad idea and he's already committed to that, so what's one bad idea more gonna do? With conviction in his heart, he stood up and left through the window. He sat on his roof and looked out over his neighborhood. The calmness of the night reflected his neighbors, all of them being inside with their families and enjoying each other's company. Up on the roof, he realized that he had no means of getting around. Sure, he could take a bus or a subway, even if they don't go as often as during the day, but then what? Should he just walk around on the ground? Or should he try to go by roofs? It would probably be for the best if he did both, wouldn't it? Going by roofs gives him an advantage by seeing things from a new perspective as well as people not really looking up as often as they should. He could easily get the jump on someone. At the same time, people wouldn't see him as much as if he was walking around. But roofs are also a lot harder to move across, at least until he gets better at parkour. His primary source of transportation across short distances should therefore be rooftops so he can train and get better. Of course, he has to walk around a lot on the ground since he's not good at parkour and could easily get hurt if he tries to do something above his skill level. If he feels like he won't make it, then going by ground is a great option. If a hero or a villain decides to chase after him, he'll have more options when it comes to using his quirk and many, many more hiding places. With that in mind, he jumped to his neighbor's roof and dashed off into the night. The night was truly calm. It was as if the atmosphere from outside his neighborhood had seeped in and lulled everyone to sleep. He stayed close the first night. He wanted to get a feel for it all before moving further and further out. The more he ran about and jumped from roof to roof, the more confident he became. He knew that the more time he spent doing this, the better he would become. Unfortunately, because the night was calm, nothing really happened. Well, that's not unfortunate, don't get him wrong. It's great when he doesn't have to fight people, it means that everyone nearby is safe. Of course, that doesn't mean that they're all safe and there are probably a lot of people that he can't save, but none of them was nearby and he probably shouldn't venture out too far when he was just starting out. When he's finally good enough, he'll save everyone. He won't ever let anyone feel the hopelessness and despair he had felt. No matter how long it takes, no matter what he does, and no matter what happens, he will save the people. He will become a hero. Time rolled by and soon the first beams of the sun rose. He had been out a lot later than anticipated and when he finally arrived home, he collapsed onto the bed like a dead weight. The passing thought as he drifted to sleep was that he had forgotten to eat dinner. His brain felt like mush. He knew what his teachers were talking about and jotted down notes, but what they said completely disappeared afterwards. Is this why adults drink so much coffee? Should he start drinking coffee? Isn't coffee bad for you? Should he look it up? He probably should look it up. Just in case. Not right now. Not when the board in front of him was blurry with words and the words on his notebook blended together. Are you even listening, DMN nerd? Kachan scoffed. He blinked and looked to the side. He stood with his two other friends, both of them grinning with sharp teeth and leering eyes as he sneered down at him. You've been staring at that paper since the bell rang. Are you brain dead or something? Oh. Deku stood up and packed his things. Sorry, Kachan. I didn't hear the bell ring. Thank you for getting me. He gave him a bright smile and moved forward to leave. Kachan, however, wasn't done talking. He pushed Deku back into the chair and slammed a hand on the desk, smoke and cracks following it. Deku eyed it, grateful that Kachan had used the desk instead of him. His palms got so sweaty sometimes and Kachan didn't really like being sweaty unless he used his quirk, so he sometimes used his desk or himself to dry himself off. He technically could use his quirk to do so, but then he might hurt someone or get in trouble for unlawful quirk use, so Deku really didn't mind. Sure, sometimes he wondered why Kachan kept on using his quirk instead of, like, drying his hands off a piece of tissue or something. But maybe it's because it's more flammable and therefore more dangerous? Because human skin isn't as flammable as paper or tissue is. But why does he keep on getting in trouble with unlawful quirk use and detention and black marks, but when Kachan does it it's fine? Though it was Kachan and it was him, so that might be why? It seemed reasonable enough, didn't it? Fing Deku thinks he can just leave. How stupid do you have to be? Kachan mocked as his friends laughed. Deku chuckled a bit as well, ignoring the weird feeling in his stomach. Sorry, Kun, I just thought. That's the thing, isn't it? He bent down real close, staring him down until Deku was forced to look down. You never think. If you did, you're useless but wouldn't be here. If you did, you would have given up on becoming a hero long ago. I mean, you're still desperately trying, aren't you? He nodded and looked up at him. I took your advice, Kachan. I'm now training to be stronger. I'll be a hero you can be proud of. He grabbed his collar and pulled him close. He smelled a lot like burnt sugar and caramel. Deku smiled at the information and mentally added it to the pages he had on Kachan. You're still hung up on that useless dream? And when did I ever give you advice, Deku? The only advice I'll give you is to give up your dreams. Deku shook his head. Ah, Kachan, don't you remember? You told me that all I ever could become was a vigilante because they're weak like me. But if I become stronger then I can become a hero. Ah, he hoped that he didn't say too much about him being a vigilante. Kachan is smart, will he figure it out? No, probably not. He doesn't care about him being a vigilante. He wouldn't have given him that advice otherwise. He needed to be a lot more careful. He couldn't just blurt out whatever he was thinking, regardless of whether it was Kachan or not. He needs to think about what he's saying, and think about the consequences a little bit more. But thinking about all of the excitement he will feel as he's out and about, thinking about how he finally might have a slim chance of becoming a hero, fills him with so much excitement he could barely contain. And who better to tell someone than his best friend? But still, he can't tell him no matter how much he wishes he could. Kachan is his best friend, everyone knows that. When if he gets arrested by the police then Kachan might get questioned. If he knew that Deku was breaking the law, then he might be deemed an accomplice and thrown in jail or, at the very least, ruin all of his chances of becoming a hero. Deku can't do that to his friend. He can't let his future get destroyed just because he didn't think about the consequences. He won't ever ruin someone else's future again. Kachan sneered and exploded his collar. The heat from the explosions burned his neck and left him near tears as the collar disintegrated. You're delusional, shitty Deku. I never gave you that advice. The only advice I've given you is to stop being a hero. You'll die within the first second. Don't worry, Kachan. He gasped as he tugged the burnt collar away from his blisters, the ringing in his ears making him speak louder than usual. The collar dug into his skin, leaving it far more tender than he had hoped for. I'm going to become strong so you don't have to worry about me. I'm not worried. Kachan roared and punched him in the face. His chair clattered against the wall, the force trying to knock them both down, but there wasn't enough space for that. Everything was quiet except for Kachan's other friends who cheered in the background. He couldn't figure out why they were cheering. Well, Kachan's quirk is pretty cool, so maybe it's because of that. It's always a delight to see it in person, he just wished that it didn't hurt so much. At least no one will ever know the extent of his quirk as well as he or Kachan himself. But why was everything so quiet? Why was it as if they were stuck in a bubble, with no sound entering and no sound leaving? It made no sense. It shouldn't be so quiet except for their cheers and the ringing in his ears. Why was everything so quiet? I am not worried about you. I hate you, Death. If you spend a little more time thinking then you'll realize it too. And when you finally realize that, maybe you'll do yourself a favor and give it all up. He spat at him before turning around and walking away, not even bothering to wait for his friends to follow him as they laughed at the joke. He kept his eyes downcast as he leaned forward so his chair could be fully on the floor again. He held a hand to his cheek. It throbbed and pounded beneath his hand. He could hear his heartbeat in his ears, but it was obscured by the ringing. It wasn't as loud as before, thankfully, but it was all he could hear for a long, long time. That and the drowning silence. He blinked. He was in his bed. He still wore his school uniform, the black and burnt cloth, sprawled out on his bed like a starfish. He stared at his white ceiling without moving a muscle. A spider ran across it to a corner. There was some cobweb there, but he wasn't tall enough to reach it, even with a chair, and he didn't want to bother Mom. It's not like the spider was hurting him either. It was just existing. Why should the spider be stomped and spat on for its existence? It makes no sense. No, he thinks he'll leave the spider be. His throat and neck were still burned with blisters, stinging despite not moving at all. It seemed to get strained even when he just breathed, almost like it was bothered by him doing such a simple task. His cheek was swollen and bruised a sick, yellow color, soon to be blue and purple before settling down once again. He needed to apply burn cream to his throat and ice his cheek. But his bed was warm and comforting. It was safe like a hug from Mom. His body ached and his ribs strained with every breath. He didn't want to move. He curled up in a ball and sobbed. He was so tired. He didn't want to move. He didn't want to move again. God, why didn't he move back then? Someone knocked on the door. He breathed in sharply and shut his eyes tight, twisting further into himself. The door opened with a creak. Soft footsteps padded across the room and a heavy weight settled down on his bed. A warm hand placed itself on his shoulder. Neither said anything, just existing together as Deku's sobs slowly eased up. This time around, he couldn't convince Mom to go to work. She said that she needed to be there for her son and could deal with whatever consequences came next. However, that didn't stop the guilt from eating him up inside. He felt awful and hated himself for making Mom miss work when they both knew how important money was, especially when they were essentially living paycheck to paycheck. Every hour counted, and every second was important, yet here she was, taking care of him. Pathetic, stupid, crybaby little Deku. If he hadn't been so stupid and an idiot, Mom wouldn't be forced to stay home and take care of him like a baby. If he hadn't experienced, whatever that was, then they wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of the month. If he was a better son, Mom could have been happy, instead of being stuck here and taking care of useless Deku. Somehow, the last part didn't hurt as much as he thought it would. They ate katsudon together in silence, even if Deku just ended up playing and poking with his food. They usually ate katsudon on special occasions. Mom must have wanted to cheer him up or make him tell her what happened. He refused because it wasn't anything special. Sure, suddenly waking up in his bed with no memory of getting there was new, but the day was moving along as usual. Except, it hadn't really been as usual, had it? Because he went out as a vigilante the day before. That meant that he was a little bit more tired than usual, yet it wasn't anything special. Really, if anything, he should be wolfing down the food faster than Ingenium could run. But today he had no appetite and the food didn't taste anything. It was bland, seemingly gray to the naked eye, even though he knew that Mom hadn't done anything special with it. "Izuku, we need to talk," Mom said as softly as she could. He ended up slightly flinching anyway, lightly peering at her from underneath his bangs. "I don't want you to go to that school anymore. I understand that it's awkward to leave as of now, but I can't send you there with good conscience anymore. I want us to look at a new school. Please." He shot up, the chair clattering to the ground as he slammed his hands on the table. "There are 2 years left, practically nothing. I don't want to leave Kachan. Please, Mom, please. I promise to be more careful." But Mom just looked at him sadly. "Izuku, you can still see Katsuki after school, I promise. But this is the second time you came home like that, and this time you were hurt. School isn't only meant to teach you, it's also meant to protect you. I just want what's best for you, Bunny." "Please, Mom," he croaked out as he picked up his chair and sat down. "I don't want to leave school. Please. I promise to be careful." She looked thoughtful, eyeing him up and down for a long time. "Izuku." There was more he wanted to say. It would be expensive to send him to another school, and they both knew that money is as tight as it is. It would be a longer way to travel for him, which means that they'll see each other even less than now. It would also mean that Mom would have to work even more than what she already does. He will fall behind from his peers. And so on and so forth. He refused to utter a word. She knew and he knew. They would just be running around in circles without deciding anything. She would also get upset if he knew how much he worried about their money situation. They could move from the house as it's too big for them, but no, they couldn't, not after everything. He tries his best to be of low maintenance possible, but he is sure Mom will catch him soon. Of course, being a vigilante won't help with that either. And he is not going to pickpocket the criminals. Where did that thought even come from? Inko sighed and looked at her son, who refused to meet her eyes. He was staring at his lap, grabbing his pants until his knuckles turned white and shook from the force. He was still in his school uniform. He hadn't changed since he came home. It was dirty and scuffed, his collar broken and blackened, and smelled a lot like smoke. Familiar smoke. She shook her head. She can't afford to lose focus now. She placed a hand on her cheek, leaning into it as she thought. Her heart ached as she looked at her boy who fought back his. She wanted nothing more but to embrace him in a warm hug and cling to him with all her might. Realistically, she knows that he is all right, but she can't help but worry about him. His quirks drawbacks coupled with whatever made him act the way over the past 2 days didn't really leave her at ease. Twice in a row had Izuku gotten home with a blank look on his face, significant parts of his day completely gone from his memory. As if he was an empty shell that was replaced beforehand. Granted, she didn't know what caused him to be, well, blank, but she was certain that there was nothing good coming with it. But still, seeing her son beg and tremble before her, desperately for him to stay at the school, made her decision harder. There would also be more complications in switching schools as well, regardless if Izuku knows about them or not. She's certain that he does. He's always been smart that way, noticing things that people wouldn't otherwise. Seeing the consequences of actions before they unfold. He probably thought of more counterarguments than her. If it came down to a fight, he would surely win over her, brain over brawn and all that. Not that she'd ever hit her son, of course not. But she wondered, how well can he even fight? He wants to be a hero, but she can't send him to some classes that could help him fight. It was far too expensive. Maybe he has looked up things on the internet? Well, as long as he's careful, she's all right with it. She shook her head. Damn it, Inko, get a hold of yourself. Stop spacing out. He did promise her to be safe. Maybe she could ask Katsuki to keep watch of him. Even if he doesn't come over quite as often, she can't imagine them stopping being friends. She pressed her lips together and sat up straight. Izuku was startled at the action and slowly lifted his head up to look at her. "Who will ask Katsuki to keep a watch out or at least keep you safe? I know that you don't want to leave school, but if I find out that this continues or gets worse, I won't hesitate to pull you out. Is that okay?" He gaped at her, eyes big with wonder before he broke out with a huge smile. Yes, thank you, Mom. I love you so much." She wrapped him up in a big hug and he all but melted into her. Too soon he let her go, taking his plate back into the kitchen to start the dishes, mumbling about something that she didn't catch. She watched after him with a smile, though worry still ate at her side. She couldn't help but feel that the smile was strained, the hug tighter than usual, and his food was left on the plate. She couldn't help but feel that he wasn't being honest with her. Deku sat at his desk and looked out of the window. He bounced his leg up and down as he thought about the day's events. Kachan was right as usual. He never thinks through things and always acts before doing anything else. That's why Mom threatened to withdraw him from his school and why he might fail at being a vigilante. He really needed to start thinking things through. He got lucky yesterday, but who knows when that luck will run out? If he hadn't walked home while he was in that weird state, then Mom wouldn't have gotten worried. If he doesn't think about plans for when he's a vigilante, then he'll fail at that and get captured or chased or killed. He stood up, stretched, and then laid down on the floor. He placed his hands under his head and stared at the ceiling without thinking anything for a moment. His back hurt after sitting in a weird position for quite some time, meaning that when he finally allowed it to stretch and rest, it hurt badly. He groaned, trying to take deep breaths to ease it up. The pain slowly moved out through the rest of his body as his joints and bones got a chance to rest. When he was finally comfortable, he started to think. He must avoid entering that state no matter what. As he has no memory of what he's doing, or at the very least, not a clear memory of what he's going, he can't just continue going on like nothing is wrong. What if he gets seriously hurt? What if he gets attacked? He can't just do that. Whenever he's like that, he must assume that he's doing things unconsciously. Wait, of course he is. He wouldn't be able to get home otherwise. Maybe he can, condition himself not to go home whenever he's like that. Every time he's gotten like that, he's been wanting to go home because he's both safe here but also because he has to go home. So maybe if he thinks that he can't go home when he's like that, he won't? Well, it's not like there's a lot he can do to prevent him from entering that state, especially since he doesn't know what it is, so perhaps that is all he can do. Though, he mused, maybe I can search online? He grabbed his phone and started to search for answers. Memory loss, memory fail, I'm getting old, ADHD, but I don't have that, so it's not that either, good old cancer. He sighed. Just as he expected. Searching online never brought him any answers. He put the phone on the floor next to him and continued to plan for his vigilantism. Essentially everything that could be called pre-vigilantism was planned. What was next in line would be being an actual vigilante. What are his plans for being a vigilante? What should he do? Who should he save? And what happens when he gets caught? Okay, obviously he's going to save everyone he can. It doesn't matter if it's a mugging or SXL assault or RPE or kidnapping or anything. If he can help them, then he's going to. However, as much as it hurts to admit, he can't go after the bigger league. Human trafficking, gangs, drags, serial killers, all of which he won't deal with until he gets strong enough. If he finds something, he'll anonymously tip the police and let them do the work. Speaking of which, people are really underestimating the police. Sure, the heroes are cool and save the day and comfort the victims, but it's the police who are doing all the dirty work. It's thanks to the police that the criminals get arrested and found out. Heroes won't search for murderers because they don't have the right tools or skill set to do so, unless they partner up with the police, of course. They coexist almost perfectly with each other, never giving the other party too much freedom to do as they pleased while also covering up the short end. Two sides of the same coin, really. If he ever becomes a hero, then he'll work with the police all the time. If he fails, well, who's to say he can't be a vigilante and a cop? Okay, indulgent time is over. Back on track. What are his plans for being a vigilante and what should he do? What are his plans? It's his way of training to be a hero and, by extension, helping him save people. As said before, he'll try his best not to do things outside of his skill level, but he won't let anyone get hurt. As a future hero, it's much better if he gets hurt instead of the victims. And because of Kachan, he has a much higher pain tolerance, or, well, he knows how to move and hide his pain from others, which means he can comfort the victims and they won't worry about it despite him being in pain. Gosh, there are so many things I have to thank Kachan for. I'll do it first thing tomorrow, he thought and smiled. Wait, backtracking, he's getting off track. He needs to make plans for specific scenarios such as being chased, arrested, or if someone saw his face. And getting hurt, of course. Firstly, what should he do if he gets chased? Obviously, he shouldn't run home. He could probably run in the direction if he's far away but never go home. It doesn't matter how late or early it is, he will not go home as long as he's being chased. Not even afterwards either, actually. In fact, he'll go to school and go home like normal afterwards. Stuff his clothes in his backpack and tell mom he felt jittery and needed to go on a run. It hurts that he has to lie to her. He'd been doing that a lot nowadays. He kept telling himself that he'll pay her back, but when will he really do that? He feels like such a horrible son. He should try doing something that might cheer her up. Deku sat up with a snap. That's actually a good idea. Not the cheering up her part, not to say that it isn't a good idea or anything, but the backpack thing. If I hide backpacks or similar necessities, I can easily just take one of them when needed. Nothing personal should be in them, of course, but maybe a white shirt and some black pants? I'll get in trouble for being out of uniform, but it might be worth it. It's going to be a slow process, saving up backpacks and extra uniforms, but for now, he can just hide them nearby the school. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Okay, so if he's chased, then he won't go home no matter what. What's next? Getting hurt? Well, maybe he could carry bandages on him and then either go home to fix the damage or go to one of his hidden backpacks. All of which is decided by how severe the damage is, where he is, the time of the day, and if he's being chased or not. He'll also have to keep in mind what happens during patrol and make up his mind then if it's safe to go home or not. So what would happen if he gets arrested? He'll confess and argue that he didn't use his quirk in hopes of not getting the vigilante charge, and just try to work with everyone involved to try and reduce his sentence as much as possible. After that, that's for future him to decide. Lastly, if someone sees his face, there are 3 separate actions to take. First, if it's a civilian, plead that they don't tell anyone what he looks like and then just run. Keep clear of that area for some time and then go back occasionally until it dies down. Hero tries to strike a deal to not be arrested. If it doesn't work, see arrest plan. Finally, if it is a villain, he breathed in sharply and closed his hands into tight fists. He'll have to take them down and get them arrested. If they tell the police about him, he'll just go with the arrest plan. The police won't hurt Mom. But villains might. If someone escapes and starts talking to their friends, then Mom will get in danger. He won't let Mom get hurt no matter what. Regardless of who sees him, he'll just have to stay low and not go out as often as well as for shorter PRDS of time. He must do everything he can to avoid the heat. To not draw attention to himself. And, well, if that just happens to be something he's good at, then so be it. Anyway, should he wear contacts or dye his hair, just in case? He shook his head, slightly biting his lip. Probably not, Mom would ask questions. And what if he forgets to take out a contact? That would raise so many questions and Kachan might call him out on it and people will laugh at him even more and… He gasped for air. Yeah, let's not do that. With that in mind, he readied himself to go out once again. As soon as he says goodbye to Mom, of course. Deku wasn't certain when he thought he would face a criminal for the first time, or second, if the mugger counts, but he for sure wasn't expecting to find one on the second night. He had been following a group of young women on their way home after and presumably, after work, if their drunken laughter were anything to come by. He didn't intend to stay long, seeing as the women seemed to be handling themselves just fine, when he noticed a pair, a man and a woman, walking behind them. He didn't pay them any attention at first, but as the women were slowing down, probably to split up and say goodbye, the pair rushed forward. Everyone was taken by surprise. The man's arms grew longer and bigger and wrapped around the two closest women. The last woman screamed and tried to run away but was jumped by the other woman. They collapsed on the ground, the woman's back hitting a manhole cover with a hollow thunk when she started to choke her victim. Deku took his chance. As much as he wished to jump down and knock them out before they realized that he was there, he can't. He's not skilled enough for that. Instead, he rushed to the fire escape and half jumped down, half climbed down as quickly as he could. He frantically looked around on the ground for something to use as a weapon. At the side laid a glass bottle, empty of its containments, and a branch. He grabbed the bottle, used his quirk on the branch, and ran to the woman. He smashed the bottle over her head and she crumpled on top of the other woman with a whine. As the victim pushed the woman off her, Deku threw the broken bottle to the side, and apologized mentally for littering, and turned to the man. He stared wide-eyed at him, eyes darting back and forth between him and the woman. "The F are you doing? Get out of here or I'll kill you myself," he yelled. Deku didn't react, a bit numb by death threats by now, and used his quirk again. The paper turned back into a branch which he swung at the man's head. The man's eyes went wide in shock before his head was thrown to the side. Unfortunately for Deku, the man didn't seem to go down by that. If anything, it just made him mad. He got up with a roar and rushed at him. The two girls he had taken with his quirk immediately got up to gain distance. One of them was already on the phone, presumably contacting the police. It was at that moment that Deku knew he messed up. He jumped to the side and started to run away with the man following him close behind. He couldn't run too far though. He needed to keep the man close to the crime scene to identify him with the crime. The man stretched his arms out and grabbed onto Deku's hood, throwing him into a wall. He gasped as he slid down to the ground, kneeling and coughing to regain his breath. "You little sheet. Who the hell do you think you are, huh? You're just a kid who's gotten cocky. I'll teach you to not take water over your head. Too bad you'll be dead." The man stretched his arms to grab him again, but Deku rolled underneath them and ran back towards the crime scene. The man's weak comeback aside, he was right. Deku was far over his head and will greatly pay for it. As much as he wished that he didn't have to use his quirk, he saw no other option. But at the crime scene, can you even call it that? Is it an active crime scene? Does it even have a name? There was something for him to use. He needed to hurry since the police will be here at any second. The woman was still unconscious and the others were nowhere in sight. He prepared himself for the pain once more and slid next to her. He pressed his fingers against the manhole cover. His gloves are in the way. He yanked the glove off and pressed his fingers against the cover. So that was the last reason for not taping paper to my body. He bit back a wince as a cut appeared on his index finger, 1 centimeter wide. He grabbed the paper and swung around, throwing the paper as he deactivated it. The cover turned back to normal and sailed through the air. The man let out a shriek that was cut off as the cover hit him right in the face. A loud crack was heard and the man collapsed. Deku stared at him with bated breath. He waited for a moment before making his way to the man. He used his quirk again on the cover and bit his lip as another cut appeared across his palm, 2 centimeters wide this time. He then placed the cover back over the hole and ran into an alley. He crouched down and hid behind some trash to keep an eye on the duo. He was fairly certain that the man wouldn't wake up anytime soon, but he wasn't too sure about that woman. If she were to wake up, then he can't let her escape. Furthermore, he's more worried about the fact that he used his quirks twice. He is forced into using his quirk until he's better at hand-to-hand combat. But since his quirk required touch, oh God, his fingerprints are on the bottle. He jumped up and ran to the woman, frantically picking up as many shards. He was wearing gloves when he touched the bottle. Well, littering is bad even if it technically is a weapon that would be taken into police custody, so he's just doing his job as a citizen. But it still raised a problem that he really shouldn't forget. He can't use his quirk with gloves, but when he uses his quirk, his fingerprints will end up on various objects. And his blood from his cuts will end up everywhere, and then he'll get questioned and he can't lie to them, so he'll end up arrested and freeze. And by God, if Deku didn't do just that. If someone with a mind-reading quirk happened to pass by, then they wouldn't be able to comprehend a single thought amidst all of the screaming. He turned around with agonizingly slow movements, trying his best to seem as non-threatening as possible. His mind raced for a way to get out of the situation or explain his actions. Maybe he could be offered a plea deal or just be let off with a warning. He doesn't think so, and while he normally wouldn't get his hopes up, he hoped that his punishment wouldn't be too harsh. The police officer in front of him had a mutant quirk, giving them the appearance of a tabby cat. They lowered their gun and put it in their holster and made their way towards him, though it wasn't much of a distance. Despite that, Deku saw his chance and ran. The officer yelled something after him, but the blood pounded in his ears too loud for him to hear anything. He ducked and weaved his way into the alley, breath heavy against his mask, as the officer ran after him. Thankfully, Deku has many years of experience running from his friends, and due to his smaller frame, managed to evade the officer for quite some time. Not that it was easy, of course not. The officer was trained to chase after criminals and Deku was not. But Deku had turned a corner a bit faster than them, and then another corner, and then another one, and another one. He didn't know where he was running, only knowing the feeling of adrenaline and pure fear in his blood. He ran and ran and ran as far as he could. He didn't want to get caught, couldn't get caught, and refused to get caught. He ran until he tasted copper and his lungs burned. He ran until he could finally think clearly. He ran until he collapsed. While some might think that landing in some trash would be at least a little soft, he can safely say that it's not. He twisted to lay on his back and stared up at the dark sky, mouth agape as he just gasped. If the officer were to somehow find him, then he would give up right then and there, for it must be some kind of god if they could still track him down. They had a cat mutation. Aren't cats known for their good sense of smell? Or was it dogs? Maybe both? He's too tired to think clearly. Hopefully the trash can cover it up. His smell, that is. God, he's going to smell even worse than he normally does. His eyelids fluttered shut and everything went dark. On his first real night as a vigilante, he slept on some trash. As cliché as it might sound, however true it might be, the rest of his days, or, well, nights as a vigilante, will all go downhill from there. Just, maybe not right away. Deku's teacher droned on about something. He tried to force himself to listen. He kept on getting warnings and detentions of not paying attention, even though he does, and he can prove it if they just give him a chance to recite. But the red, burning shame crept up on his neck. How could he have fallen asleep in the trash? If Kachan knew, he would have joked about Deku belonging there. Still, he couldn't do that. He couldn't sleep in the trash again. Not only is it dangerous, but what if someone finds him and unmasks him? Especially since he, ran away from the cops? He placed his head in his hands and bit back a groan, frustrated tears building up but not yet falling. He knew that he would have been forced to run away one day, but not the first official night. That's embarrassing. Midoriya-kun. A hand slammed onto his desk with enough force to make him jump. He looked up at his teacher with wide eyes and met a snarl and judgmental eyes. I thought you would have learned better after your last detention. Yet here you are, proving me wrong once again. His classmates laughed and he shrunk in on himself, mumbling out an apology. His teacher just sighed and rolled his eyes. Please, Midoriya-kun, even you would have known by now that apologies are only for people who truly mean it. Lunch detention. His class's laughter must have been heard by the neighboring class, yet no one showed up to yell at them. He flushed a deep red and stared at his desk. Public humiliation should have stopped him from making the same stupid mistakes, but no matter how many times his teachers help correct him, he's always at fault. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir, he mumbled. His teacher glared at him and allowed the class to silence their laughter before continuing with the lesson. Deku tried to take notes, he really did, but he couldn't hear anything his teacher said. White noise reached his ears, filling the space in his head and suffocating him. His vision blurred and he bit his lip hard enough to draw blood. The urge to use his quirk, for something to ground him, was strong but he didn't act. It was hard, like a starving child receiving fast food in their hands, but he really couldn't get into any more trouble than he already is. The clock rang and he blinked as everyone rushed out the door. Kachan stood beside him and glared. Andy Inko called the old hag. He started. Said I need to keep an eye on you. Make sure a weak little beach like you won't get too hurt. Kachan. Deku whined under his teasing. He was cut off as Kachan slammed his smoking hands onto his desk and exploded it, leaving it soot-ridden and burnt. Stop calling me that. Kachan roared and grabbed his shoulders. His fingers dug deep into the skin and left bruises on the tender flesh. Deku tried to bite back a gasp but failed. Listen here, you useless fucker. Apparently, you don't want to leave me behind. You don't want to leave behind, dear old Kachan, he mocked. His friends laughed and Deku tried to as well, even if he didn't understand what was so funny and his words were a bit painful. You should have taken the chance and left, Deku. We're not friends and will never be friends. A weak, pathetic little thing like you can never be friends with someone like me. So get that into your thick skull and leave. Got it? Kachan pushed him off and staggered off, his friends rushing to follow him out. He looked at the door even after they shut it with a slam. Kachan's right, he though, and clenched his fists. I need to get stronger, I am still far too weak. He keeps on pushing me to become a great hero, just like himself, and I can't even train seriously. Kachan. I vow to change and become someone you can be proud of. And one day, I can stand proud beside you and thank you for all that you've done for me. The teacher dragged the door open and yelled something at Deku. He flinched and hung his head, pulling out his homework to silently work on it. First, I need to finish detention. Tsukachi Naomasa really didn't like vigilantes nor paperwork. And paperwork regarding vigilantes? Forget about it. He groaned and placed his head in his palms, ruffling up his hair as he tried to disparage his almost constant headache. He blankly stared at the papers scattered all around his desk. He stretched an arm out to take a sip from his coffee cup only to find it was already empty. He's going to absolutely lose it. Knocks came from the door before it opened. Sansa stuck his head through the door. You wanted to see me, sir? He nodded and gestured to the chair in front of his desk. Being the lead detective on the precinct gave him some benefits, such as having a private room away from all the bustling, but it also gave him some less than ideal drawbacks, such as more work, longer hours, and vigilantes. Sansa stepped into the room and closed the door with his tail, the absolute godsend, holding 2 cups of coffee. Sansa, he said and leaned forward. Sansa, I might just marry you. His tail flicked to the side as he laughed. I'm afraid my partner wouldn't be too happy about that. He sat down on the chair and gave him a cup which he took gratefully and almost downed it in one go. The office's coffee wasn't the best nor the hottest, but caffeine is caffeine. Thank you, Sansa. We have a lot to discuss. His ears laid flat against his head. I'm aware. The new vigilante I encountered earlier, am I right? Tsukachi nodded. As of now, it's uncertain whether or not they classify as a vigilante. I'd like to go through your testimony one more time if you'd please. Well, here's what happened. It was late at night, not a shift Sansa usually takes on, but one he had covered because a friend had called in sick. He'd been walking around the route that covered a small part of the Shizuoka prefecture when he had gotten a call from a dispatch requesting his presence 10 minutes away. A young woman had called for help after she and her friends had gotten attacked. They managed to get away because a third party showed up and attacked the two attackers. By then Sansa was rushing to the location to try and defuse the situation and make arrests if necessary. Imagine his surprise when he arrived at the scene to find two people, presumably the attackers, unconscious on the ground with a considerably much smaller form kneeling over the woman. They seemed to pick things up from the ground, which Sansa, later on, came to identify as glass shards, and didn't notice his presence. Sansa drew his gun and yelled at him to freeze. The vigilante was calm, not uttering a single sound, as they did what was told. They placed their hands behind their head and turned around to face him. They wore a purple hoodie with white accents and bunny ears hastily sewn on top. They wore a black mask with a white grin and eyes, seemingly laughing at him from behind the mask. Sansa gritted his teeth and his tail swished behind him. He hadn't asked them to turn around. Oh well, they appeared to be unarmed and weren't aggressive. He hesitated for just a moment, holstering his gun to handcuff them. Unfortunately, that proved to be a mistake. The moment he stepped towards them, they turned and ran into the night. Sansa, to his embarrassment, yowled and ran after, glad that his mutation gave him heightened senses to find people easier. The vigilante was fast and the game of chase went on for several minutes. Sansa was quick to send an update back to dispatch about the situation so the others can be swiftly dealt with. The cop and the vigilante rushed through twisting alleys and dark streets, the moon and the lamps not giving enough light to be fully seen. The vigilante had turned a corner, and then another one, and suddenly they were gone. Sansa tried to follow their scent but was forced to give up when too many smells got mixed together. He returned to the crime scene with bared teeth and a tail hanging low. He didn't think that they were dangerous and hoped that, however annoying one might be, they were a vigilante. At least they want to help people. Well, usually they do. With some luck, this one might be one of the good ones. I see, Tsukachi said and leaned against his clasped hands. It certainly does sound like we have a vigilante on our hands. Let's hope that they will be compliant and not cause us any more trouble. With all due respect, sir, Sansa sighed, I doubt that. Their costume, albeit quite simple at first glance, was quite detailed. It's obvious that they've put a lot of thought into it. They're here to stay. Tsukachi groaned and rubbed his face. I'm afraid you're correct. We'll just have to wait and see. Let's hope they don't bring too much trouble. Sansa laughed as if to show how wrong that statement was. Creeping dread settled in his stomach and he took another sip of his coffee. Once again, it was already empty. He glared at the cup and Sansa got up to get another cup for him. It really didn't bode well for him. Deku was out once again. He probably shouldn't be since it's been 3 days in a row and he was almost caught by that really cool cop. Yet here he was, sitting on the roof nearby Aldra's middle school, bouncing his leg as he thought about his plans for the night. He had left a backpack inside of a vent, the cover easily taken off due to his quirk. He had stuffed a spare uniform inside of the backpack, alongside some other trinkets like some bandages, needle and thread, a bottle of water, and some food. He briefly thought about putting some money inside as well, however, it would seem as if he was running away for good. Oh God, what if he's forced to run away? Like if he didn't manage to apprehend a criminal or something. His life would be in danger if they also managed to unmask him and he would be forced to run away to protect himself and Mom. But that would mean leaving Mom behind. Can he really do that? Wouldn't it be better if he turned himself in and begged them to protect Mom? Because while he is a good-for-nothing criminal, Mom has nothing to do with it and for her to suffer and die because of him. He gritted his teeth and put the vent back in its place with a bit more force than necessary. It rattled but held on. If he runs away, then villains might kill Mom to draw him out. If he doesn't go to the police, Mom might die. He can't protect her all the time, not without her raising questions and demanding he goes to the police. No matter what, he must go to the police, even if it would cost him his life. He won't let Mom die due to his mistakes. He won't let anyone die due to his mistakes again. Deku sighed and stood up. In the end, stuffing some yen wouldn't do anything good for him. They're short on money as is, and he's already threading thin by putting things he might not even use in the vent. Someone might figure out that his backpack was in the vent and steal it. The only thing connecting him to the backpack was the school uniform, but he doubted someone would be able to track him down because of it. Anyway, there are far more important things he needs to focus on, instead of all these what-ifs, such as where he should go tonight. He picked a rooftop and dashed forward. Before the edge, he leaped over the gap, breath hitching in his throat as he saw how far down the ground was. Not enough to kill him if he didn't land on his head, but that's a different matter entirely, but it would be enough to injure him permanently. He stumbled onto the other roof, almost collapsing if he didn't twist and turn himself just a little bit. He felt like a figure skater, or a gymnast, or a dancer that did a really complicated maneuver but couldn't stick the landing because they were off balance. Except all he did was jump over a small gap. Really? He smiled and moved on. How useless can you be? Then he moved on to the next roof, his jumps becoming better and better with each time. Of course, he was quite far from a professional, years before he could even think that thought. Without a teacher, he will continue to make mistakes and continue to hurt himself. Unless someone comes in to correct him, these mistakes might cause him doom. Like it did tonight. He sat on the rooftop to catch his breath. Since the first night, he hasn't really been out looking for trouble. Not more than necessary. Instead, he's been focused on correcting everything really. He's been running and jumping around, throwing sloppy punches in the air, and kicked walls to get the technique down. He was mid-punch when he heard a scream. He hadn't had the time to react before his feet moved him in that direction. He stumbled along as his mind tried to catch up with his feet, grasping at the air as he jumped and leapt over houses and alleyways. Another scream echoed through the air, this time closer than before. A bit too close, in fact. He looked down and saw a man on the ground being attacked by someone who could sprout swords out of his mouth and was covered in blood. While some might say that what he did was idiotic, he felt completely justified in jumping down on the attacker's back and bringing him to the ground. The attacker was covered by the shadows, which meant that Deku couldn't quite make out his features. But he was quite thin and lanky, so he probably wouldn't be able to put on a good fight. Well, excluding the sword teeth, of course. He had no idea how to handle that. The man fell on his stomach and his teeth went haywire, barely missing Deku and the victim by a hairline. The victim screamed again and scrambled backwards, taking the opportunity to flee. Once again, Deku was at loss. He started to hit the man's head in hopes of knocking him out, but felt more like an agitated child on his father's shoulders. It didn't help that the villain started to rise on his feet, not minding the extra weight on his back. He slid off his back and frantically looked around for something to defend himself with. A branch, pieces of metal or glass, anything that could give damage. Dread and fear left him shallow and breathless as there was nothing for him to use. He crawled backwards until this back hit the wall and his breath hitched in his throat. The villain slowly turned towards him, one hand raised towards his own mouth with the other one extended toward him, hunching over as if his stomach was hurting. "Flesh," he whispered as saliva dribbled over his teeth and mouth. Deku wanted to scream. The teeth bounced around the alley before coming for him at neck-breaking speeds. Deku rolled and crouched to the best of his ability, using his hands to maneuver through the obstacles. It cut them up even through the gloves, and rendered them useless as they fell apart at the wrists. He gave them half a thought of mourning before his attention was taken elsewhere, getting stabbed through the flesh of his arm. The burning sensation, both similar but also unlike Kachan's explosions, spread through the arm. He could feel a scream rip its way through his throat, a rumbling sensation at the tender skin. Yet it was barely audible with the clashings of metal and his gritted teeth. If the villain noticed it, he made no moves outside of the usual. Tears pricked his eyes and soaked his mask as he grabbed the tooth and tried to rip it out. But it was stuck there, pinning him against the wall like a trapped mouse in front of a cat. The villain whispered again and liked, as good as he could, his lips with a wicked smile. Deku, only conscious due to stress, adrenaline, and sheer panic, did something very stupid and reckless. He didn't know if it would work, never tested it out before, but had nothing to lose. He was dead either way, he reasoned, and the villain wouldn't really miss it. As a matter of fact, he might even do something good. So he reached up again and grabbed the tooth, but instead of futilely trying to pull it out, used his quirk on it. With little to no difficulty, it turned into paper and he collapsed on the ground. The villain stumbled on the sudden release of pressure. He didn't cry out or act in pain after getting his tooth removed, which Deku actually found comfort in, for some weird reason, only looked confused at the paper Deku was desperately trying to catch. After some embarrassing fumbling, he caught the paper and immediately turned it back into a 1-meter-long metal pole of some sorts and moved it forward. The villain screamed and dropped to his knees, panting and shaking heavily from the ground. Deku wasted no moment and turned tail and ran, one hand clenched around his wound as he left the villain. As long as the villain didn't die, it would be fine, he reasoned as he crawled back on top of the roof and rushed towards the hidden backpack. He wouldn't die from the wound if the police were fast enough, would he? The man must have called the police. Should he buy a phone? He probably should buy a phone. Not a fancy one, just something he can call the cops for. He shook his head. No, it was too risky. What if they track him? His arm throbbed and his sleeve got wetter and wetter. Actually, this was a problem for the future. Right now, he has to make sure he doesn't pass out and die. He crashed to his knees in front of the vent, pressing shaky fingertips to the cover. It transformed into paper and floated down to his knees. He paid it no mind and opened the backpack. He sobbed as the wound continued to itch and burn and slowly worked his hoodie off. He wanted to put his fingers into the flesh and tear it up, destroying whatever it was to stop the pain from hurting. He opened the disinfection bottle and poured the liquid directly onto the wound, shirt and all, and hissed as the burning sensation intensified. He rolled out the bandage and started to wrap his wound up tightly, the bandages cutting deep into the skin in hopes of cutting off the blood circulation. It stained red, blossoming like a flower in the darkness, and wetted his shirt. He took off his mask and turned around to lean back against the vent, breathing heavily as his sobs started to ease up. It was dangerous for him to be up on the roof with his mask off, but he argued that he could quickly pocket his mask if necessary and lie about why he's on the roof if someone, although quite unlikely that someone will find him, out of everyone, came by. The wind blew across the roofs, playing with his hair and fluttering his clothes. His skin turned cold in the air, yet he didn't react. He didn't feel the wind, too focused on breathing as his arm continued to burn. He was lucky that it didn't go through the bone or his full arm, only parts of the flesh and grazing the muscle. He didn't know what to do if he got seriously hurt. Should he go to the hospital? Leave it be? He guessed it depends on what kind of injury it is. If his bones get broken, he would probably go to the hospital. At least until he knows how to reset his bones and whatnot. Though Mom will wonder. He sighed and closed his eyes. Guess that's another problem for future him to deal with. With that, for the second night in a row, he fell asleep out in the open. If there was something present Deku was happy past Deku did, it was the backpack idea. Because when he woke up on the roof there were only a few minutes left until the bell rang. He threw his vigilante clothes into the backpack and changed into his uniform, face turning red as he changed in public. Hopefully, no one noticed him changing. He jumped off the roof with the help of a pipe. It wasn't a smooth transition and he cut up his hands and made his arm ache, but it was a fast way down and made him sit on the seat right before the bell rang. He did end up panting heavily and blood dripped from the open cuts on his hands, but it was nothing he hadn't dealt with before. The morning went by as normal, the usual taunts and teasing from teachers and classmates, the same old note-taking in the different classes, and the loud whispers of him that people talked about. However, it was at lunch that something changed. He was sitting by himself as usual, giving Kachan the space he deserved. He couldn't crowd him all the time, no matter how amazing he and his quirk was, and after Kachan had told him to leave him alone, he decided that he wouldn't pester Kachan unless he came to him first. Like with what happened today. Kachan slammed a chair next to him the moment he packed up his lunch. His friends hesitantly sat down as well, sending confused looks to Deku and Kachan. Deku grinned, vibrating in his seat with excitement, as Kachan stole his lunch. It's been too long since they ate together. It couldn't have been in middle school, so it must have been much, much earlier. Kachan huffed out an explanation of Auntie not packing him lunch. She's been working hard and barely had the time to do so, quite similar to his mom, really, and wolfed down the food. His friends talked to themselves in hushed tones, but Kachan overheard them. Oh yeah, that weak villain. Kachan interrupted and slammed the lunch back on the table, sending Deku a withering glare. I could have defeated him easily. Those weird teeth would stand no chance against me. If Deku had been eating, he would have choked on his food. What villain, Kachan? He nervously asked and fiddled with his uniform. Please don't tell him that it is who he thinks it is. Please. His wound ached, throbbing fast with the beat of his heart, and he prayed that he wouldn't start bleeding again. The wound was deep, almost as deep as the limit of his quirk, and the blood had flown heavily. He didn't know if the wound needed stitches or not, but no one had complained of any blood staining the floor or desk, and he would check it out when he gets home, so he was probably fine. The idiot doesn't know? What a surprise, Kachan snarled. I guess the only thing you have in mind is heroes and that effed-up dream of yours. Seriously, what a weirdo. They laughed at the joke. Deku did the same and pushed down a sickness that would have swallowed him up from the inside. The villain calls himself Moonfish, for some bizarre reason. He could apparently extend his teeth and control them, one of the friends explained. He was found stabbed in an alley. Apparently, it was by his own tooth. He was immediately taken to the hospital and was arrested, the other continued with a grin. Deku paled and looked at his hands. Oh, the wound burned. He grasped his hands tightly together to stop them from shaking. Kachan laughed again. If you're this scared of a pathetic villain, then you're not cut out to be a hero. Give up, useless Deku. I'm not scared, Kachan. He was saved from continuing the sentence by Kachan letting out an explosion near his face. He winced from the heat and recoiled slightly, but otherwise, nothing more seemed to happen. He sighed and uncurled his hands, forcing his shoulders down to relax. I don't care. Just stop it already. Kachan got up and left the room, leaving his friends to scramble to finish their food and follow after him. Deku hung his head and put the chairs back as they were before sitting down again, not once uttering a sound. He forced tears back and ignored his screaming stomach. The full hollowness spread up his stomach and to his chest, swallowing his ribs, lungs, and heart. He couldn't feel anything. He couldn't be anything. He didn't want to be anything. Detective Tsukachi wanted to slam his head against his desk. Repeatedly. I hate vigilantes. He placed his head in his hands. A low chuckle came from in front of him. You just hate the paperwork. He glared at Sansa before placing his forehead gently on the desk and sighed. If they want to be heroes so badly, get a hero license. Seriously. Vigilantism doesn't pay the bills and they won't get popular from it. So just get a goddamn license if those things mean nothing to you. Sansa sat down on the chair opposite his desk, giving him yet another cup of coffee. Every single day Tsukachi thinks about proposing to him. He downed the entire cup in one go and groaned. The vigilante you saw the other day showed up again, he explained. They took down Moonfish. That was them. Impressive, honestly. What have you got? A stab wound on Moonfish and a short witness testimony. The only reason we even know who it was is because of the testimony. Moonfish isn't talking, and when he is, he's just miming flesh over and over again. He leaned back against his chair and crossed his arms over his chest. He rubbed his temples and sighed. Sansa shuddered and grabbed onto his arms. I kind of feel bad for them. If they're just starting out, then they have some bad luck. Well, that's the price of vigilantism. Sansa laughed. True, but still. What's the plan for them anyway? Tsukachi was quiet for a moment before leaning forward again, placing his hand on his desk. Sansa leaned forward as well. Dealing with vigilantes was more on a case-by-case basis than dealing with them by the book. All vigilantes are unique and have their own morals. Some might feel like it's okay to hurt the criminals, while others are too self-sacrificing to be of any help. The latest one seems to be more of the former, but it is far too early to make a proper evaluation. For now, it's the usual protocol. Arrest them on sight but with no lethal force, don't involve the heroes, and keep backup on call if it gets bad. Sansa nodded, stood up to salute him with a smirk, and left the room. Just like Tsukwachi, he had quite a lot of paperwork to do, and if he didn't want to stay until late, he needed to start working on it as well. With that reminder, Tsukwachi started to work on his mountain. Hopefully he wouldn't need to pull an all-nighter again, no matter how big that risk might be. Deku's wound had stopped bleeding and all of the dried blood had been washed away from the shower. Deku sighed in relief and started to bandage his wound again. It looked good, already scabbed over, which after 24 hours he expected nothing less. He didn't know much about wounds outside burns and cuts, but he knows that if he bleeds for 24 hours straight, something was wrong. Otherwise, nothing else seemed to be wrong with his body. Outside of the ordinary, obviously. Even his cuts looked healed, the lines of various lengths, usually just a couple of centimeters, but a few stretched as far as 12 centimeters. They littered his fingers, arms, thighs, and sides the most, but a few of them were also scattered on his legs, feet, and one behind his ear, hidden behind his messy hair. All of them aren't easily seen, concealed behind layers of clothes. He got dressed in some casual clothes and descended downstairs. Mom had already left for work, but he had some dinner to heat up in the fridge. She was rightfully upset when she found out that he hadn't been eating as much as he said he was, but he told her that it was because he was not as hungry. Still, she argued that he should at the very least eat something and started to make him a smaller dinner. He heated his dinner in the microwave, thinking back to his previous nights as a vigilante. He had obviously bitten off far more than he can chew with Moonfish even if things ended up okay. He reached up and grabbed his shoulder, breathing alongside the soft hum of the microwave. It was too quiet in the house. The smallest amount of creak would startle him if he didn't have anything to focus on. The pain in his shoulder and the microwave fixed that problem for him, even as he stared at the ground, deep in thought. It was only thanks to his quirk that he survived. The element of surprise saved him. That happened in the previous fight as well. No one expects things to appear and reappear. And as much as he wants to utilize that, he couldn't. He couldn't give himself away. Not for as long as he was planning to become a hero. The best would be to fake a different quirk, but that's already pretty hard. It's not like he could fake having an appearance-changing quirk when he covered his entire body. He flinched when the microwave beeped and sighed, opening the door to be hit with a wave of smoke. The plate was too hot to touch, yet the food was still cold. Classical microwave habits. If only the heat could spread it out evenly. He sat in silence as he poked at his food and ate bits of it. Only the scrapping of his chopsticks accompanied him. He was still thinking about the fights. More specifically, the first one. He knocked them out, an act that will hopefully become easier as time goes on and he becomes stronger, but he had nothing to keep them there. If the woman had woken up back then he might have not been here today. His very first act of vigilantism, if you even could call it that, was with the mugger. That had trapped him and gotten rid of his only means of escape, which led him to a swift arrest. Even Moonfish was an act of luck and he didn't even knock him out. Deku shook his head and slapped his cheeks, leaving a red mark and a stinging, yet controlling, pain. He was more alert, more awake, and could focus a lot easier. Being dependent on luck was more stupid than him and would quickly run out eventually. Trapping criminals underground was as dangerous as it was unpredictable. He won't trap himself with them, but he can't leave them unattended. His nerves might break into millions of strings if he wouldn't be able to see them. That meant he had to figure out something that will keep them still in one place. His mind immediately wandered to chains and ropes but quickly disregarded those thoughts. They're too heavy and too clumsy to carry around, even with his quirk. Something easier like string should work. Except obviously sturdier. Clay? No, that probably didn't exist. Besides, if it did, it might be too expensive. He needs something cheap. Something like plastic. Bang. His head met the table, plate and utensils rattling at the impact but otherwise unharmed. "I'm an idiot," he whispered. "Zip ties. I'm talking about zip ties. They're small, strong, and could easily get wrapped around people's limbs and other things, like lamps, stop signs, cars, doors. And they're probably cheap too. Yes, they're exactly what he needs. Strength-enhanced quirks might break out of them, but they could probably do the same with any other restraint. He rushed to clean up and left the house, hoping to be able to buy them before the store closes. Even if he wouldn't be out as a vigilante until at least 2 more days, not including this night by that, it's important to be prepared. If they're out of stock, he might get them tomorrow. Or the next day. Or the next day. Or the day after that. He probably shouldn't be out until he could get his hands on some zip ties. He started to walk a little bit faster, hoping to buy them before they ran out. He patted his person to double-check that he had everything, slightly panicking when he couldn't find any money, before relaxing as they were in his pocket all along. He checked the time. It was still a long while before the shop closed. He walked a little faster, just in case. And so, that was how his days and nights passed. At school, he was ridiculed by his peers and teased by Kachan. When he got home, he would get a quick hug from Mom and a gentle reminder to eat before she left to go to work. All in all, everything was exactly the same as before. It was at night that things got exciting. Deku stuck to his schedule, or his non-existing schedule, with little difficulties. He used his quirk as little as possible, instead relying on his environment to take criminals down. The zip ties worked wonders, and not once had he had trouble after them. Granted, he kept to low-level criminals, those who could barely pass as a villain, and never once encountered anything as hectic as those first 2 nights. In fact, he rarely met someone to fight with. He mostly spent his time working on himself, jumping and scaling walls, fighting thin air, and working out. It was exactly how he wanted it to be. A relatively normal schedule with little to no trouble. He fell into a comfortable haze, letting the days and nights blend. Finally, things were as they used to be, even with the vigilante aspect of his life. But there was one night that changed everything. Deku woke up to his alarm ringing in his ear. He had slept a mere 2 hours, falling asleep the moment his body hit his bed. His window was even slightly open and the cold air seeped into his room and clung to his skin like a crying child. He clumsily readied himself for the day, moving around as if he was drunk and knocking himself down to the floor in his half-asleep daze. The night had been particularly rough. He had fought against some drag dealers and they had landed some pretty hefty blows on him, leaving his body bruised and sore. One had a knife and managed to cut his side. It might have scarred, but it was hard to tell with all the rest of them. Thankfully, it looked just like the rest of them there and so wouldn't raise any suspicion, if such a thing even existed in the first place. He was out a lot later than he expected and so he slept in a little bit, skipping breakfast instead. Within minutes he was out the door, walking faster than usual to make it in time. He heard somewhere that walking fast is more of a workout than regular walking, so he started to sleep in a little bit more. That meant that he arrived just a few minutes before the bell and had to clean up the messages left for him on his table in a hurry, all while still being semi-out of breath. That day, however, he wasn't quite lucky. "Midoriya," his teacher said as Deku opened the door mere moments before the bell rang. "You're late. Lunch detention." He blushed and hurried to his seat, passing Kachan, who scoffed loudly. Taking that as permission, the rest of the class laughed. His desk was filled with messages, telling him his worth and what he should do with his life. He paid it no mind, content with erasing the messages the moment he could. For now, all he could do was listen to his teacher talk and take notes. Though, he couldn't quite ignore the messages left for him as they imprinted themselves on him as they screamed from underneath his notebook. The day went on as usual, but Deku never got his chance to erase the messages. Not even during lunch he could, as his teacher had accidentally hit his bento down to the floor, and he had to spend the rest of his lunch both cleaning up his mess and keeping his teacher company. Every time he took notes, the words were there. Every time he flipped a page, the words were burned into the paper. The bold, black words mocked him as he tried to ignore them, forcing their way into his head. Useless. Yourself. Stupid. Weakling. Lazy. Midoriya-kun, you still haven't cleaned up your desk? He snapped his head up to stare at his teacher, wide-eyed and confused. Most of the students had already left. The bell must have rung when he wasn't paying attention. "I was just about to," he explained and packed his things up in a hurry. His teacher sighed and crossed his arms. You're so lazy, Midoriya-kun. That won't fly when you become an adult. You had the entire day to clean your desk and yet you wait until you're forced to? Detention. But sensei. Deku stood up, his chair hitting the desk behind him with a slam. If he had detention then he wouldn't be able to see Mom until tomorrow afternoon. He usually gets lunch detention because of this reason and only is forced to stay behind whenever he instigates fights. But his teacher just shook his head at him. No, but, Midoriya-kun, I don't want to hear your excuses. I'm already far too lenient with you. If you continue to argue with me, I'll add to your punishment. With that, the teacher turned around and sat at his desk, pulling out some assignments to grade. Deku bit his lip and stared at his desk for a long time, willing himself not to cry. He then started to clean his desk, the metallic taste of blood never once leaving his mouth. He spent the rest of his detention staring at his clean desk, wishing for the words to come back so he could at least get to read something. When he was let out of detention, the sun had started to set. Mom must have already left for work, but he didn't have any new messages on his phone. He rarely has any nowadays. It got colder in the afternoons, the hint of late autumn just above him, and the chilly atmosphere stung his skin. Trees colored their leaves red, orange, and yellow, with the occasional brown on the ground. People were already hugging their winter coats tighter around their bodies, holding cups of steaming beverages with brightly colored gloves. He let out a deep breath and started to walk away from the school, smoke leaving his lips. It was a bit nostalgic in a way, but he's not quite sure how. He passed random people walking around and ignored the distant sounds of fighting. Once upon a time, he might have rushed to the sound, notebook ready at hand. But he's long lost his love for taking hero notes, no longer seeing the use for them. He still loved heroes and always would, but he no longer wanted to chase their fights. Someone grabbed his arm and pulled him into an alley. A scream got stuck in his throat as he tried to yank his arm back, but it was tightly held in a grip. The horrid stench of rotten food and urine filled his nose. No matter how many times he has to experience those smells, they never really got any better. He slammed against the wall, getting pushed into the bricks and aggravating his wounds. He recognized the person and his heartbeat sped up. Keika-chan. Kachan reached forward and squeezed his throat, not once looking. But Deku glanced to the sides, a bit surprised that he was all alone. He usually had his friends with him at all times, always leering and laughing at a shared joke between the three of them, never once indulging Deku. You truly think that you're so great, don't you, Deku? Kachan sneered out, squeezing his throat tighter. Deku opened his mouth and choked in a breath, reaching up with his free hand to pry his fingers off. Pressure built up in his head, thundering with the beat of his heart faster and faster. You think you can do whatever you'd like without any consequences, don't you? I saw you sit at your desk, staring at the words. You didn't cry, you didn't flinch. You did nothing. Are we all just mere ants to you, Your Highness? He ended with a pitched tone, lips puckered out in a pout. Deku tried to shake his head, to explain that it wasn't like that. Of course not, Kachan said and let him go, taking a step back. Deku fell on his knees and grasped his throat as he coughed, spit leaking through his teeth and running down his mouth like a slobbering dog. No, you just don't care. I don't get it. Why are you still here? Seriously. No one wants you here yet you keep coming back. Hell, even the teachers don't like you. Just leave already. But, Kachan. He started and slowly came to his knees, using the wall as support to stand up. I don't want to leave you, I told you that. I want to be by your side no matter what. We'll be heroes together, remember? We promised each other that. Kachan punched his face hard enough to knock his head against the wall. Pain blossomed and spread like a headache and he gasped. Kachan continued to send fists and kicks his way even as he collapsed on the ground to protect his vital organs. You still want to be a hero? He roared and aimed at his stomach and chest. Well, heroes should know how to take a hit. Here's your practice, you useless Deku. Deku smiled through blood and tears, closing his eyes as he waited for Kachan to stop. He was right as always, this will be good practice. He can't exactly train getting hit by the criminals he apprehends, as they will most likely try to kill him, but Kachan wouldn't go that far. Still, he couldn't help but feel that there were better ways to do this. It hurt quite a lot, and being in an alley seems kinda unsafe. Shouldn't someone be nearby in case an accident occurs? The thoughts left a bitter aftertaste in his mouth. No matter, he thought as he lost his grip on consciousness, Kachan will keep me safe. That's what they promised as kids. When Deku finally came through, the very first thing he noticed was how much it hurt to breathe. His eyes were glued together, eyelashes completely crusty with dried blood and tears. It took great effort, but he managed to open them with a groan. He couldn't see anything beyond the darkness, and fear of having been blinded grabbed hold of his heart with sharp claws until he discovered the moon. The crescent shape stood above him, shining like a beacon of hope. He couldn't focus on anything else as he lay on the ground, face half pressed against the gravel and dirt, breathless as the beautiful shape shone brighter. He yearned to reach forward and grab hold of the moon, bringing it closer to comfort than ever before. Alas, he was but a mere human and could not do more but dream. "Ow, Kachan. You took things a bit too far this time." He slowly came to his knees and wiped the dirt and blood off his face. His fingers got caught in cuts and his nose hurt at the mere touch of his fingers. He hoped that it wasn't broken. He looked around the alley to see if he could see his backpack. He crawled around for a short while, far too drained to properly stand up, and found it behind some trash. Kachan must have kicked it away during their training and then forgotten about it. One of the straps was broken and hung limply by the side, the usual yellow no longer bright but instead dirted and dim. He looked up at the moon and let all of his worries and pain wash over him. It truly was something with its translucent light, providing comfort and guidance over all of the darkness. He stood up, body shaking either from the cold or the pain, if not from both. He knew that he should go home and that it was dangerous to be out this late, speaking from experience, but he shivered and crossed his arms over his chest, hunching over. He leaned against the wall and exhaled slowly, working up the courage to finish the thought. Going home would mean going to an empty house and crawling into bed, patching up his wounds as he tried to stifle his tears. He couldn't do that. He couldn't be alone right now. He was too scared of what he would do. If it meant that his only company will be the moon, then so be it. With unsure steps he walked deeper into the alley, one arm extended to the wall, using it as support. He knew that there was a ladder nearby that he could use. He couldn't stay on the ground for much longer. It was cold and dirty, his wounds could get infected and he could catch a cold. The only place left for him was up, towards the moon. It was painful and time-consuming to climb up the ladder. His grip slipped a couple of times and he wondered if he would fall and be forced to try again, yet he never actually fell. Finally, he pulled himself up. He breathed heavily as he lay on his back, eyes locked on the moon. He felt a lot better than if he was on the ground, even though the night was still cold and his body refused to stop aching. Minutes passed and all he did was lay on the ground and breathe. Even something as simple as breathing seemed to be an impossible task. He couldn't seem to do anything right. Slowly, he pulled himself upright. He sat crisscrossed near the edge, back hunched over, and looked at the shining moon. He knew that he was being repetitive and annoying, but it truly was beautiful. Its white light, massive size, and constant comfort were enough to make him cry. He sniffed and bit his lip, trying to stop the tears. But with another glance at the moon, he realized just how lonely he was. He had Mom and the moon, and Kachan of course, but that's it. 3 people, but the moon couldn't be counted that much, and Kachan is bad at making him feel better. And he didn't like worrying Mom, so even though he knew she loves him and he really loved her, he couldn't exactly talk to her. Does he truly have anyone? That thought broke the dam and the tears fell freely down his face. He placed his hands over his face to silence his sobs, knowing that he would bother the people who might walk under him. They might be homeless or criminals, or no one might not pass by him after all, but that didn't mean he shouldn't be quiet. He'd hate to be a bother. He couldn't stop crying though, the cold finally overtaking his body, leaving him shaking in hysterics. The pain almost felt too much, and he briefly wondered if he had broken anything. He wouldn't be surprised. Kachan is certainly strong enough to do so, but dismissed the thought. His pain could come later, now he just wants some comfort. Hey kid! Deku shrieked and twirled around, one hand over his hammering heart and kneeling forward with the other. A man stood a little bit further away, yet close enough to grab him if necessary. He wore a dark bodysuit with a gray scarf. Around his neck hung a pair of golden goggles, gleaming in the moonlight. The man himself had long, dark and messy hair and a serious expression on his face. Deku leaned back a bit, too unnerved to even continue crying. Not getting kidnapped today, no thank you, no sire. Mind coming over here? The man gestured with his hand, wiggling his fingers towards himself. He shook his head. I'm quite good here, thank you. He grabbed the edge of the roof and tried to get closer to it without being obvious. Seriously, who just walks up to a random kid and tells them to come with them? That's like the very first thing you learn not to do. Unfortunately, the man did notice that he was trying to back away and reacted accordingly. He dropped down to a squat and stared at him, one hand reaching up to grab at his scarf. Step away from the edge, he spoke softly and raised his other hand a bit. Deku didn't know what for, but he didn't like it at all. I'd really rather not? But, thanks anyway? He had no idea what he was talking about. He was just spouting off nonsense to keep the man distracted and placated enough for him to slip off. The man held onto his scarf. He must be heavily reliant on it. What the scarf does, however, is unknown. He would need to react fast to escape him. If it was a support weapon, or just a regular weapon, but it seemed so harmless. How could that be used to hurt him? Then he couldn't get close. He would need to run away the moment the opportunity arose. He took a chance and glanced down. He would probably break a few bones, but if he landed in the trash with his arms first, he could at least run. Hopefully, the man isn't expecting him to fall and won't react in time, and then he can rely on his speed to leave. Listen, you don't have to do this, he spoke slowly. Deku blinked and gripped the edge tighter. Well, he'd rather not get kidnapped, so he actually does have to do this, thank you very much. His fidgeting seemed to stress the man out even more, voice now a little bit more erratic than before. There's another way. I know that it seems useless, but killing yourself isn't the way to go. What? I can get you help, alright? Things will get better, I promise. Just step away from the edge. Oh no. Deku let go of the edge and waved his hands frantically. I'm not trying to kill myself. I promise. I just like looking at the moon and I wanted a better view, so I climbed up here. But thank you for your concern, even if it was unnecessary. I'm sorry. Oh God, was that rude? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. The man held up his hand to stop him from spiraling. Deku slammed a hand over his mouth, staring wide-eyed at the man. You're not gonna jump? He asked slowly, scanning him up and down as if he couldn't believe him, which, fair enough. Deku shook his head. I'm not. I swear on my life. He winced as the man gave him a deadpan look at his word choice. Yeah, maybe not the best words at the moment. So, mind stepping away from the ledge? The man beckoned him closer. He gripped the edge again. No thank you. Kid, seriously, the man hissed. You're giving me an aneurysm. I'm not going to hurt you. I just don't want you to fall off because you were being careless. His words stabbed him through his heart. He was the one thing he wanted to avoid being, a nuisance. Now, he was giving the man a hard time and was annoying to everyone around him, and he really should get a move on before the man becomes even more annoyed. He slowly shuffled away from the edge and a bit closer to the man, keeping a distance between the two of them. The man relaxed and sighed. There we go. Was that so hard? Deku couldn't help the blush from rising. I didn't want to get close to you, he mumbled. I thought you would kidnap me. Silence. Far too heavy and tense for it to be normal. And just for a moment, Deku thought that the man was lying about everything, wanting him to trust him enough to get close. Just for a moment, he realized that he had acted very, very stupidly. His heartbeat quickened and he leaned back a bit to give him enough leverage to push off to the side and hopefully evade his attack. Then, before Deku could tense any further, the man broke the silence. I'm a hero. He blinked. He certainly didn't look like a hero. He looked homeless and dangerous. His eyes darted back and forth, seemingly looking for openings to attack. He seemed to be the most interested in looking over Deku's shoulder, and Deku himself, probably trying to figure out if he'll have enough time to catch him if he was to escape. Moved backwards a little bit. I don't really trust you on that. The man tensed again, reaching up to his scarf once more. Deku tensed as well and moved even further back. He was almost completely off the edge by now. If he was to lean back a little bit more, gravity would take hold of him and he'd pummeled to his death. He briefly entertained the idea of free falling, if not to get away from the man, but dismissed the idea. Both Kachan and Mom would be upset even if Kachan wouldn't show it. Besides, he didn't really want to die. I'll show you my hero license if you stop moving back, the man said. Did he think Deku was stupid? He's not going to give him more opportunities to kidnap him. Show it to me first, he demanded and tightened his grip. Then I'll stop. The man didn't hesitate, face unreadable as he reached into his pocket. He pulled something out and tossed it at Deku. He yelped and fumbled to catch it, almost missing but managing to catch it by leaning back a bit. Oh, he thought as he read the hero name Eraserhead. He was telling the truth. And then he was falling. Deku didn't really want to die. Sure, he thought of it sometimes and he knew a few ways to do so, some requiring his quirk, but most of them are just intrusive thoughts everyone has. It wasn't like he cut himself either, despite what it might seem like. His quirk hurts him enough to not feel the need. And it's not like he's depressed either. He's just lazy and all he has to do is stop being that and then everything will work exactly as planned. But he doesn't cry all day and it's not like he can't get up in the mornings no matter how hard he tries. That means he's not depressed. So no, Deku doesn't really want to die. But as he's falling even closer to the ground, he can't help but feel scared of the calmness inside of him. He had the moon above him, the silence around him, and peace within him. Regrets he might have in his life, but for that moment, none of them existed. For a moment, everything was perfect. For a moment, everything felt to be exactly where they were supposed to be. For a moment, Deku understood the word bliss. Then, it was broken by a heap of gray cloths rushing their way towards him. They grabbed onto his torso and secured themselves tightly around his body, before suspending him in the air. The tightness agitated his wounds, but it did its job, even if it left him breathless for some time. He stole a glance upwards and saw Eraserhead standing there, both hands wrapped around his scarf before he was lowered to the ground. When he was safely down, Eraserhead pulled his scarf back and used the wall to scale down, jumping the last bit and landing in a crouch. You okay? He asked. Deku mutely nodded. He didn't know what to say. Thank him for saving his life? Apologize for assuming that he was a kidnapper? Cry? He felt like doing them all but couldn't muster up the energy to do so. Eraserhead huffed and glanced over him for a moment. Deku squirmed. Under his gaze. It was awkward, especially after their previous interaction. He called a hero a kidnapper. Especially after he took his time out to try and stop him from killing himself. Granted, he wasn't about to, but the hero didn't know that. He took time out from his day, night, patrol? Is he even on patrol right now? Maybe he was just being nice and took his free time to waste it on him. Do heroes even have free time? People need to be saved all the time, don't they? Oh no, how awful. Hopefully, he can ease their burden up a little, to check on him and he's just being rude. Eraserhead stood up and crossed his arms. He was tall, taller than Deku expected him to be, but that might be because he was on the ground? It was all about perspective on things, wasn't it? He probably seemed taller than he was because of that fact. Maybe that was why he had long hair? To seem bigger than he was? Or was it to fool people into thinking that he was bigger than he actually was, so they think he was smaller than he actually was, but he was actually not small and is, in fact, quite big? Should he even think about this? Does it even matter? Maybe it was a preference for long hair? Why was he still staring at him? Eraserhead coughed into his fist. My hero license? Does what? Oh. Deku quickly handed it to the hero who pocketed it. He tried to thank him and apologize for having to be saved and thinking that he was a criminal, but all he could get out were incoherent, frantic mumbles. Eraserhead seemed to get the memo though and inclined his head. Do you have a way to get home? He asked instead. Deku nodded. I live nearby. A 30-minute walk wasn't long, was it? Or did Eraserhead have a different concept of time? Is 30 minutes long or short for him? Maybe it depends? But it's not like he's in a hurry or bleeding out, so getting home isn't that important. Should he go out as a vigilante today? His body is screaming at him and his head is pounding as if he hadn't been drinking water for days, but it might pass soon. He should think about it when he gets home. He does need to change into his other clothes if so. Eraserhead nodded. Somehow, Deku got the impression that he was a man of few words. Not a big fan of that. And your injuries? I have a first aid kit at home. He pressed his lips together and glared at him. It might be better to go to a hospital. You're bleeding a lot. I was bleeding a lot, he countered, but it felt like a lie. It's not even that much blood, is it? Kachan would stop if he took it too far. That's what happens whenever he almost breaks my limbs. And I know how to patch myself up since my mom's a nurse. If it's something I can't handle, I'll go to the hospital. Eraserhead walked closer and crouched down next to him, a deadpan look on his face. Sure, most kids his age don't know just how much a body can handle, but he's not like his friends. He has a lot of practice when it comes to this, both on how to take care of an injury and knowing when too much is too much. For example, if he's bleeding and he's not stopping anytime soon, that is something he can't handle yet. If that happens, he should go to a hospital and get treated there, not try to stitch it up himself using a needle and thread and staples. Sure, Eraserhead said. Somehow I doubt that. It's true. He rushed to defend himself. If I'm going to become a hero, I need to be able to stay standing. I have to rush into danger without a second thought, you know? I can't let a little wound scare me. Which also works as keeping his vigilantism up. He couldn't get scared of a flesh wound, you know? Seeing as Eraserhead is a hero, he must agree with him. You should push yourself through your pain and stand fighting against all odds. Knowing how much your body can handle is a good thing. You don't fight with a broken leg, unless you absolutely have to, but you don't stay in bed for weeks after getting stabbed in the shoulder. It's like getting a paper cut. You know whether or not you should put a band-aid on the wound. Sometimes it is useless, but other times it's useful not to get blood everywhere. At the same time, hesitating would always lead to more dead people. No one wants that, so he must always save people. It's always going to be a bit of a risk whenever he stands around to gather information, but one he'd take if it meant people will make it out all right. If it was too dangerous for a civilian, then he wouldn't hesitate, of course not. But he's not planning to charge recklessly and endanger everyone around him because he couldn't keep a cool head. With that in mind, the hero must agree with him. And yet, he didn't seem to be quite happy about that. He was frowning, almost glaring at him. Get rid of that mindset if you want to be a hero. The world has no use for dead heroes. Deku frowned and chewed on the inside of his cheek. Wasn't that what he said? Maybe Eraserhead misunderstood him? Or maybe he is misunderstanding him. Eraserhead stood up and started to walk away. He didn't make it far before stopping. If your injuries are from bullies or abuse, you should get help. He glanced over his shoulder at the wide-eyed boy before leaving in a haste. Deku sat on the ground for a little bit longer, staring after the man as he jumped back onto a roof. He contemplated what the man said. He didn't seem happy about him being scared of a wound. Or, well, anything really. He thought that it was a good thing to know just how much you can take before you collapse. He thought that not freaking out over every little scab was a good thing. No, it still is. Eraserhead is probably misunderstanding him. But Eraserhead's a hero. He knows more about the hero industry than Deku ever will. Though, he can't help but wonder just how much he really knows. He hadn't heard of Eraserhead before. At the same time, he should always prioritize civilians, right? He thought that it was better if he were to stand back and observe, but he probably shouldn't do it in case someone might die from it. Does that mean he should act recklessly? He chewed on his cheek. No, that can't be it. A hero wouldn't encourage someone to sacrifice themselves, do they? But wasn't that what Eraserhead was saying? Maybe he shouldn't be so careful all the time. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Heroism isn't a walk on eggshells. It will be hard and gruesome. If he's scared of getting hurt or having people die on him, then he's both not fit to be a hero but also not good enough as a hero. A hero should strive to save someone no matter what, right? That is what Eraserhead is saying, right? He should rush in even with little information in his head if it means he could save someone. He shouldn't hesitate on getting hurt. He didn't realize just how wrong and dangerous that line of thinking is. Eraserhead won't know just how badly he messed up with the miscommunication. He dragged himself off the ground, wincing as his headache intensified with the movement. It hurt to walk, but his only other option was to stay on the ground, and that was not only dangerous but completely unsanitary. He took some deep breaths, the dull ache from his ribs no longer as painful as it once was. He reached up to touch his nose. It still hurts, but not as badly. It didn't seem broken, but he wouldn't know until he came home. Very few people were walking around, most of them drunk with the occasional civilian going on their way home. That does not exclude the criminals and gangs he saw loitering around, but he kept his head down and continued. Everyone is already staring at him, limping and covered in dirt and blood, as if he just got back from the dead, but no one is saying anything. They pretend to not pay him any mind, but he can feel their stares at his back, burning holes through his clothes. They were whispering behind his back, mocking and laughing at him. He bit his lip, the familiar taste of copper flooding his mouth. Everyone is always staring at him, judging his every move and wrongdoing. He seemed to be making far too many mistakes nowadays, but maybe he finally got more aware of them. Kachan has helped him a lot with that. From the way he walks, to his mumbling, even his dreams. He smiled to himself. Kachan was amazing. Not that he ever doubted him, of course. But no one has helped him the way Kachan has. No one has pushed him toward the path of heroics, pushing him to be better than ever, than Kachan. If anyone deserved to be a hero, it was Kachan. He certainly deserved it more than him. Not long after that, he finally stumbled his way to his house. He unlocked the door and almost collapsed the instant the door closed. Going straight to bed would not be good as he is too dirty and bloody for that. Instead, he made his way to the bathroom, doing his best to not touch the walls and dirty them. He ran the shower and collapsed to the side. The water was cold. The water was low, but for once he didn't mind it. The water washed over him like rain, hitting him with gentle droplets. He closed his eyes and sighed. He knew that the best course of action is to get out of his school uniform and wash it himself, but at the moment, he didn't really care if the stains get stuck or not, as long as it doesn't become visible. With that passing thought, he fell asleep. His headache was still going, and the blinding lights from the school did not help at all. It pounded like a hammer every time someone dropped an eraser, and every time he needed to take notes, the sound of a pen on paper was like nails on a metallic surface. But heroes can't show weakness, so Deku carried on like nothing was wrong. If he were to stop taking notes, then everyone would know that something was wrong and concerned, and he did not want people worrying about him. He was fine. He just had a headache that won't go away. He huffed and wrote down another note of whatever his teacher was talking about. He didn't really know. Probably something with heroes. It seems to be all that this school focuses on. Even maths. Don't get him wrong, he loved heroes, but sometimes it was overwhelming. Will he ever live up to their standards? What the teacher said just went in one ear and out the next. His notes were barely eligible, just a jumbled mess of dark ink and coal. Midori Yakuin. His teacher slammed a heavy book onto the desk. Deku jumped, almost out of his chair, and winced as his headache protested against the loud noise. His classmates laughed. His headache shot lightning of pain throughout his brain. He didn't know what was so funny. Well, to be fair, people do laugh when others get scared, don't they? Maybe he shouldn't be so mean towards them all the time. He is trying to make people happy, so this must be a good thing. Is it broccoli growing out of your ears, or are you just deaf? His teacher smiled, teeth all sharp. Deku chuckled anyway. Sorry, sensei. He rubbed the back of his neck as his face heated up. The teacher tooted and moved on, reading from the heavy book in one of his hands. Deku kept his head low and continued to take notes, straining to properly listen. Why wouldn't his headache disappear? The bell rang for lunch and the classroom erupted into cheers, Quirks already active and stools scraping. The teacher yelled to get their attention, but no one listened, so he gave up quickly and sighed. Deku packed up his bento and smiled at the note left by Mom. An apology for not seeing him and a blessing of having a better day. He couldn't wait to see her again. She was one of the only ones that made it worth it to keep going. He unpacked the bento before it was snatched from his hands. He snapped to the side, a protest on his lips, but stopped. Kachan had taken his bento. He was probably just hungry again and didn't have enough food. He smiled at the other boy and was met with a sharp smile and squinting eyes. He opened his mouth to greet him when he suddenly held the bento upside down over Deku's head and let the contents fall out. His smile froze. Rice, vegetables, and broth dripped down from his head and onto his lap and floor. Pieces of meat got stuck in his hair and behind his ears. One piece fell down onto the ground with a disgusting splat that almost echoed in the room. The broth fell over his eyes and he was forced to blink rapidly to get rid of the saltiness. It stuck to his eyelashes like glue, clumping them together. The bridge of his nose itched and his eyes burned. A heavy stone settled on his chest. He bit his lip but couldn't force his smile down. He wanted to cry. At least it wasn't scalding this time. His classmates, the ones who were left, laughed. The sound was grating on his ears, too shrill to be anything but intentional. The door was thrown to the side and another, more mature, voice joined in with its loudness. He couldn't hear what was being said. He could only see Kachan. He was bent over, arms crossed under his stomach, and shook. He wondered if Kachan was okay. Kachan? He straightened up with an icy quiet and glared into Deku's soul. Right? Kachan wasn't weak. He had shown Deku that himself, never to be underestimated again. Well, that was the plan, until Deku had assumed otherwise. He brought a palm up and let out a few warning explosions. Suddenly it was quiet. Not even breaths could be heard. You never truly learn, do you useless Deku? He tiskered. Oh wait, of course you don't, you wouldn't be here otherwise. Deku hung his head and more broth dripped down to the floor. His hands and forearms were entirely soaked with the warm liquid. He wanted to rub his eyes and get rid of the itchiness behind them, but he knew that it would be pointless and just make matters worse. Sorry, Kachan. He sneered and left the room with audible stomps. His friends followed him, once again cackling at full volume. He clenched his fists. He understood them. He too wanted to impress Kachan. He was so cool. But he never managed that, for some reason. No matter what he did or what he said, Kachan must always help him. He wished that he didn't have to be such a burden on his friend. He wished that he could help Kachan as well. A hand was placed on his shoulder before quickly being retracted. He looked up and saw his homeroom teacher standing there. He seemed grim. Midoriya-kun, look at the mess you made. Sometimes I wonder how much of a baby you are. Go clean up. He blushed and his classmates laughed again. Sorry, sensei. He couldn't remember the rest of the day. His headache only grew stronger. He came back to his senses at the sound of waves washing up on the sand. The calming motion had relaxed him without noticing. He was lying down on some sand, head propped up on something hard, and stared up at the orange-filled sky. A seagull entered his vision. He blinked. It pecked his face. Stop it. He shooed the bird away who flew away with a screech. He sat up and looked around him. The beach, if you could even call it that, was filled with heaps of trash and a rotten stench. He pulled his uniform up a bit and took a sniff. He grimaced and dropped the cloth. It didn't come from him, but he smelled of salt and skis. He needed a shower but didn't know if he could. He did fall asleep in the shower yesterday and woke up with it still on and dripping, cold as ever. He eyed the ocean. Maybe a quick dip would be good. He would still smell of salt in the ocean, but it's better than having a reminder from lunch. He probably stunk of trash as well, so washing as much as he could was a good idea, right? And since his uniform stank as well, he needed to get it clean anyway, so he didn't need to undress, did he? But then his uniform would be completely crusty with salt, and he can't wash it until Sunday. That's 4 more days. Should he avoid taking a swim in the ocean? He probably should. Where else could he take a shower? The gym? No, too expensive. How about the local swimming pool? No, same problem. Aldra, if he went on patrol and then goes to school earlier, then he could take a shower before anyone else knows that he was there. His uniform might smell a bit, but he won't mind it too much. Besides, it was only 2 more days of school and it wasn't like people hug him as much to know how much more than usual he smells. He sighed and stood up, dusting off as much sand as he could. He would need to shake out his uniform before leaving for the night, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem. With quick steps, he hurried home, determined to catch Mom before she left. With one final glance back to the ocean and the beach, and a vow to return, he set off on his way home. It wasn't a long walk, but he caught Mom right after she locked the door, nearly sprinting into her arms. They stood there for a full minute before separating. For once, he wished that she didn't have to leave. With a quick promise to eat, she left him alone to work another shift. Deku drank a glass of water in the kitchen and eyed some papers laying on the table. They were smudged with coffee stains at the edges and round water droplets in the middle. He squinted at the papers but decided not to investigate them. If it were something he needed to know, Mom would have told him, right? He cleaned out the glass and walked upstairs to clean his uniform. His headache wasn't as bad anymore, but it was weird that it didn't disappear. Was it more serious than he thought it was? He shook his head. No, he's just playing it up and being a child. He put an alarm on at midnight and crawled into bed. If he's going to school earlier tomorrow, then there's no use in him going back home. He'd rather sleep a little now. Are you sure about this? A man with eyes that shone through the darkness said to his friend. Dude, trust me on this. I've worked here for years and not once have I been told about a security system. We'll be fine, the other man answered, with no obvious quirk or mutation. The first man sighed and nodded. Deku stood pressed against the corner of the store, surrounded by some loose bricks that threatened to expose him, as the 2 men planned on robbing it. It had been luck or unluck. Because they were bad guys, but Deku can at least do something good for society this way, so maybe it was luck? Or just chance? Damn it, Deku, focus, that he stumbled upon them. He had misjudged a jump and slammed into the wall before ungraciously sliding back to the ground. He was getting better at jumping though, which was a good thing. And his arms took most of the damage instead of his ribs, and that must count for something, right? The point was, he couldn't find a way up without alerting nearby people and was wandering the empty alleys in search of a good jump. Or maybe even some criminals. Well, he at least got one thing right. He listened to the criminals while they were talking, not moving an inch from his spot even if his back was pressed against a sharp edge. The littlest sound might alert them, especially the more skittish one. He formulated a plan while the 2 worked. He needed to act fast. If they get inside the store, it would be harder to fight and he'd lose the advantage of surprise that he had. But maybe, if they split up, he could take them out one by one without the other knowing? He shook his head and slightly bit his lip. It wasn't worth it. He's not sneaky enough for that. And he'd rather not leave everything to chance. Okay, quickly now. The man whose eyes shone in the dark might have something to do with his quirk. While not all mutations have a direct effect on the person's quirk, most of them do, especially if it gives them an advantage in a different environment, such as darkness. Maybe his eyes gave out light? Or he could see in the dark. Biologically, it wouldn't make much sense. Light is seemingly coming out of his eyes. Oh my god, that is so cool, like a flashlight instead of giving him a heightened sense of sight like a hawk, you know? Since the light would be blocking the eye's receptors and render him blind while he works. But quirks work in mysterious ways, so who knows what it's really like? If it renders him blind but allows his friend to see, like a flashlight, then Deku would have an advantage. If it's something else, well, he'll take it as it goes because he really needs to start moving now. He grabbed a nearby brick and walked forward, back hunched over. Silently, he crept towards the men who were too busy breaking into the store to notice him. Now that he got a closer look, he could see that he had been right for once. The man with the shiny eyes was used like a flashlight and stared at one specific spot, but the light was slightly fluttering with how the man moved his eyes. He couldn't seem to be focused. Either he really was blind when using his quirk, and he really wished that was the case, please let it be the case, or he was just nervous. Deku didn't let it stop him though and marched on forward. He kept himself out of the light as well as he could and neared the man with the unknown quirk. He was close enough to tap him on the shoulder by now. He took a deep breath and slammed the brick into the back of the man's head. He didn't even shout before he collapsed as if his strings had been cut. The lights were cut off by a sharp hiss, but Deku couldn't regain his sight back fast enough to react before getting punched in the face. He staggered backwards but kept his distance. The man would probably not use his quirk unless it is to blind him, so that's not much of a problem. At least he had his brick. The man lunged at him again, doing a weird movement with his arm that Deku managed to dodge. The moment he was underneath the man's arm, he shot up with his brick and hit him under his head. The man went down easily but was still conscious. He crouched down next to him and smashed his face with the brick. He wheezed before his eyes went dark and he passed out. Deku tied the two criminals together using his zip ties before realizing that he had no means of calling them in. If he used his phone, he could be traced, and he had already decided not to speak as his vigilante persona. So where did that leave him? Maybe he could borrow someone's phone, provided that no one else has made the call before him, and just let them trace the call? And leave the rest up to them? If they think it's a prank call, then someone might find them sooner or later. Can he text them? Can he? Should he try? He's gonna try. He patted the men down and found a phone in the first guy's pocket. Of course, it was passcode protected. Idiotic enough, it could be opened by fingerprints. One of the reasons why he did not have a smartphone and instead chose to carry a flip phone. It is not because he's too poor to own one. Kachan. Sure, it looks cool and it has a bunch of different features and apps that look really cool, and if he gets one, Kachan can finally respond to his texts, but at least people won't need to cut off his fingers to use it, so there. He sent the text to the 110 dispatchers, telling them about the knocked-out criminals and the address. He got a response immediately, telling him to stay put and asking for more information, but he already put the phone back into the pocket of the criminal and ran away. It was an efficient takedown, that's for sure. The only setback was the phone situation, but otherwise, he had it handled. He had it handled, yet he couldn't shake the feeling of doing a terrible job. Not long after, he heard the telling sign of police sirens filling the streets. Unfortunately for them, he was already gone. The only thing showing that he was there were the two knocked-out criminals and a text to the dispatcher, and a brick as paper stuffed into his pocket, but who would miss that? The rest of the night passed by slowly. He spent it bettering his parkour and practicing punches and kicks. It was quiet. A low murmur from the few people milling around reached his ears, and the occasional cricket or trash can was pushed to the ground. Other than that, it was absolutely silent. His head wouldn't stop pounding, but he kept on moving. The cool air soothed his overheated body, allowing his headache to be lulled into a dull ache. It was more manageable than before, so he could continue fighting for longer. Hours later, the sun rose and he made his way to the school, leaping and jumping across the rooftops. If anyone noticed his sigh when he could finally get clean, even in the school's slightly cold water, then it would be a well-kept secret. He should do this again. A few days later and his headache was finally gone. It had been a persistent headache, never once fully disappearing even if it sometimes felt like it would. He kept on drinking water and trying to sleep the pain away, but sleep wouldn't come easy to him, meaning that he left earlier as a vigilante. He got better with each passing night, with each passing fight. He was certainly no professional, but he could hold his own, considering that he had no training. Throwing himself into fights with nothing but a brick and some thoughts about his opponent's quirks might not be the best solution, but hey, if it works then it works, no need to complain about it if it all works out in the end. He ignored the nagging feeling, but what if it doesn't work out? He'd done that a lot lately. The night had progressed with little difficulty up until this point. Not much had happened, he'd only stopped a robber and had been climbing up and down walls faster and faster. His hands were calloused and scraped up despite his new gloves being there to protect him, fingerless to get more access to his quirk. He cut them open himself so they were a bit jagged and uneven, easily falling apart at the seams. When he could afford some, he'll buy real fingerless gloves. His knees hurt from slamming and hitting sharp edges, and he was slightly winded from losing his grip and falling to the ground. He sat on top of a roof and looked down at the city. The late Friday night showed with the busy party people wandering around and laughing loudly at their shadows. Sometimes he wished he could be as carefree as them. He'd have no worries, plenty of friends, and a place where he belonged. No one would judge him for his flaws or quirk or help him correct them. He appreciated Kachan's help, he really did. But sometimes, it felt as if he could never become as good as Kachan. It was as he said, he needs to be realistic. He clenched his fists and placed them on his lap. Still, he wouldn't give up that easily. There's no harm in trying, is there? Even if he would never reach up to Kachan's level, he can proudly claim that he had tried, and he had tried harder than anyone else. That was when he heard a scream. He snapped around and ran in the direction of the sound before it was suddenly cut. He leapt over roofs with much more ease than when he started, even if he still stumbled and made mistakes. Within minutes he had arrived at the general area where the scream came from. He didn't hear a thing. Panic seized his throat and heart as he frantically ran around, looking over every inch of the rooftops to find any evidence of what had happened. Had he imagined it? No, it was too real for that. That was a scream of pure pain and terror. He needed to find them. He didn't know what else to do. He continued with his search, circling over the rooftops and expanding his search more and more. He looked for suspicious people, things that seemed abnormal, and even blood on walls and the ground. But it was all for nothing. There was nothing. It was truly as if he had imagined it. He jumped down into an alleyway, decidedly going on with his search by foot. Maybe the man was taken somewhere he couldn't see from above? Like a hidden room, or underground, or into a car that was hidden away. Deku crept silently forward. Some homeless were tucked against the wall, sleeping or awake, but paid him no mind. No one seemed startled or afraid, just wary of him. He didn't know if he should wish that their calm state was because they had seen something but were used to it, or if nothing had truly happened nearby. On one hand, he might get information from them. On the other hand, that would mean that this is something that has been happening often. "Hey kid," a glitchy voice called out. He froze. His heart flew up in his throat as he stopped. Had he done something to disrespect anyone? He didn't know the rules of the homeless, which sounds really rude to say, and he's so sorry, but he doesn't know. But realistically it can't be that they only follow the laws of society because they would probably die otherwise, so they must have extra rules to protect them. But saying it like that makes it sound like they are some kind of animals, which is really not what he was trying to say, but thought that if he just minded his own business and tried to look like he's not starting any trouble, everything would be alright. He slowly turned around, fists slightly shaking and eyes wide. He breathed slowly to try and calm himself down as he looked after the one who had called out for him. He faced someone with a mutation quirk that made their head a thick TV screen and two bent antennas at the top. Their neck was gray and slim like a metal pipe that disappeared into the thick layers of their clothes. Their build was slim with broad shoulders and hips, but most of it was hidden underneath two layers of black and white sweaters and a brown and red patchy coat. The occasional wiring poked out from their clothes, especially their dark gray pants that were filled with holes and red worn-down sneakers. Deku tilted his head and looked at the wiring that poked out from their neck. They were the color of copper. I wonder if it's connected to their nervous system, or is something else entirely? They covered their wires with one free hand and waved the other one in front of them. "Ah, sorry, not a kid," they exclaimed in the same glitchy voice, filling the alley with static. Some other homeless grunted at that and cast a glare, but no one really did anything else outside of that. "Listen, you're looking for whatever happened now, right?" They continued in a lower voice. Whenever they spoke, their screen was filled with static and a faint buzzing noise came from the screen. Deku's mind raced with thoughts and ideas. Was their mutation their quirk? Or just an effect of it? Maybe it was the opposite? Can they show pictures on their screen? Connect to the internet? Probably not the internet, as their TV is pretty old, but that doesn't mean a lot in this day and age, does it? How do they even see? Can they see? They can, can't they? That's how they knew that They knew that he was a kid. Wait, not they apologized, right? He missed what they said. Oh no, this is not good. He needed to keep as much information about himself as close as possible. Someone knowing how old he was could be devastating. What if they managed to track down his age and then look at different age groups and then the areas he locates the most in and narrow it down with his quirk? He really shouldn't be using it as much, even if he's careful not to leave any clues and as little fingerprints as possible. What if they decide to search some of the things he's used, like rocks, random objects, not his brick because he's keeping his brick even if the occasional bloodstains left him in a frantic, But they've all been breathing when he contacted the police, and he must have heard about some serial killer by now if they died, right? And connect him to the crimes he committed because of that. Oh, sorry, shouldn't assume that about you. Or anything about you, really. But you are looking into what happened, right? Deku nodded, confused about everything. Why are they apologizing to him? What are they even talking about? Is he not as childlike as he thought? What is going on? Damn it, Deku, stop zoning out. The other one yanked their television head to the side, indicating that they wanted him to follow them. He wasn't too keen on following them somewhere he didn't know, but just grabbed the paper that had his brick tighter in his grip and followed them. It wasn't a long walk. Just around the corner. Streetlights shone with their yellow glare onto the pavement and reflected on the TV's screen. It was a surreal experience. Not a weird one, never in this day and age, but a surreal one. Or maybe not, and Deku's just feeling nostalgic. There were far fewer people out here, far fewer than it normally would be. It was colder too. It was almost winter, the leaves no longer brightly colorful but a sea of harsh browns on the ground. He should buy a jacket to wear when it starts snowing. Maybe a rain jacket. Or both, but with the rain jacket on. Easier to protect the clothes from grime and mud that way. He should go back to the thrift store soon. When he's saved up enough money, maybe he could run a few errands around town? That's how he got the most of his money. Could he find a part-time job somewhere? Can 13-year-olds even have a part-time job? Probably not, at least, not officially. He'll have to keep an eye out and search for more information when he got home. The other one cleared their throat, holding a clenched hand in front of them as if they coughed into it. Deku stilled and went upright, easing his stance into a more open and relaxed position. They started to fidget with their clothes as their heads swung back and forth, almost as if they were looking for something or someone. Yet they both knew that no one was around. He couldn't help but feel a little confused and worried about the other's actions. Before he could reach a hand up and touch them, they started to talk. Look, I don't usually care, all right? But there's just too much that has been going on here that freaks me out, you know? Deku did not know but said nothing, allowing them to freely speak their mind. For some reason, his silence only made the other one more frantic. I dunno what happened to the one who screamed, but it's not unusual. Recently, far too many people have gone missing and the police haven't found any leads. Everyone's getting a bit antsy around here. No one's really trusting each other no more. But, can you keep an eye out? Not that you have to, of course. It's just, it'd feel safer if you did. They trailed off as if they suddenly remembered something. You are a vigilante, right? Deku nodded. Of course he'd keep an eye out. He'll find out what's going on and help as many people as he can. Doing anything else would be stupid for someone trying to become a hero. He'll try and contact the police and give them information if it turns out that he can't handle the situation. He was not sure how, just that he probably will. He'll have to establish some contact with the police that way, or maybe leave an anonymous message. But how anonymous is it really? Can he trust that system? He is talking about dangerous things and they probably want to find him to try and get more information, which he wouldn't have. Hiding information from the police would only cause more trouble. So he might not be able to do that. Does that mean he had to fight on his own? Well, maybe he can try and take them down one by one. He wasn't that stealthy, but he didn't think he'll find out anything in the coming days. He was not that good at information gathering. He can practice more at school and at home since it was easier than parkouring or fighting. It would be stupid of him to assume that there are only a few people that have done something big like this. They need to be more. This has to be an organization. Otherwise, they would have been sloppy and gotten caught by now. But since the police didn't have any leads, they must be good at cleaning up after themselves. He hadn't fought an organization before. He rarely gets in contact with gangs, and if he does, he tries not to interact with them. He wishes that he could, but he couldn't get too close to them. Speaking of close, he should have a long-distance weapon. Like a pipe. Or a slingshot. He only had a brick and it just means he packed more of a punch. But what kind of weapon should he have? It needed to be something he can hide as well as find easily in case it breaks. What fits into that criteria? The television-headed person stared at him. Did they want something else? Were they even staring at him? They didn't have eyes. Could they even see? They knew that he was there, so maybe they do? But that didn't prove anything since blind people could probably know that he was there since he's not sneaky. Okay, this is getting really awkward. Should he do something? Did he do something wrong? He probably did. Oh God, should he do something? Should he leave? It's kinda awkward to just leave, isn't it? But isn't it more awkward to just stand here? What should he do? What can he do? His body tensed while his mind raced, not noticing how his action might be interpreted by them. Yeah, so, I'm kinda around here, you know? I mean if you want to find me for information? Though payment with food isn't objectionable, they laughed nervously. Deku relaxed and leaned back. He chewed on his cheek as a smile spread on his face. Yeah, that was doable. He could bring them his dinner, couldn't he? They do have a lot of plastic containers he can put the food in, warmed up, of course, and give to them. Maybe he might even get it back. They seemed nice enough. Somehow, they seemed even more stressed out. Just joking, I swear. Please don't hurt me, but, you know where to find me. So bye. They rushed past him before disappearing back around the corner. When past, Deku heard a faint sound, but something he couldn't place. They and the sound disappeared far too quickly for that. With that, Deku walked away, trying to find another way up to the roofs, baffled by the entire encounter. They thought I was going to hurt them. Deku's fist, gripped around his brick, slammed into a woman's face. A loud crunch disappeared behind her scream as her nose broke. His own eyes watered just like the woman's, but this was more from the action he had just done compared to the pain she was feeling. Blood dripped over his hand and brick, staining the cloth and the weapon. You fucker! She screamed and clutched her face with her free hand, blood flowing between her fingers. I'll kill you! She dropped down into a crouch and jabbed with her knife, trying to hit his stomach or his chest. He barely managed to avoid it by leaning back and stepping aside. She stood up and lashed forward again, screaming even more profanities. He jumped to the side, but his arm got caught by the blade. Blood seeped through the cloth, but his adrenaline numbed the pain. He cast a glance at the wound before striking again, but this time being the one who missed. The injury didn't even look that deep. There wasn't enough blood to have hit a vein. He kept on fighting. He could bandage himself later. She swung forward with the knife, blindly lashing out as the tears blurred her vision. He ducked under her arm and uppercut her with the brick. Her blood dripped onto his head and down his face, but he barely noticed. She screamed, or mumbled, something incoherent before dropping down, landing in some trash that rattled. He breathed in sharply. She would stink for weeks after that. They do let criminals shower, don't they? Or do they take them to the hospital first? Probably the hospital since they're hurt, right? Guess he'll find out sooner or later, either as a hero or as a vigilante. He ignored the thought of him never finding out because he'll be dead. He kneeled in front of the woman and pushed her onto her stomach, tying her wrists together. Her breathing was a bit shallow, but it was stable. He let a smile work its way on his lips and stood up. He never really knew how much force he should use. But so far, everything has been all right. As long as he didn't kill anyone, everything will be all right. Good thing he was not planning for that to happen. He wouldn't let anyone die on his watch, criminals and victims alike. He thought back on what the homeless person told him just a few hours ago. He kinda wished he had gotten a name from them, but understood why he didn't. To get information about the kidnapping, he had to find people that have the information and interrogate them. But for that, he needs to speak with them, something he can't do, unless he's creating another persona for himself, but that might be a last resort option if his other ideas don't work, or risk getting caught because of his voice. Maybe he could use his phone? Well, maybe not his phone, but someone else's. Or buy an untraceable phone. Are they even sold in stores? Probably not. It seemed kinda illegal. Oh God, he had to dabble with criminality even more, didn't he? He didn't want to, not really. But had he any other option? He couldn't just use people's phones. He'd run into trouble with that sooner or later. Thank God for kind people calling the police for him. Wait, that's actually a good idea. Deku brought a hand to his chin as he thought. He could buy a cheaper phone for communication, i.e. text-to-voice, and show it to people to talk to them. Not all the time, of course, in case it can be traced back to him or it breaks, but only when it is necessary. And if he can't use criminals' phones and someone hasn't called for help, he could drag them out into the open and wait for someone to find them. It's high risk, but he is still going to be nearby and keep an eye out for trouble or in case they wake up and try to escape. He nodded to himself, content with his plans for the future, and turned around just to be met with the barrel of a gun. Deku almost screamed. He bit his tongue, the familiar taste of copper all but welcomed and stilled. His shoulders were hunched back, head tilted down but eyes looking up, and he tried to keep a steady stance. He eyed the person behind the gun, trying to figure out who he was. It was a tall man with blue skin and black markings with an alike tail curled protectively around the man's leg. He had long black hair styled back into a ponytail and piercing yellow eyes. He didn't recognize the animal if it was an animal mutation, and he knew of no animals whose tails curled around their legs, but he knows very little about animals. He should research that for different animal mutations. Knowing their reactions, animalistic tendencies, as well as mannerisms would be quite important. Everyone has their tell sign, after all. It's just a matter of how much people know. Oh God, now he really sounds like a criminal. Stop thinking about this. To be fair, it probably wasn't even an animalistic reaction since not all mutations are animal-based, and that's just a harmful stereotype. Damn it, Deku, stop losing focus. You have a gun pointed at your head. Get down on the ground. The man spoke slowly, slightly gesturing with the gun to the ground. Deku swallowed soundlessly. How was he gonna get out of this situation now? Not wanting to anger the man, he slowly knelt on the ground. He put his hands in front of him, heart and mind racing as he tried to figure out a way to not get shot. What did he even want? Was he a cop? He probably was, right? Would criminals tell him to get on the ground? Wouldn't it be easier to knock him out? If he wanted him dead, he would have shot him by now, right? If he wanted him alive, he'd try to knock him out or kidnap him as quickly as possible, not taking his sweet time by forcing him onto the ground. Deku breathed in sharply and leaned forward, using his feet to push himself to the side. Like a breakdancing move, he spun around 180 degrees with his leg extended and knocked the man's legs out. His arms screamed at the action, the previous injury once again making itself known in a very impolite manner. The man yelped and fell back, clearly not expecting his move. Honestly, Deku was surprised himself. He didn't think that he could do it. But then the man must have had a slip of his finger. The safety was unlocked as he fell, probably almost dropping the gun, and he pulled the trigger, the shot sailing through the air towards Deku. His breath hitched in his throat and he threw his head to the side. The bullet grazed his cheek, tearing up the cloth. Deku grabbed his brick, pushed himself up and ran, ignoring the man yelling something at him before hissing something into his collar. More shots were fired. He couldn't help but think that maybe it wasn't an accident, before quickly discarding that thought. The hopefully maybe policeman wouldn't hurt him. The gun must be jammed. He wasn't stupid, he knew he could never outrun a gun. He couldn't catch a bullet and turn it into paper either. It's too fast for him and he'd just end up with a few fingers less. The best way was for him to try and lose him, preferably by running up to a roof and hiding somewhere. The worst-case scenario is him using his quirk to hide somewhere. Deku turned another corner before the back of his hoodie was grabbed and he was thrown back. He bit his tongue as he skidded across the ground and slammed into a wall. He stood hunched forward with his knees slightly bent, hands pressed next to his sides on the wall. Tears pricked his eyes as he breathed in sharply. His arm throbbed and he resisted the urge to drop his brick and grab the wound. He needed his hands free from what he was about to do. He swallowed the blood and stared at the man who still had the gun pointed at him. The man stepped closer and glared at him before grabbing his own collar. He whispered sharply in his collar, eyes darting back and forth between Deku and the alley's opening. Deku swallowed and looked for an opportunity. Seconds passed, feeling stretched and long, as he waited with bated breath. The man had turned a bit more to the side, no longer facing Deku. He took his opportunity and shot off, slamming the brick into the man's head. He staggered and dropped the gun but didn't go down. Deku kicked the gun away and towards the brightly lit street. Now all he had to do was run away. "You fucker," the man growled and tried to keep him. Deku jumped to the side but couldn't help but feel well-deserved for that insult. He punched Deku in the face, but he managed to look to the side and got punched on the cheek instead of his nose. It would leave a nasty bruise, but nothing was broken. All his teeth were intact too. Why is he already checking all of the injuries? Focus on getting out alive first, idiot. Deku returned the blow to the man's throat. He coughed and wheezed, but his eyes burned with an intensity that Deku knew meant he wouldn't go down as easily. The man had yet to use his quirk, unless his quirk is his mutation, which means that his entire theory would be for nothing if that's the case, adding another point towards him being a cop. But then, why wasn't he in uniform? If he was off clock, then he wouldn't be allowed to carry his gun, right? The man reached forward to grab him, but Deku dodged under the man's arms. Years of practice from dodging under Kachan's arms allowed him to move with ease. He elbowed the man's side, digging his elbow deep into his ribs. The man swore as a crack was heard, and Deku was momentarily stunned, before having to block another of his punches with his arms. He didn't want to hurt someone enough to break their ribs. It's different with criminals because they are trying to hurt him, but this is a law officer, probably. This is very, very bad. The sound of tires screeching and doors slamming was almost enough to make him cry. Footsteps were rushing in, getting closer and closer with every ticking second. He didn't have time to stand here and fight. He needed to leave before everyone else showed up. He quickly turned around and ran deeper into the dark alley. Yells echoed through the darkness and heavy footsteps followed him, but he wouldn't stop. He couldn't get stopped, not when he still had so many people to help. He fumbled his way through the alley, the aching of his ribs and arm not helping at the moment. His cheek pounded as he all but slammed into a wall as he tried to turn faster than he could. He didn't know his way on the ground. He needed to get up. He needed enough time to pull himself up on a roof and hide. He ran deeper and deeper and deeper. He took dizzying turns and went down and up, but his pursuer had yet to let up. It was only one by now. He had lost all the others. The blue mutant refused to back down, chasing him as if it was personal and he was dangerous. There was another hint of luck coming his way, and he grasped it with no knowledge of the consequences it would cause him. Just like before, he had turned a corner a bit too fast for the other guy, and then another one, and then another one. Now, there weren't many places left to hide as he had run for far too long to still be in the heart of things. He needed to leave and get up on a roof now, lest he'll be found in the open. It was almost laughably easy to get up on the roof. He jumped onto some trash, reached up to barely grasp the edge of the roof, and pulled himself up when a shot rang out and his leg collapsed under him. He bit his lip to stop himself from screaming, but a muffled groan couldn't be kept down. He looked at his leg. The blood was staining his pants, but after a quick test, he found that he could still move the leg. He couldn't look back right now. He wasn't out of danger just yet. He needed to move. He took off his hoodie and wrapped it around his lower leg. It was too cold for that, but he hoped that the adrenaline would keep him warm and awake. No blood was visible on the roof. Maybe that was enough. He gritted his teeth and dragged himself up, limping to the edge. He took deep breaths, shifted as much weight from his wounded leg as possible, and jumped. He kept on moving that way, jumping and grabbing with careful but hasty hands, dragging himself further and further away. He begged and pleaded not to be found, to not leave any blood for the police to identify, and kept on moving. He pushed himself to his limits, not once slowing down. Not even when darkness prickled the edges of his eyes or when he could barely take another breath did he stop. He chanted to himself, "Plus ultra," and moved forward. Going beyond his limits, pushing through every inch of pain. That's what makes a hero, isn't it? That's what Eraserhead said. Continuing down this path would only cause him trouble that he won't be able to come back from. As of yet, he can still turn himself in. His chest tugged at him, a warm and light feeling in it. He thought about it. Giving up would mean that he wouldn't need to get hurt and be hated. Giving up means that he wouldn't need to deal with the burden of everything, of saving people. It would mean stopping being a problem and a nuisance for everyone around him. Giving up would mean giving up. No more tiredness, no more disappointed Kachan and worried mom. No more of anything. Only everything of nothing. Can you keep an eye out? Not that you have to, of course. It's just, It'd feel safer if you did. He gritted his teeth and leapt forward. He needed to be a hero. People needed to be saved now. He can't stop and wait for the future. The ones he saved today wouldn't be alive or unharmed if it wasn't for him. He stepped in and stopped that. People, though not many, need his help. Stopping now would go against everything he stands for. Stopping now wouldn't be heroic. Stopping now, giving up so easily, he could never do it. He could never stop wanting to be a hero, no matter how many times he will be pushed down. His determination fueled once again, igniting a flame inside of him he thought died so long ago. He pushed his body to its limit, moving faster and easier than before. He ignored the pain, ignored how his leg and arm just screamed at him to stop. What kind of hero would he be if he were to give up now? A useless one, that is. If he finally wanted to be worth something, then he should fight for it. Heroes always work recklessly. The entire concept of a hero is reckless, but giving up is completely out of the question. He couldn't constantly worry about hitting his limit when he doesn't know his limits. He couldn't endanger people if he were the one in danger. As a vigilante, he has a mark on his back, from both sides of the world. It would endanger him but leave so many people safe. His only worries are Kachan and Mom, but Kachan is strong enough to protect them both, and as long as he's careful, his identity won't be exposed until he's either dead or captured, all of which he already made plans for. He won't give up just yet. Of course, that was the moment his body shut down and he collapsed on a trash-filled beach. Amidst the glass shards and cigarette bums, Deku laid there on his stomach, breathing heavily as he tried to stand up. I'm still awake. I still haven't reached my limit. The sand tickled his nose through the mask. Every slight opening enabled the sand to enter his clothes. It got stuck in all the uncomfortable places as he struggled to stand up. His vision blurred and darkened. It didn't feel like he was breathing. When I'm finally strong enough, no one will get hurt. When I can finally protect everyone, that's when I'll be happy. One final push sent him over the edge and he lost consciousness. Let one thing be known about Tsukachi, he generally had nothing against vigilantes. As long as they didn't venture too far to the dark side, he'd be alright with turning a blind eye or two if they proved to be good, even if the paperwork was a nightmare. Don't get him wrong, he'd rather have them be arrested. That way, if they confess and are proven to be quite good at vigilantism, they could be put on trial to become a hero. It would be difficult, far more than if you become a hero the legal way, but it could be done. It didn't happen often, but every once in a while a vigilante gets caught and becomes a hero. As long as they have the qualities to become a hero, it is possible. As long as they are alive. This current vigilante was treading dangerously close to not filling both of the criteria. The former was because he sent all of the apprehended criminals to the hospital with concussions and broken bones, and the latter was because of one specific officer. The two of them were sitting alone, just about finishing up Watanabe's report. Tsukachi had his head in his hands, bent over the table as he tried to push the incoming headache out. Watanabe sat across from him, arms crossed and a stoic expression on his face. But his tail swished back and forth, a telling sign of nervousness he only knew from hanging out with Sansa as much. You shot at the vigilante, Tsukachi simply said. You misused your firearm and shot at them. What happened, Watanabe-kun? You've always been so strict with following protocol. Why'd that change now? He glanced at the man between his fingers, tired eyes trying to find the truth. I did follow the protocol, sir, Watanabe said. I apprehended the criminal and when resisting arrest, they attacked me and ran away. I followed them and aimed at non-vital parts. I did nothing wrong. And Watanabe was right, even if Tsukachi hated to admit it. Vigilantes are messy to deal with. Not just because they don't follow the law but because they can be unpredictable. This new one was violent even if they have chosen to interact with law enforcement as little as possible. Using the apprehended criminals' phones, texting instead of calling, relying on witnesses, leaving the criminals seemingly unguarded, even if unconscious. It didn't paint a pretty picture. It made sense that Watanabe would reach for his gun. The vigilante was violent even when not in action. Both his and Sansa's testimony mentions them being guarded, even when not in danger. Just taking one look at their posture proved both of them right. The vigilante was violent. Hence why they might not be considered for the hero program, as well as not fulfilling a bunch of other criteria, such as not being a vigilante long enough, having little to no contact with heroes and law enforcement, and being generally unheroic, meaning violence, not comforting the witnesses, scariness. Tsukachi is the only one who's even considered the vigilante in the hero program, isn't he? He's going soft. However, there was one thing that Watanabe messed up. You're right for the most part, but as long as vigilantes are helping people, doing more good than bad, we are not to be pointing guns at them, remember? Watanabe didn't meet his eyes. His fists were tightly clenched and his body rigid still. He never liked lying, so his silence told him all. Tsukachi signed and straightened up, running a hand through his hair. Why, Watanabe-kun? The truth can help you. As of now, you're looking at the risk of your career. I'd hate bringing this up to the chief, you're a good man and officer, but my hands will be tied. I know, he gruffed. You know I ain't gonna lie. But you also know I wouldn't pull the trigger unless it's for a good reason. Tsukachi nodded but didn't say anything else, merely clasping his hands together on the table. Watanabe sighed. Listen, this wasn't an act of desperation or anything like that, got it? I knew exactly what I was doing. I don't care how much trouble it'll get me in, I was fully aware of the consequences. That being said, the vigilante is dangerous. I saw how they smashed a brick into a criminal's face until blood splattered on them. Broke the woman's nose in the process too. But I thought, fine, whatever, I'll just deal with M like any other criminal, motioning with a gun. Had just left after meeting with the gang, you know? I'm not carrying a badge with me for safety reasons, but if I did, I'd show it to them and get them to comply. Don't know if they figured me out or not, but they didn't seem all too happy to see me. Watanabe shrugged and crossed his arms. Which, fair enough. Vigilante, criminal, whatever. No one wants to be caught by the police. But still, there was something about them. They seemed far too calm to be caught. As if they knew exactly what was going on. Wouldn't be surprised if they did. Vigilantes are crafty people. Though they were a bit inexperienced when it came to actual fighting, they didn't even hesitate to slam a brick into my head. Tsukachi hummed. He had mentioned that in the report. Witnesses had stated that they hit fast and hard, always aiming for their heads. Maybe it's because they don't know how to take down criminals effectively? Aiming for the head was almost guaranteed of knocking people unconscious. That doesn't fit in with their aggressiveness. Attacking people from the dark, running away with nothing but a glance to the victim, their violent stance. It couldn't all be a coincidence. Sure, underground heroes fill in most of that as well, especially attacking from the dark. But even so, they still make sure that the victim is all right. And they know better than to try to give criminals concussions. So which one is it? An act of violence, and maybe even with murder in mind? Tsukachi hates to admit it, but there might be some key elements from it, or an act of inexperience. He hoped that it was the latter, even if what Watanabe said next would only strengthen the former. He didn't hesitate to knock me down before either. I didn't expect that, and I misfired. As I said, I'll take full responsibility for my actions. But the vigilante didn't even flinch. Not even when they were staring the barrel straight down. Hell, I doubt they even looked at the gun. They probably stared at me instead. The bullet didn't even faze him either, they just continued running. Didn't even look back as more shots were fired either. Tsukachi couldn't help but glare at that. Once is accidental and two could easily be written off, but multiple gunshots? There was no way he'd get off easily. Watanabe better count his lucky stars to only lose his job. Watanabe rolled his eyes and stretched his arms backwards in a carefree manner, but Tsukachi could easily tell how nervous and apprehensive he was. Working with someone for as long as they have do that to someone. He could probably tell Tsukachi's tics as well. Not mine. The shots were further away and you could check my gun and chamber if needed. The ballistics, too. Shizuoka's district's been having some gang-related problems. I heard all about it from my gang. Wouldn't be surprised if a gang war finally broke out and tensions snapped. He suddenly looked a little bit sheepish and rubbed the back of his neck. That, might be because of me, actually. My own slip might have been enough to scare them. Check with the chief or the district for me, will ya? I'd rather know than be in the dark. Tsukachi pressed his lips together and nodded. You won't receive any consequences from this, you know? If tensions were as high as they were, I doubt anyone would blame you for pushing them over the edge. It's not your fault. Watanabe laughed and rolled his shoulders, cracking his fingers in his usual carefree manner. They both knew, though, that he was grateful for Tsukachi's words. Other than that, I doubt there's much else that happened. I've already told you the rest and gave my reasoning for why I shot at them. One last question, how come you fired your second shot? Everyone else had already given up on that chase by then. He frowned. Fucker cracked my ribs, you know. He gestured down at his newly bandaged torso. Tsukachi winced. He had forgotten about that. So I guess it was a bit of a personal vendetta against them that made me chase after them. But they were a bit faster than me, and before I knew it, our short race ended up with them crawling up on a roof. I knew that I had to catch him, so I took aim and shot. Didn't seem to have done anything though, they disappeared with ease. However, I couldn't find the bullet. They must have brought it with them. And before you ask, no, I did not hit them. There was no blood on the scene and I doubt they cleaned up after themselves. Too busy running away. If the bullet just grazed them, then that is a different story entirely. Still, I have my doubts. I don't think they could have left as quickly as they did if that was the case. If so, they probably passed out on a nearby rooftop, but there was no one in sight for a good distance that fit the description. Hiding in a rotten dumpster might have saved them. With the risk of a nasty infection, and no sane person would want to risk that. Tsukachi nodded. Understood. I believe you. You'll probably be put on probation and be forced to retake some classes, but maybe not with you undercover and all that. But just to clarify, you shot at them because of spite. He snorted and leaned back in his chair. Nah, nothing that shallow. He suddenly stopped smiling. Listen, I know they have saved people and all that, but I figured that the risk of them being out was too great. I'm worried that one day they'll just snap or accidentally kill someone. I'd rather take him in now and risk losing my job than keep working as usual as they kill people. I don't regret anything. With that, he stood up and left the room, their session coming to an end. It left Tsukachi with a bitter taste in his mouth that not even good coffee could wash away. He leaned back and looked at the ceiling, thinking about what Watanabe said. He wasn't wrong. Vigilantes are always a mushy, gray area. If someone turns out to be violent, there will always be regret of not bringing them in sooner. Would this be another case just like before? Short, quick knocks were heard before the door was quickly opened. Sansa stepped in with 2 cups of coffee. Sansa, you godsend. I will marry you, you know? Don't think that I won't. He accepted the coffee with starry eyes. Sansa sat down on the chair with his own cup, tail flicking in humor. I think we should at least have a date first, sir. Tsukachi took a sip of his coffee, waiting for the kick of energy to step in. Watanabe-kun might be put on probation, but probably after he finishes his cover. While I don't necessarily agree with his actions, I certainly understand them. Sansa nodded. I'll keep an ear out and see what happens. They won't suspend him for too long, you know that. He sighed and placed the cup on the table, running a hand through his hair. He was too tired most of these days, but maybe it was because winter was settling in. The seasonal depression always left him tired and overwhelmed, hence Sansa being a godsend. Yeah, I know. To be honest, I'm more worried about our vigilante. I'm terrified that one day they'll take things too far. They're already using the law as a jumping rope, one more step and they're off to the deep end. Sansa hummed. Guess we'll just have to be there to catch them then. He blinked at the other man. Tsukachi laughed. Anyway, what are we even calling them? We need an official name for reports and stuff, and it'd help with interviews and statements if the public had a name to the face. Or elect they're off. The vigilante has only themselves to blame for not naming themselves sooner, wouldn't you say? It'd be a way to get back at them. Tsukachi didn't even hesitate. The name was easy to remember and had an easy mask to connect to, unlike the color, the crawler. What was the name again? Case on point. Smile. Deku's path to waking up was fast. Rude and incredibly disappointing. A seagull pecked and bit at his ear and it hurt. He's not food. He might be trash, but that didn't mean he was one in a literal sense. Acid shoe. He reached up and waved the bird off. Pain flared up in his arm and memories flooded back to him like a truck killing him. Oh yeah, my leg. My leg. He pushed himself up to his stomach, sand falling off him with ease. He glanced around the area, thankfully devoid of people, and took off his mask. That was dangerous. What if someone saw him? He could explain everything except for the mask. He was lucky that the beach was empty. He spat some sand out, as well as a glass shard. A quick swipe of his tongue showed that, yep, he cut himself. Let's hope he doesn't get a painful infection. How would he even explain it? How did it even get into his mask in the first place? And shook his head to get rid of anything that got stuck in his hair. He reached up behind his ears and brushed the sand away, his fingers gently dancing over the old, uneven scarring. It took some time, but he managed to turn around into a sitting position. His leg throbbed and his hoodie was stained with murky blood. He took some deep breaths before reaching forward, hands slightly shaking, and unwrapped the cloth. It was crusty and flaky. He grimaced at the sound and yawned sharply at the sight. The wound had already scabbed over, but his pants and sand were irritating the wound. He desperately needed to clean it, but he doubted anything nearby would satisfy. The wound itself didn't look deep, especially since it had already scabbed over, but it was long and hurt by the touch. He probably passed out because his adrenaline dropped and pain overtook his body. It seemed that he hit his limit, running with a small bullet wound. That's it. He bit his lip and slammed a fist in the sand, leaving a small dent that would be blown over before the end of the hour. Tears built in his eyes, leaving him breathless and heavy. A bullet wound. A cut on his arm. A drop in adrenaline. That was it? That was his limit? The bullet hadn't even penetrated his body. It was just like a deeper cut from his quirk, and he knew how to handle those. His quirk literally gives him cuts, and yet that is when his body decides to quit? He scoffed and rubbed at his eyes, immediately regretting the action when sand got stuck in his eyes as well. He couldn't believe it. How weak could one get? Even after finding his limit with his quirk, he didn't pass out immediately. Why was this any different? How could he be a hero when he can't even handle such a pathetic wound? He placed his face in his hands and sobbed. His shoulders shook and jumped with each breath, and he hunched in on himself to contain the little warmth he had left. Suddenly, he stopped crying. He sniffled and willed the tears back, blinking the little ones away. I can't cry over something like this, that's just pathetic. What would All Might say if he was here? Probably that I should go plus ultra, or something. He always knows what to say and never says anything wrong. He took another deep breath and looked at his mask in his lap. It was broken around his cheek. Right, a bullet had grazed me. If I become strong, like All Might, I won't have to worry about such a thing because the fight would already be over. He reached up and touched his cheek, wincing slightly at the pain. He briefly wondered if it would scar and if Mom would worry. She probably would. She always worries when another scar shows up, but she knows he won't stop training his quirk. Letting a pathetic thing like pain stop him from becoming a hero was almost laughable. What would Eraserhead and All Might say? If it did scar, he could just say that he practiced with his quirk. It usually didn't scar in such an obvious place, but, well, the skin was available everywhere on his body, so why wouldn't it happen? It would also be good to establish that early in case he gets more scars. Besides, who's to say his quirk wouldn't scar his face? Who said that it was off limits? He felt sick at the thought of lying to Mom but swallowed nausea down. Many would say that lying was unbecoming of a hero, but he knows that heroes often have to lie for everyone's safety, either to villains to make them stand down or reassure hurt civilians. So technically he's just training even more to be a hero. Maybe his quirk will cut itself in the scar as well? It seems to like tearing up his older scars, but that's just because it was the one that created them. Would it leave his new scar alone since it didn't create it? But wouldn't that be suspicious? No, no one pays enough mind to notice that. If so, then people would need to stare at him every single time he uses his quirk and calculate which scars his quirk prioritizes and that way figure out that his scar wasn't made by his quirk. Out of everyone, he would know. He once spent a week noting down how often new scars would build and how often new scars get reopened. It proved to be irregular and uneven. He was a bit younger back then and has attained new scars, both from his quirk and training with Kachan or roughhousing with his classmates, so maybe the data would change. He shook his head. It doesn't matter. It's not like he can test it out anyway. His experimentation lasted for a week before Mom caught him and he was forced to stop. He didn't mind it too much because she made him katsudon and bought him ice cream. Though he was not too sure why she was upset. It wasn't as if it mattered in the long run. He stopped thinking for a moment, instead turning his head to look at the waves. He wasn't sure what it was, but there was something that was eating him up inside. Something that he had forgotten about. The waves calmed him down with their gentle motions, drifting in and out of the shore. He felt himself being dragged with the water into the deepest depths of his core, but he knew he was still steadily rooted. At the beach, he looked back down at the mask. He couldn't wear it, not without risking his identity. One of his freckles might be exposed and then they might be able to track him down. Same with his pants and hoodie. Since he started to bleed, the cloth must have broken. He needed to fix it. He worried his lip between his teeth. Does he even have enough sewing supplies at home? He doesn't have much yen left and he hates to bother Mom. How can he get money? He was still 13 and he couldn't get a part-time job until he laid back down on the beach with a groan, his unwounded arm cast over his eyes. He didn't know what to do. All his money is from presents and whatever Mom lets him save after going shopping for her. There's no way he could afford sewing supplies, especially the good kind, with the money he currently has. So his current problem is getting money. It would have been easier if he didn't. Oh, he thought. That's what I forgot. And cue the raging panic. Smiley face. Stuffed in his bed, a blanket drawn up to his chin, lay Deku with half-lidded eyes. It didn't look like he was awake, or even mentally there, with his eyes glazed over. Yet that would be all wrong. He was, in fact, completely awake and thinking about his current problem, money. Back at the beach, he had no clue what to do with the school. He had forgotten his watch at home, and how he longed for it every second. He had thought that yesterday was only going to be a short patrol, but how wrong he was, and didn't want to risk getting to school late and drawing more attention to himself. So he had gotten up, gathered all his things, dusted himself off, and hurried home. There were a few people out and walking, all of them staring at him with sneering faces as he passed, but he didn't want to risk going to school even if he would make it in time. He needed to clean his wounds and try to get as much sand off of him as possible. His home hadn't been that much further away, so he broke off into a sprint despite his leg protesting at that action. Soon he was already climbing his way to his window and collapsing in his bed. Of course, that's when he started to violently shiver. Being outside for a longer time with not enough layers and then entering a semi-warm room made his body react. He had thrown the hoodie under his bed and climbed into his covers. Maybe he could stay at home today? He shivered and closed his eyes. Maybe Mom would call him in sick? He was seconds away from falling asleep in the warm, cozy cavern when his alarm suddenly rang. He yelped and fell off the bed, landing right on his arm. The wound got agitated and he groaned in pain. Did he really need to go to school? It feels like a waste of time and it's not like he'll remember much of what the teacher said. The other day he even looked down on the notes he had taken and barely remembered what it was about, and it was not because of his semi-readable handwriting. A soft knocking came from his door and then it opened. Mom had looked in, eye bags visible despite the dim light. "Izuku? Are you okay?" she had asked. Her voice sounded heavy with tiredness and her hair was a mess. Despite wanting nothing more than to curl up in bed and sleep, she sometimes stayed awake for an extra hour or so to make him breakfast or see him off to school, if not both. A painful guilt ate away his stomach. "Sorry, Mom," he croaked out, voice a little bit hoarse from sleeping outside during autumn. Would he catch a cold? He kinda wished that he did so he wouldn't need to go to school. But then Kachan might be worried and he will have so much to catch up on. He didn't know what to feel. Mom frowned and stepped into the room. Deku fumbled a bit with the blanket before being able to throw it off of him. He had just managed to stand upright when Mom's cool hand pressed against his forehead. "Oh!" She gasped and withdrew her hand. "You have a fever." "I don't think you should go to school." He had squinted at her, trying to make his vision less blurry. He kinda wanted to stay home, but now that he was more awake he knew that he shouldn't. He needed to push through, you know? "I'll be fine, Mom," he had slurred. "Plus ultra, you know?" But then he suddenly felt lightheaded and started to tip forward. She caught him with a soft gasp and gently placed him back onto the bed. It was silent for a moment, Deku refusing to meet her eyes before she sighed. "You're staying home," she said and placed her hands on her hips. The tone she used indicated that he would not win the argument, so he resigned himself to nodding. He couldn't help the guilty feeling of relief from not going to school. Suddenly, she placed a hand on his cheek and traced his newest scar with her thumb. He looked up at her and blinked. She frowned at the scar, her lower jaw moving back and forth in a soft grinding motion. He already knew what she wanted to ask. "I was using my quirk again." His lie fell swiftly off his tongue, bitter and vile as ever. He doubted that would ever change. "I didn't think it would scar my face though. Guess we learn something new about it every day, huh?" His joke was tasteless and unfunny, he knew that. He wished that he could take it back and talk to her seriously, but she just smiled and kissed it. He blinked. "Still my handsome hero." She stood up and stepped back a bit. "Okay, I will call your school and tell you that you won't be in today. Probably tomorrow as well, unless your fever lets up. I'm going to have to go out for a bit today, so you'll have to be on your own for a while. But call me if you need anything, all right?" He mumbled out something resembling a yes and curled underneath the covers. Mom ruffled his hair one last time before stepping out of his room and closing the door behind her. His eyes had fluttered closed and he fell asleep once again. This leads him to his current problem, money. Stuck in bed with a half-eaten soup Mom made before she left, he pondered on different solutions. A 13-year-old is not old enough to get a part-time job, but he could maybe help out in the neighborhood. Running some errands, pet-sitting, helping out on occasion. He nodded and immediately got a headache. He winced and grabbed his head. Well, anyway, that's certainly a great way to gain money. When he gets older he'll start looking around for some part-time jobs, but this will suffice for now. Besides, if push comes to shove, he can sell his hero merch. It wouldn't be ideal, but he'd rather not have Mom worry. He crawled deeper underneath the cover and yawned, deciding to sleep the rest of the day away. He couldn't go out as a vigilante until he could get his costume fixed, but as for now, he doesn't have the cloth nor the material to do so. That meant he had a lot of time to do whatever he wanted, meaning sleeping. Though sleep didn't come easily for him. His body was heavy and his mind hazy, yet sleep refused to come. He couldn't understand why. He tossed himself to the side one more time before giving up, grumbling about his cold. Instead, he thought about Mom. What kind of meeting did she need to go to? It probably had something to do with money, right? It could be something she wanted to surprise him with, but his birthday already passed and he ate ice cream, so either he could stay in bed and wither until he figured out what she was gonna do, or he could get up and investigate the cause. A bubbling feeling told him that the papers he saw a few days ago might give him a clue. He didn't know if she had put away the papers or not since he hadn't been there for some time, but the kitchen was the first place to check. He stood up and threw off the cover, sight already swimming before his eyes. He gritted his teeth and left his room, breathing heavily all the way down. Plus ultra, he thought. Soon he arrived at the kitchen. The kitchen was a bit smaller in size, but it wasn't a problem for him and his mom. Either Mom would occupy it and cook them dinner, or he'd end up using the microwave. They didn't really use the kitchen at the same time. A small table with matching chairs and papers spread out all over the surface was next to the kitchen. Deku took a deep breath and collapsed in one of the chairs. He placed his head in his hands and closed his eyes. He felt sick. For some time he sat still and breathed. He wanted to go back to bed. He wanted to help Mom. He wanted to sleep. He wanted to get some answers. In the end, he took another deep breath and took a good look at the papers in front of him. He scanned the contents, his brain far too tired to comprehend the information. He slightly mumbled as he read. There were mostly numbers and words he didn't really understand. He yawned and read to the next sentence before stopping, mouth still wide open and a hand covering it. Late bills. Just like that, he was wide awake. His body was no longer heavy and his headache was pushed to the back of his He grabbed the papers and reread them more thoroughly. But the truth was still there. It was as if he got stabbed through his stomach. Nausea got worse and he started to breathe faster. Why didn't she tell him? Why would she hide this from him? He could have helped. His body swayed and he slid off the chair. Curled in a ball on the floor, grasping tightly onto his shirt, distantly knowing that he should change out of it and into more comforting clothes, but he could barely comprehend that thought. He tried to get his breathing under control. His lungs felt a lot smaller than they actually were. His body felt tight and constricted. He wanted to claw his chest and breathe. His vision blurred, a common experience in his life. He's always been a weak crybaby, something Kachan has been teasing him about for some time. He didn't want to be weak. He was training to be a hero by being a vigilante for a reason. While he's not strong yet he will be, but he won't ever achieve that goal if people don't trust him. His own mom didn't even trust him. Why wouldn't she trust him? He wanted to help. He could have helped. She left today because of the bills. Probably to find another job or go to a job interview. It would fit into the schedule, kinda, since she worked at night. She'd probably get a part-time job somewhere, though he hoped that it was close. He barely sees her as much as he currently does, only when he gets home from school and wakes up in the morning, and that's barely more than a few minutes unless she wanna risk being late or going to sleep. The hospital wasn't close by, after all. She usually leaves around an hour before her job starts or risks being late. Would she get a job near the hospital or home? Or will it be even further away? How much further will it be? She wouldn't purposely choose to work so far away, but the two of them have never been that lucky. Oh God, what if it's at the other end of the city? How much less are they going to see each other? As she'd need a job during the day when he's at school and also sleep, she'd probably get a shift closer to her shift at the hospital instead of afterwards, meaning that she could check on him in the morning but not the afternoons, providing that her second job is so far away. But they usually don't see each other that much during the afternoons, so it's not that big of a sacrifice, and they might still see each other in the mornings, but he doesn't like seeing her even less. Then he entered a warm embrace. The apologies fell on deaf ears for them both. Deku and Inko sat silently on the couch in the living room, each holding a warm cup of tea in their hands. Deku stared silently at the liquid, not trusting himself not to get burnt when he felt so numb. His eyes were red with dried tears and the bags under his eyes were more prominent than ever. He wanted to sleep forever. I didn't want to worry you, Mom said quietly, as if she spoke too loudly he would fall apart. He didn't know. He didn't care. I should have guessed that you would have figured it out, huh? She laughed a bit, though it was forced, an act to ease up the tension in the room. He stayed silent. She stirred her tea a bit. The quiet sound filled the air. I was going to tell you after I got the job. I got an interview today, and while it isn't a guarantee I might get the job. But, with a sinking feeling he realized, I'd work as a clerk between 12 to 16 and it's at the other end of the city. We won't see each other during the afternoons. I really didn't want that, but I didn't have a choice. He was right. It was either that or risk losing our home. And I can't do that to you. To us. So I'm sorry, but I promise you that we'll get through this. It took some time for him to gather his words, and when he finally spoke, his voice was hoarse and thick. Why wouldn't you tell me? I didn't want to worry you. You already know so much and get stressed over it. There's nothing you could have done. He looked at her. I could have helped. I could have done odd jobs and helped people for money. Izuku, you're a child. I'm not going to let you concern yourself with money. You shouldn't feel responsible for our economy. I'm not. He objected vigorously, flinging his hands, and by extension his cup of tea, almost spilling it, around. I just want to help in any way I can. She teared up. Izuku, that means you're worried. I don't want you to lose your afternoons because of my failures. It's not your failures. It was his. I don't want you to overwork yourself. Besides, it's not as if I would be contributing with much, just a little to help you. Izuku. She sat down closer to him and put a hand on his shoulder. If you want to help out and get money for yourself, I am okay with it. But I do not want you to help me out with this. Do you understand? He nodded and grabbed his pants tightly, turning his pale knuckles even whiter. He couldn't meet her eyes. He had already made up his mind. He's going to run around and do odd jobs for everyone he can. He's going to use the money to buy groceries and things that might end up being used a lot, or buy new things whenever things break. He was going to do everything he could to help Mom. She sighed and looked at him with pity in her eyes, her brows slightly furrowed. She didn't believe him. That was okay, he wouldn't believe in himself too. "Let's get you to bed," she said. "We can talk more when you feel better. Everything's going to be all right, okay? I promise." She then helped him and led him to his bedroom. The 2 cups of tea sat on the table, forgotten for the time being, still warm to the touch but all colder on the inside. Deku laid underneath his covers, shivering despite being so hot. Inko had left him alone, thinking that he just needed some time and a chance to feel better. If he could just sleep his cold off, then he wouldn't feel so bad. He rationalized and tried to force himself to sleep. But his body wouldn't listen to him. No matter how much he wished and yearned, sleep would not come easy. He didn't understand, never understood, why he just couldn't fall asleep. He was so tired he would have been shaking if not for his cold. His mind was in a drunken state, barely capable of forming a coherent thought. Why must he be like this? Why must he be so wrong? Why couldn't he have something good for once? Is it because he was a vigilante? Because he had gotten used to being out late and that's why he couldn't fall asleep now? But that couldn't be it since it's technically a school day. He should be in school, learning alongside his friends, not stuck in bed because he can't get over himself and focus. He screwed his eyes shut and pressed his head deeper into the pillow, refusing to let any light or sound reach him. He still hadn't showered. He hadn't looked at his new wounds to see if they might get infected. Oh God, he was full of sand, wasn't he? Why didn't Mom say anything? Didn't she notice? She must have, right? Maybe she's too tired to notice. Maybe she's too overworked. He knows that she notices new wounds he's hidden. He couldn't breathe. So why didn't she notice the sand? It's not from a lack of care, he knew that. Could all the sand have fallen off? It was not as if the walk from the beach was a short one. He couldn't breathe. Is his body uncomfortable, as if it was pricking his skin? No, not more than usual. Though, that might just be his regular body. God, it sounded as if he has multiple different bodies when saying regular or normal. Why couldn't he just say his body? He couldn't breathe. Why did he have to be so weird? Why couldn't he just be normal? Born with a good quirk that assists Kachan, eager to prove its worth as a sidekick to the hero. He couldn't breathe. Everything would have been so much better. He couldn't breathe. It would have made Kachan happy and its mom happy. She tells that she loves him regardless of quirk and that he could always be a hero as long as he tries his best and have a good heart, but everyone tells him that he is so he must, and Mom probably only say that because he was related to her and nothing else made a lot of sense and he couldn't breathe, and it could have been popular, like Kachan, and it could have good grades and its teachers would have liked it and it wouldn't need to worry if it has the strength to go on another day and its dad wouldn't have died because it could have saved him instead of having this useless. He couldn't breathe. He threw his head out of the pillow with a gasp. He knelt above it, sweat dripping down from his face as he panted. His headache screamed at him as he lowered himself back onto the slightly moist bed. That was dangerous. Why didn't he move? How could he have let his stupid thoughts distract him so much that he forgot to breathe? That was idiotic and dangerous, even for him. He sighed and turned his head to look outside of his window. It was at an awkward angle so only a little bit of the blue turning orange sky was visible. He blinked. Had that much time passed already? Mom must have left already. Tears built in his eyes and he hastily wiped them away. Why was he so upset? He shouldn't cry over something like this. It's not like she didn't love him or was dead or anything. She's still here. She's still alive. She's not going to leave him. Is she? Deku slept pitifully, tossing and turning, waking up at random moments during the night, and swallowing down fever-induced nausea. Inko worried that it was the flu. He didn't think that it was that. He thought that it was something worse. Sometime during the very early morning hours, while Mom was working the last hours of her shift, he stumbled into the bathroom to finally take a shower. He was panting by the time he got there, dragging his wounded leg behind him. He had yet to take a clean look at it and change out of his vigilante clothes but was determined to do so now. He peeled his clothes off, almost shredding them as a second layer of skin. He looked at the mirror the moment his shirt was off. He couldn't even tell which wound was the newest one. Scars littered his body. They had cut through his sides and forearms, though a few were across his collarbones and stomach. Some others were just below his shoulders, but most were at his wrists. The one who took all the attention away from the others, however, was the one in his face. He leaned closer to the mirror and reached up with his left hand to touch the scar. It stung a little bit but looked healed enough that he wouldn't worry about it. It wasn't anything special, just a line across his cheek, a few centimeters wide. It was just like every other scar, just on his face. That didn't mean he liked it. He took a deep breath and turned away from the mirror to remove his pants and socks. Just like with the shirt, it took a long time to get off his clothes. His heart hammered and he swallowed. He hoped that the wound wasn't so bad. He hoped that it was like any other wounds he'd ever gotten. But he already knew that it was just wishful thinking. He had fallen asleep on a beach littered with trash. He knew that deep inside of him. Though, that didn't stop him from hoping. And wouldn't you know it, he was right. He hissed as he looked at the red swollen cut. He gently traced a finger along the reddened area, ignoring the dread in his throat as pain sent shocking jolts through his body. Slight pus oozed out from the wound, its warm, white thickness running down his leg. He whimpered. That wasn't good. He opened the storage cabinet under the sink and pulled out some disinfection. He stared at the bottle, swinging it to hear the liquid slosh inside of it. It was almost full. He didn't like using it unless he had to. He had avoided getting an infection so far. He bit his lip and eyed his wound. It had stopped oozing when he stopped pinching and examining it, though it still hurt. It would probably hurt more if he poured this directly onto the wound. He did it. He was right. The moment the disinfectant hit the hurt area, the slight familiar burning sensation wandered up his leg all the way up to his hip. He breathed out slowly, trying not to scream and sob. His body shook violently, but he didn't stop pouring until he was satisfied that it was clean. It reminded him of Kachan. That thought helped him get through this pain. Everything's fine, he reminded himself, chewing on his lip and tearing off small pieces until he tasted blood. It's just like with Kachan. You've been through this a gazillion times. The pain isn't something new. Stop it. It's just like with Kachan. He stopped pouring. He sighed and cleaned up after himself before lying down on the floor. He didn't do much else except breathe. He didn't allow himself to feel. He didn't want to feel. Instead, he blocked the pain out and focused on what to do. First things first, he needed to take a shower and bandage the wound on his leg. He didn't know if it was infected or not, and if it was, if he needed to go to the hospital. But as long as he continues to reclean and redress his wound, he should be fine, right? If push comes to shove, then he'll go to the hospital. If he's lucky, Mom won't notice. Who is he kidding? He sighed and rubbed his eyes. They wouldn't keep it from Mom, and if he tried to convince them otherwise, they'd just get concerned and try asking unneeded questions. Besides, all of his cuts would just raise alarms and red flags. It had happened before, after all. Okay, but fine, whatever. Moving on. The best hero was someone who could look back at a fight and think about what they could have done better. So, what could he have done better? Except for everything, you mean? Well, he spent a bit too much with the hopefully police officer. He tried to fight him as if he thought he could win. Deku frowned and shook his head. No, that's not it. He knew he couldn't win against him. He just screwed up. Made a careless mistake. A mistake that could cost him, if not even hundreds of people's lives. If he were a villain, he would be dead by now. What happened to picking your battles? What happened to not rising over your head? He harshly wiped tears off his face. He couldn't afford to do that again. He needed to be careful. Eraserhead told me that I shouldn't hesitate so much, but what if he was wrong? I rushed into danger fighting that woman and it almost got me arrested. I must have misunderstood him, right? I mean, he's a hero. He must know what he's talking about. Maybe he meant that I should be confident in my abilities? Because I have so far managed to save a few people and get some criminals arrested. That must count for something, right? I should probably take that shower now. So he stood up and turned on the shower, nearly crying as the ice-cold water hit his skin. It stabbed his skin with its icy cold, leaving him with yet another burning sensation. He breathed out slowly and leaned against the tiled wall and felt how his muscles tensed before slowly relaxing as the water turned hotter. He shivered as his body forcefully adjusted to the temperature difference and blinked away the water that fell into his eyes. He tried not to think too much about his vigilantism, but the more you try not to think about it, the more you actually think about it. No matter what, he needed to lay low. It was also a close call. The police might be on high alert around that area. He shouldn't patrol there for a while, just to be on the safe side. Though, that would neglect the information gathering of the kidnapping. Maybe he could spend some time there as a civilian to get a new perspective? It was safer during the day, so it wouldn't be too dangerous. He wouldn't even touch the more dangerous places. And he wouldn't ask people either. They'd probably hate him and find him frustrating and annoying if he did, so he'll just listen to rumors and search for clues. Though, people might see him as an easy target since he looks like he won't fight back. To be fair, he probably won't, but they don't need to know that. So he has to look like he knows what he's doing. He could wear a hoodie and cover his hair, or maybe a cap, probably a cap instead, as he doesn't want to bring attention to his vigilante persona, and a mask over his face. Or would the mask be too suspicious? It won't be anything special, just a regular medical one for when he's sick, but would it bring too much attention? Would a pair of sunglasses be better? Do they even own sunglasses? Probably not, since it's technically just comfort and you don't need them, unlike the masks. Maybe he could pretend to be sick and was just looking for medicine because he was too poor to afford some? Because he doesn't want to get arrested by the police, but he also seems really suspicious if he walks around with a mask and a cap, covered in scars. He was probably overthinking this. He usually did. But what if that's exactly what is needed? What if he needs to be extra careful so he doesn't get caught? Okay, it was decided he was going to wear a cap and a medical mask. He couldn't get caught. Even if he didn't do anything illegal, if he was suspicious enough, then maybe the cops will need to keep an eye on him to make sure he didn't get into trouble or illegal things, and then they'll have to arrest him, and then he wouldn't get into UA, and they might figure out that he was a vigilante, and so they'll need to keep him locked up, and maybe they'll even decide to send him to Tartarus, and he wouldn't be able to see Mom. He sputtered as the water went down the wrong throat, coughing to get it out of his lungs. But that certainly was a way to get him to stop thinking. He brought a hand up and rubbed his throat, wincing as he continued to cough. It hurt. He ignored it in favor of finishing his shower, putting his used clothes in the washing machine. Maybe he could start buying his own detergent? And hand wash his clothes? There was probably a bin somewhere he could use to hand wash the clothes in and take water from the school with a water bottle or two. That would save a lot of money, wouldn't it? He should start looking into odd jobs as soon as possible, getting dressed in his comfiest clothes, and then passing out on top of his bed. Waking up was never a pleasant experience. Or a good idea. Especially if you're sick. As such, when he woke up a few hours later, his very first thought was just disappointment. Then he noticed the aching pain, which had subdued a little bit but not enough to not be noticeable, and how cold he was. To be fair, he only had himself to blame for, well, all of it. As such, he couldn't really complain, could he? He groaned and thought about trying to fall asleep again. But his stomach rumbled and he realized that he probably hadn't eaten in some time. He threw his hand out and fumbled around for his phone, only to discover that it was dead and he hadn't been charging it. He sighed. Knowing him, his charger was probably downstairs and, depending on the time, he might have some missed messages from Mom. He dragged himself out of bed and all but stumbled back down and into the living room. His charger laid innocently on the table in front of the couch. He plugged his phone in, settled down on the couch, threw a blanket over himself, and fell asleep again. His hunger was forgotten. His phone was ringing when he woke up the next time. He bit back another sigh and grabbed his phone without even bothering to open his eyes. He already knew who called him. "Hello," he said. He sounded so tired. "Izuku." Mom's relieved voice filled the silent room. Guilt stabbed him through his chest and he sat up and rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. "I've been so worried. Did your phone die again?" "Yes, sorry ma. I forgot." "Well, as long as you're all right. I just wanted to check in on you. Have you eaten yet?" He checked the time instead of answering. It was almost 12. Had he even eaten dinner? He remembered eating something that Mom made some time ago. Like, yesterday or something. He didn't remember more than that though. Mom sighed and he bit his lip. His silence must have answered for him. Bunny, please. You need to eat more. I'm worried about you. There's some leftover soup in the fridge you can reheat. I want you to at least try to eat, okay? Sorry, Mom. I know. I just wish you ate more. Mom didn't say anything else, instead choosing to whisper to someone and ruffle some papers around. They hadn't said goodbye yet, so he didn't want to hang up. It was hard enough to reach her already. She always answers whenever he calls, break or no break. But he knows she'll get in trouble for being on the phone while she works, even if she was trying to reassure him with lies. If he was not allowed to have his phone on him in school without it being harshly ripped from him and returned at the end of the week, how could she be allowed to answer his calls if work is supposed to be even harsher than school, regardless of her being his sole emergency contact? It made no sense, so he never wanted to hang up until he had to. Izuku, Mom said, knocking him back to his senses. He tasted blood. Why was he bleeding? Sorry. What were you saying? She huffed out a laugh, a smile finding its way into her voice. I just had some news to share. I got the job. His phone almost slipped out of his grasp from how weak the grip was. He swallowed, trying to keep his voice even and the bundle of nerves out. Wow, that's great, Mom. Maybe we can talk a bit later? I should eat something as you said. Maybe before you leave? Just wake me up or something. I'll probably sleep the rest of the week away or something. Mom agreed and the two hung up after saying their goodbyes. His nerves snapped and he sobbed, barely managing to put his phone away before he started to shake. He couldn't focus on the room around him, couldn't focus on a single thing that might have helped him be okay. Instead, everything was blurry and confusing. It was unfair. He was unfair. Why did he act this way? Why couldn't he be fine? He was 13 years old, just 9 more months until he was truly a teenager and he was still acting like a baby. Why couldn't he just grow up? Why must he be such a crybaby? He should be able to handle himself by now. So why does he feel so lonely just because Mom got another job? Why is he still relying on her for reminders to eat when that's one of the most basic things to do? What was wrong with him? He curled up in a little ball on the couch. He didn't even feel hungry. Is it really so bad if he didn't eat? He seemed to be doing fine. Except for the whole sobbing on the couch like a baby because he missed his mom thing, but that didn't count at the moment. He took another deep, shaky breath and let out one final sob. He then dried his tears and stood up to walk to the kitchen. He stumbled and crashed into a wall every once in a while, but his mom would know if he didn't eat and he couldn't make her more upset than she already was. He needed to do whatever he could to lessen the burden on her. He couldn't have her worry about him over the most basic necessities. He needed to get his act together. Warming the soup was a lot more work than he thought it would be. Not that it was a lot to do, it was just so exhausting. He already felt faint just by standing up and now he was going to have to reheat the soup on the stove? He leaned against a counter and tried to steady his breathing. Couldn't he just reheat it in the microwave? Then he could sit down and wait instead of constantly stirring. It might not taste as good, but he didn't mind that. He didn't have an appetite anyway. He'd rather not eat good food and then waste it. The microwave beeped at him. He sighed and dragged himself off the counter to open it. The plate burned his fingers as he carried it to his seat, but when he had a taste, the soup was slightly cold. He thought about getting up and reheating it but was too tired to do so. Besides, it wasn't like he would be missing much. It was bland, tasting like nothing, even if he would never tell Mom that. It made him feel sick and he had trouble keeping the food down. The only thing it would do for him would be to warm up his cold body, but the actions to do so are far greater than the satisfaction it would bring. He was really pathetic. He slurped his food mindlessly, lifting the food to his mouth mechanically. He blankly looked at whatever was in front of him, never once sparing a thought to it. His spoon clinked against the empty bowl, bringing him back to his senses. He blinked. He hadn't even noticed finishing it all. He set it aside for now, deciding to clean it up later. Right now, he just wanted to go to sleep. He stood up and was just about to leave the room when a thought occurred to him. Leaving it as it is would only mean that Mom would clean it up. He chewed on the inside of his cheek before taking a deep breath and moving to clean the bowl. He couldn't do that to her, not after everything she's done for him. Why was he so pathetic? He was just cleaning a bowl, not going off to fight in a war. There was no need for him to be so extra. When that was done, he could finally grab his phone off the charger and drag himself back to his bed. He didn't know what was worse, walking up or down the stairs. Walking down meant being worried about falling and a whole lot of dizziness. But walking up felt like climbing a mountain and made him feel more weak and more insignificant. In the end, he got to his bed, so nothing of that really mattered. He crawled underneath the thick covers and closed his eyes. Yet he could not fall asleep. He tossed and turned, throwing off and picking the covers back up, and flipped his pillow multiple times, but he couldn't fall asleep. It was like he was stuck self-torturing. It was as if his brain wanted him to be miserable. He always was a few steps behind, a few steps away from falling asleep. But his nerves were overworked and buzzed with energy. He felt everything in the room. Every fold on the bed, every hair on his skin, every little light hitting him, everything that could possibly be noticed was noticed. Everything. He sighed and sat up. Was there anything he could do? He knew that some time ago he thought about training while sick, so maybe that? Well, it never hurts to try. He laid down on the ground and started to do some push-ups. His head spun and he felt sick, but, for some reason, he could breathe a little bit easier. So he continued to train. At most, his body felt sore and his headache got worse, and he got dehydrated far too quickly, but other than that he was fine. So he continued to train, telling himself that heroics didn't stop because of a stupid cold or a stupid infection, and pushed himself past his limits. Or at least, that was what he was going to do. Because it didn't take long for black spots to prick his vision. Because he told himself to ignore it, telling himself it's just like blood loss, don't think about that time, don't think of it, don't, and that he should imagine himself to be in a fight. Life or death is at play at the moment. There are people to be saved, people no one except for him can help, and he just needs to finish the fight just like All Might with one last punch. He lost consciousness and collapsed. You would think that after losing consciousness so many times for a short time, Deku would be more considerate of his body and mind. Yet, when he woke up, all he could feel and think was disappointment at himself for passing out so quickly. He had barely trained for 10 minutes and he couldn't handle it. How could he ever call himself a hero when he was like that? He ignored the fact that he had barely eaten except for a small bowl of soup, that he both had an infection as well as was sick, and that he was dehydrated. He knew that heroes were so much better than him, being able to fight through it all. He knew that he was so much weaker than them. Kachan was right, he couldn't be a hero. But there's almost 3 more years until I can apply to a heroic course. That's plenty of time to train. And I will have a lot of experience with vigilantism helping me. He huffed and rolled over in bed. It felt more stale than he remembered and his light was a bit too bright, a bit too white, than he was used to. But he just thought that it was because of his sickness. It's just my quirk that's weak. It needs to be stronger. I need to train it more. Then, a shocking, realizing thought left him with dread. It left him petrified, frozen to the spot. He had been on the floor. Why was he suddenly in bed? The only reason why he would be in bed would be. He moved slowly as he sat up as if moving too much would ruin a fragile dream. The cover fell off his shoulders and left him cold and bare, but he didn't dare to pull it up. He turned his head to the side, lips pressed together tightly and shoulders hunched, to look his mom in the eye with a bated breath. The room he was in was one he recognized. It was white and clean with nothing in it except some chairs for visitors to sit in. Like Mom. Neither said anything. She looked too small, but also too big as she sat on the chair. She knew how to make herself comfortable in those. And he knew that it was all his fault. Seconds ticked by as they just looked at each other. Deku didn't know how to start the conversation, afraid that he would make a fool out of himself just like usual. Mom didn't seem to want to say anything either, too busy staring at him. Probably trying to keep the tears back as well. In the end, he broke the silence. I can explain. Mom breathed in sharply and buried her face behind her hands, hunching over. Despite trying to hide it, he could clearly hear her sobs. Izuku, I found you passed out on the floor. Why? you wouldn't wake up, so I called the hospital and why didn't you tell me about your infection? He didn't have a satisfying answer for it. Only the truth. I didn't want to worry you, he said. His words were softly spoken, gentle, like a calm breeze. But just as a calm breeze can quickly ruin a loving picnic, so did his words. She breathed in sharply, obviously taken aback by his words. One would think that after the heart-to-heart they had not too long ago, he would be more willing to talk to her after knowing what she would do to keep him safe and loved. But alas, it had the opposite effect. Instead of talking to her, he didn't want to inform her of his troubles, choosing instead to deal with them on his own. To worry her would be a nightmare after everything she did for him. He didn't want her to feel even more pressure, even if she loved him. This was his way of showing that he loved her. But instead of voicing all of this, voicing his true feelings, Deku continued trying to smooth over the open wound like rubbing sandpaper all over it. I thought that I could handle it. I disinfected it and was going to wrap it, but I forgot about it, and I didn't think it was that deep, and I only passed out because I was training. She held her hand out to stop him from his ramblings. He bit his lip and looked away. He had nothing more to say. He had already told her the truth. Trying to say anything else would just be stupid. That didn't mean that there wasn't more to say. That, for once, staying silent was not better than speaking. Why though would you do that? Why wouldn't you tell me? Why were you training while sick, while you had a fever? Izuku, didn't you realize how idiotic that was? He didn't say anything. He didn't know what to say. He fiddled with the cover and looked around the hospital room, trying to find something to distract himself with. Mom just kept looking at him, staying silent as well. It was a battle of determination, and unfortunately for him, Deku was an easily persuaded boy. I wanted to get strong, like the heroes. Like All Might. They need to stay fighting no matter what, need to rush into danger without a second thought. I thought that if I got used to fighting while sick, I could have an advantage over everyone else. Why? You know that I need one. Izuku, no heroes fight while they're sick, she rushed to say. They know that their body can't handle it and they know that it is dangerous. Izuku, I tried calling you but you didn't answer as you were passed out on the floor. I was worried. Why? You need to tell me these things, especially dangerous ones. Deku shrugged and glanced down at his lap. As if All Might could be defeated by something as weak as a cold. Inko just sighed and looked at her son. He seemed so small and fragile in the hospital bed. A wind could easily blow him away. He didn't believe her. He never seemed to nowadays. She crossed her arms, hoping that they could hide her shaking limbs from view. Seeing him on the ground, all pale and feverish, but couldn't wake up no matter how much she shook. All that was missing was blood and someone else next to him, blood by the lips and dust, ash-covered freckles and crackling fire. At least he was unconscious now. Terrified her. If he had overused his quirk again, then she would have known because she was used to the blood, used to dealing with Izuku when he was in the hospital because of it. This time around, it was something new. Something she couldn't handle. She knew how to, of course, she worked as a nurse for God's sake, but her fear overtook her. This was why she never complained or pitied the frantic parents whenever they rushed in with their invisible child bleeding from an invisible wound or their son who split his lip climbing a tree. Gonna be a hero, with his sticky hair. She understood their fear, understood why they couldn't keep calm. The unknown was worrying. She thought she had gotten used to the unknown with how often Izuku landed in the hospital while training his quirk or being bullied heroes with Katsuki. She was wrong. Because even if that unknown because known, there was always more. He was going to be a hero. She knew that he will. She knew that she will always worry about him, from a paper cut, to an infection, to a bullet wound. No matter what, he was her child and she would love and worry about him. If only he did the same to himself. What about your infection? She asked. He startled, glancing up at her with wide eyes. Right, she had been quiet for some time. You said that you didn't want to worry or bother me. Why would you think that? Why would you think I shouldn't know about your pain? The silence stretched on. If a clock had been here with its ticking noise, she might have thrown it out in a fit of rage. Or she would have found comfort in it, for it would be something to focus on. to make sure she didn't slip back into the grief-ridden mess she felt inside. I didn't think it was such a big deal, he mumbled, voice so soft she almost missed it. I thought that I could handle it. I knew that you would worry and I didn't want you to deal with even more stress. So I kept it from you. It, didn't seem bad enough? They gave you antibiotics. Deku recoiled. Antibiotics? I didn't think it was that bad. He looked at the cover, then back to Mom, then back to the cover before throwing it off. His leg had been securely wrapped, the white cloth blending in the cover and his hospital clothes. Oh, indeed. Mom nodded. Izuku, that was why you were sick, wasn't it? He shrugged. He didn't know, honestly. He had been out all night as well, so it might have been both of the factors. Mom sighed and played with her hair. She bit her lip, looking like she wanted to say something else, but didn't know what. Thankfully, she didn't have to as the door opened. A short man with black ram horns stuck to his head looked in with a smile on his face. Hello. Is this a good time? Both Mom and Deku looked at each other before nodding at the man. With that, he opened the door fully and walked inside, still smiling brightly. You had your mother very worried, young man. He gently quipped and checked some of the vitals. Next time you get hurt, you better tell her or someone else, otherwise it'll just become this bad again. Deku hung his head, refusing to say anything. What was he even supposed to say? That he was sorry? But he's not sorry. He wouldn't apologize until he could really mean it. He was not sorry for not wanting to worry Mom about a small wound. What, do all heroes come crying to their mother over a paper cut? No, they do not. But heroes know when they need to go to a hospital, and a serious infection certainly warrants that. You don't get infections from paper cuts. He shouldn't treat all of his wounds like he treats the ones inflicted by his quirk. The nurse didn't seem put off by his silence, continuing to talk as if nothing was wrong. But then he asked a question that froze Deku on the spot. How did you get such a deep wound anyway? It's not shallow enough to be an accident. It almost tore straight through the muscle. It could have ended very badly. It almost looks deliberate. How was he supposed to answer that? He couldn't just say, "Oh, I got shot," because that would just lead to so many more questions, and then he would just paint himself into a corner and be stuck there as the red-blue lights flashes in his face and there's blood on his hands and in his face, and he tries to stop it, but he can't stop it. Why didn't he stop it? The nurse had already said that the wound wasn't shallow enough to be an accident, like scraping up your leg on the corner of a sharp edge or hitting the table. He also said that it looks deliberate, which it technically was, but he didn't seem far too certain of it. Or maybe he's just trying to ease Deku into the conversation to secure him and make him confess because he already knows the truth and he's just waiting for his own amusement to see if Deku will shoot himself in the foot or come clean. The nurse turned to Mom, completely blank in the face. Midoriya-sen, would you please step out of the room for a moment? She swallowed and nodded, standing up with tear-brimmed eyes. She walked out of the room, hunched over, and closed the door silently behind her. Something dark settled in his chest and his heart sped up. The nurse turned back to Deku. Midoriya-kun. He looked at the man, chewing on his lip and eyes darting from the man and the cover. He sat down on a chair, one leg crossed over the other, with a grim expression on his face. Please tell me how you got your wound. We need to know so we can help you. Is it really that important? I mean, I wasn't trying to get hurt and it was a complete accident, I swear. Midoriya-kun, breathe. Suddenly, the man appeared by his side. One hand on his shoulder and the other on his knee. I won't force you to tell me how you got that wound, but I need you to know that you can tell me anything. Deku did as he was told, following the motions of breathing in through his nose and out from his mouth. It worked better than he would have liked to admit. Even so, he didn't want to tell the man the truth. He couldn't, even though he was so nice, because he knew that it wouldn't end well for him. I was out training, he said instead, all quiet and mumbling. He couldn't look at him, not while he was sprouting lies. He was ashamed, a red, burning sensation in the pit of his stomach, churning away at his insides. I wasn't careful and slipped off, cutting myself on a piece of metal. I didn't want to tell Mom because I knew that she would worry and it didn't look like it was going to be so bad, so I thought that I could take care of it on my own, and I never thought that I would pass out because of it. He took a deep breath, ready to continue talking, but cut himself off when he realized that he actually didn't have anything more to say. Instead, he closed his mouth with a click and bit his lip to stop him from mumbling. The man smiled. So, just to be clear, this wasn't your mom's doing? No. His head snapped up fast enough that it almost cracked. So, absolutely not. She would never. The man held his hands up with ease, trying to calm him down. That's all right, I believe you. I'll go fetch your mom, okay? There are some things I need to tell you. Deku nodded and looked back down at his lap. The door opened and closed, but he didn't acknowledge it, too focused on staring at his hands. Scars littered his fingers and wrapped around his wrists like snakes, slowly suffocating their prey. All of them were from his quirk. The burns, on the other hand, were not. All right. The nurse clapped his hands together. Now, there are some important things I need to talk to you about. First of all, I'm Nurse Yamamoto and it's a pleasure to meet you both, even if I wish it had been during better circumstances. So, we've treated Midoriya-kun's infection and are just keeping him overnight for observation. He is not at risk of anything, but it is standard protocol. Tomorrow you'll be free to go back home. Deku nodded. He wanted to lie back down. He was pretty tired. It was exhausting to hear them talk. If he wasn't in danger, then why did he need to stay in the hospital? It was not like it would change anything. Yamamoto continued talking. But there are some other concerns that we have. And I understand that it's hard to talk about it, but... His scars, right? Mom interrupted softly. She had heard this tirade over and over again, not really too keen on listening to the talk again. It's okay, we've already been through this before. She rightened herself, looking more at ease and honest. Yet there was still a sorrowful tint on her face, ever there whenever his quirk was spoken about. It's his quirk, actually. It cuts him when he uses it too much. Yamamoto hummed and crossed one leg over the other. A little bit too many, don't you think? Deku really didn't like where this was going. I want to be a hero, he blurted out. Phantom pain spread across his shoulder as if he was expecting to be hurt by saying that. I know what this looks like, but it's the truth. I don't want to be standing there when it turns out that my quirk wasn't enough to save someone. He didn't want to be that weak again. Because that was the only reason. That had to be the only reason. He didn't want to think of what else it could be, what else it could mean. Yamamoto looked at him, scanning him up and down. He fidgeted under his gaze. He wasn't lying. Most of them were from his quirk and training to be a hero. Just, not all of them were from his quirk. Are you sure, Midoriya-kun? He asked. Because if you want or need help, we can provide it to you. He nodded. I promise. He relaxed at that and smiled. All right then. I'll trust you on that. Deku didn't like the burning feeling in his stomach. He stood up and continued talking to Mom about something. He wasn't listening. Didn't feel a need to. Instead, he just stared at his hands, clenching and unclenching them to watch the scars move, and didn't notice how he slipped out of the room and left the two of them alone. Izuku. He looked at Mom. Her body was once again hunched over, eye bags dark enough to match his own. It looked like she had aged 10 years in a matter of minutes. She took another deep breath. I know that most of the scars are from your quirk, but not all of them are they? His soul shattered. Despite wanting nothing more than to cry and either lie or tell her the whole truth, he knew that he couldn't. Neither was an option for him. To lie would be just another lie to hide behind, but she knew the truth. But he couldn't tell her that he was being teased and that sometimes his friends were just roughhousing a little bit too much. So he needed to dance around the lines. Needed to lie while being truthful. And, well, that was going to be pretty hard. He couldn't lie to her about his quirk because she was a nurse. She'll know how old they are or if it makes sense that he burned himself on the stove. He couldn't say something that he wouldn't do because she knows him. So where does that leave him? The answer was surprisingly easy. I got into a fight with Kachan. He looked out of the window. It was still pretty bright outside, so it might be during the middle of the day. But it's also almost winter, so maybe it's earlier? It would make sense if she found him after her shift at the hospital. Oh God, did she even get to sleep? He's such a horrible son. He gripped his arms, dug his fingernails into the skin, and continued talking. It was a few days ago. I don't really remember what we were fighting about, but he used his quirk on me. And I didn't tell you because I knew that you would be upset at him, but really, there's nothing to be upset over because it was such a silly little thing. A silly little thing? She repeated, and he looked back at her. Izuku, he burned you. How could you call that a silly little thing? That was dangerous and irresponsible. I know. But it's Kachan. You know what he's like. I've known him my entire life. There's no way he meant to do it. It was an accident anyway. Did he even apologize? Deku was suddenly very interested in the blanket. The blanket, which he thought was white, might actually be a really light blue. Or maybe it was a trick of light and his eyes were wrong again. Mom sighed and sat on the bed, placing a hand on his shoulder. I know that he's your friend, Izuku, but he should still apologize. He might be a bit stubborn, but if it truly was an accident, he should apologize. He nodded and mentally apologized to Kachan. It's not like it wasn't a lie, it was the only way he knew he could get out of the situation, and it was as close to the truth as it could be. It was a fight since they were training to be heroes, but it wasn't a fight in the way that they hated each other. That's how he danced around the lies. He didn't tell a single lie, just allowed her to connect her own dots and come up with her own solutions. Though it was kinda mean to Kachan. He should probably apologize for throwing him under the bus. Mom squeezed his shoulder, trying to bring him some comfort. He leaned into her touch, and before he knew it, the two of them were hugging each other in a warm, toasty, safe embrace. Kachan glared at him with undeniable, unfiltered hatred. Which, fair, he did essentially hang him out to the wolves, but still. An apology would be nice since he got a headache that didn't disappear for days. Even if it's a little bit late. Still, it was good training. If something were to happen, then he would know how to handle a similar headache. For example, avoid lights and harsh sounds. It will make everything much worse. Deku kept his head down low as Mom talked with Auntie Mitsuki. He couldn't hear what was being said. The walls in Kachan's room were thick to block out the sound of his drums, but it also meant that he could barely hear what was being said from outside of the room. The room was pristine with a slightly messy bed, showing signs of being cleaned in a rush. There were some hero figurines and posters on the walls and shelves, but not as many as in Deku's room. Though the ones Kachan had were of higher quality and were worth a lot more than the dumpster-driven things Deku found. Quality over quantity. Kachan grabbed his shoulder and pressed him against the wall. Deku swallowed. Too close. Listen up, you useless Deku, he sneered out. I don't give a f about being sorry. Whatever said, whatever I did, I meant every single thing. I can't even believe you actually went crying to Auntie. Goddamn weakling. I'm sorry, Kachan. Couldn't. Mom seemed to know what was going on and I couldn't exactly tell her, so I just told her. What? That I was beating you up? Please, Deku, never thought you were that stupid. But you couldn't keep your creepy little mouth shut, huh? How about next time, you learn how to shut your mouth and deal with the consequences on your own? He pressed his hand harder against his shoulder, shoving him deeper into the wall, and walked out of his room. Deku stood there by himself, staring down at the floor. He clenched and unclenched his fists, desperately trying to stop the shaking. Kachan's right once again. I need to be able to handle myself. I can't just give up people in order to save myself. I need to be strong enough to protect myself on my own. He snapped up and rushed after his friend. Kachan. Thank you. Ha! What the F are you thanking me for, shitty nerd? Then, laughter from both of their moms. Dinner should have been an awkward affair, but Deku, surprisingly, didn't mind it. Kachan kept on glaring at him between his mouthful of rice for some reason. Deku just kept on happily shoving pieces of meat into his mouth and chatting with Uncle. It was not often that they go over to the Bakugas since Mom usually has to work, but she took time off from work until he was healthy enough to go back to school. That would be Monday. Suddenly, the food tasted like sand for some reason. He chewed and chewed and chewed, but it didn't seem to work. He would have to swallow a little at a time or else he might choke on it. It couldn't be because he'll miss Kachan. He's sitting right next to him, kicking his leg. They could see each other whenever they wanted. Or, well, whenever Kachan wanted, he was usually busy studying, hanging out with his other friends, or playing drums. What could it be? The school wasn't that awful and he had Kachan by his side. He would see Mom a little bit less, but he came to terms with that. Not really, but he didn't know what else to do. He couldn't force her to stay home when they so desperately needed money. He needs to get money himself so she can stop working, some time ago, and he wasn't anxious about his vigilantism being common knowledge at school or in general. At least, not as high as it could be. There's still a nagging feeling in the back of his head that makes him want to turn around again and again to see if someone is following him, but he's always met with the same welcoming heat. So why could he no longer stomach the thought of food? He looked down at his plate, feeling sick at the mere thought of finishing it all. There was far too much left on the plate. He needed to eat everything, he couldn't throw it all away. Oh no, he had been staring far too long at his plate. Everybody must be looking at him. He needed to eat something, or do something, or else they would ask him what was going on and why wasn't he eating, and then, Auntie Mitsuki proved herself to be a saint. I want you to apologize to Izuku-and again, Katsuki. Kachan choked on his water. Ha! Why the hell would I do that? Because I think your apology was half-butted and Izuku-and is far too nice to say that. He needed to intervene. Auntie. There's no need for that really. It's not like he apologized in the first place, but it's fine. He didn't need an apology anyway. Kachan gave him a life lesson and that's all he needs. Sure, an apology would be nice but Kachan wouldn't mean it anyway. Bullshit. Auntie slammed her hand down on the table. Uncle and Mom tried to calm her down, saying that Kachan had already apologized and that if Deku thought it was fine then it was fine. But she was just as stubborn as Kachan and refused to back down. 3 words. I am sorry. That is it. He glared at her before turning towards Deku. For a split second, all he could see was intense and burning hatred, so vile he almost flinched back. But then it was gone, cooled into a more relaxed and at ease expression. He must have imagined it. I am sorry, he said. There was no huffing or puffing, no sneering or teasing. It was almost sincere. Deku nodded and looked back down at his plate. He clenched his fists to hide how they shook. That wasn't sincere. He didn't mean it. He hated apologies that people don't mean. But he had to forgive him. Because he taught him a lesson. I forgive you. Auntie laughed and commented something about Kachan finally learning from his mistakes and stopping being stubborn about important shit. But he refused to look up. Instead, he mumbled something about being excused, grabbed his plate, and left the table. He missed the worried glances Mom sent him. It wasn't quite time to go home yet, so he had to spend some more time with the Bakugas. Kachan and he were once again in his room. It seemed to be the only place where the two of them could have some privacy. Unfortunately for Deku, privacy meant having no one nearby. The moment the two of them were alone, Kachan slammed the door shut before turning around to stare at him. Deku swallowed and readied himself. The right swing to the side of the head was expected and he fell on his side, biting back a cry. The kick to the stomach was the same as he coughed to regain some air. But Kachan turning him around on his back, kneeling over him and wrapping 2 hands around his neck, was not. Who does she think she is, huh? Forcing me to apologize to someone as worthless as you, he said. I'm not sorry and you know it. Seriously, what a hag. If anything, you should apologize to me for taking my time. He opened his mouth to do so but Kachan only squeezed harder. Shut up. I don't want to hear whatever lame thing you'll say next. F-I-N-G creep. Reaching up to try and pull his hands away, Deku winced as some of Kachan's sweat and spit landed on his face. How was he supposed to apologize if he couldn't get any air? Kachan, you're not making any sense. Well, at least he'll get another opportunity to wrangle his way out of a chokehold, even if he wouldn't succeed. Kachan's fingernails dug into the soft skin of his neck, drawing blood from one of the scars there. No one's ever gonna apologize to you, shitty Deku. You're too disgustingly useless for that. Black spots danced in his vision. He knew what that meant. And he knew that if Kachan didn't stop messing around, he'd just get into more trouble. He needed to get his hands away from him. He needed to push them off. Is there a way to force them aside? He knew that he couldn't get Kachan's hands off by prying. He knew that he couldn't match him in terms of strength. He needed to do something, but he didn't know what. Forcing two things apart sounded quite a lot like there was some sort of tool for it, right? Like a crowbar or a pry bar. Maybe, if he replicated similar movements, he could get out of the hold? Deku wanted to swallow, but Kachan's grip was too strong. Instead, he shot both of his arms between Kachan's own and spread them apart, opening up his arms like he was hugging Kachan. He swore as he lost his grip and balance, landing on top of him before quickly rolling off. Deku gasped and coughed as he could finally breathe. What the hell, shitty nerd? Where did you learn that? Deku sat up and rubbed his throat. Would it bruise? I didn't, he wheezed. I just guessed. But, Cammy, if he wasn't happy about it. He felt giddy and light, almost a bit drunk. He could get out. He actually got out. Kachan helped him and now, he can apply this to his vigilantism. Whatever, you useless F-, Kachan said and stood up. He headed out of the room. You should be thanking me for putting you in your place. Deku nodded as he started to cry again. I know. Thank you, Kachan. Thank you for always being there, for always teaching me great things, and for never giving up on me. Thank you for everything. Deku couldn't say any of that though, scared that he'll embarrass him, and wished that the sincerity in his words reached his friend. Kachan didn't spare him a glance. Back at home, Deku sat at his desk and chewed on one of his pencils. So far, his vigilantism has worked out pretty well, but there were still plenty of things he needed to do. So far he has figured out a way to fight, using a brick, and a way to communicate, text-to-voice apps, but then he needs to save up for a phone, so it's not a priority at the moment. But there were still problems. First of all, everything was dark at night. Especially when winter is coming. And he needed a way to see in the dark. The second problem was in case something gets stuck or he needed to get rid of something. For example, if he needs to enter a place but can't use his quirk, either because it exceeds his limits or he couldn't risk someone seeing him use it. The third and last was that he always got close when fighting people. That's too dangerous and he needed something to keep people at bay. He sighed and leaned back, drumming his fingers against the desk. The first problem was relatively easy, but he couldn't go for the most obvious option, a flashlight. There's a simple explanation for it, and it's that it would bring far too much attention to him. A flashlight lights up a lot, sure, but he's not the only one who will be able to see. So will the criminals. He needed something smaller, more concise. Either he got more light but brought more attention to himself, or he got less light but less attention. He was a vigilante, using the dark as cover and dashing off into the night. The answer to that was obvious. He sighed and picked at his fingers, holding the pencil tightly between his teeth. What was something that could be used? He needed something compact and small so he could easily use his quirk on it. Or something that he could easily throw away at a moment's notice, but still have someone find it because it was easily identifiable, but also because littering is very bad. Small and compact, easy to handle, doesn't give out too much light. Wow, that almost sounds like a glowing stick. He banged his head against the desk, rattling some weak old glass and plates. Glow sticks. Glow sticks, he whispered as his head started to pound. That was so stupid of him. How could he have not thought about glow sticks? He was thinking about lightning bugs and fireflies when the answer was that much simpler. Sure, they would be a little more expensive, but it was also a lot smarter to use glow sticks because then he could break them and tie them around the criminals as well, which meant that the police could find them a lot easier, and he can distribute them to civilians and victims so they could also have a way to see, and they were easier to hide, which meant he might not even have to use his quirk on them, and all in all, perfect. The only drawback was the cost, but if Mom can work 2 jobs to support him and pay the bills, then he can work just as hard. He just needed to heal up and then he can start looking for odd jobs. Now, only 2 more problems. Though, he might be able to squeeze the 2 problems into one. Something long and heavy could be used to pry things open as well as be used as a weapon. It's just a matter of what. A metallic stick only works as a weapon, and a metallic sheet might only force things open. Preferably, he would like a combination of the 2. Not something as thin as a sheet, of course, but the concept of it, attached to some metal rod or a fishing pole. He giggled at that thought. Imagine him running around and catching criminals with a fishing pole, of all things. That was a sure way to get into the Hall of Fame. He looked up from his desk and took out the pen, choosing to roll it around on the desk instead. Is there even some kind of unholy abomination that would fit his needs? Well, there were spatulas and forks, so he guessed so. He would just need something bigger and sturdier. So something that looked like a glamorized foot? A crowbar. Got up and left the room, searching for Mom. He needed to do something that could distract him from thinking how utterly stupid he was, and watching a movie about heroes with her helps. Thankfully, she agreed, and the two of them sat down on the couch with a blanket, a bag of popcorn sitting between them, and Deku curled up by her side, leaning heavily against her. They watched an old movie where some heroes were taking down a new supervillain who had destroyed cities. They flashed their moves, shouting them out loud to show support, self-confidence and freedom, and exchanged punches and kicks and uses of quirks to take the villain down. He immediately recognized All Might, even if he was played by an actor, but it took some time to realize that an actor played Gang Orca. The makeup and costume were poorly made, as if they didn't care about doing a good job, but it was somewhat weird because he could have sworn that the movie had a high budget. He probably remembered things wrong again. It was comforting to watch how the heroes flawlessly worked together to bring an end to the supervillain. Knowing that maybe one day he'll stand there on the screen and comfort the viewers who are feeling down, fills him with a small brighter outlook on the future. Maybe he, too, can become one of the great ones? He frowned and cuddled closer to Mom. She put her arm around his shoulder and leaned her cheek on top of his head. He couldn't become one of the greatest heroes in the world. Sure, it would have been nice to know that so many people look up to him and feel safe whenever he was nearby, just like All Might, but with his quirk it's impossible. All men are created equal. But why can't everyone see it? Why can't Deku see it? Why can't he see it? What's on your mind, Bunny? Mom asked. He shook his head. Nothing, just thinking. It's not important. Is it about Katsuki? He shrugged and hummed. While he wasn't really thinking about him, he had a connection to it. Kachan's always so great, he wouldn't understand what Deku's talking about. I hope he learns to apologize, Mom said. He looked up at her. Her eyes were glued to the screen. I don't think it's good that we forced him to apologize. It might create bad habits. He nodded. He doesn't apologize, but he shows that he's sorry in other ways, he said quietly. He usually teaches me things or improves me. She frowned at his word choice but didn't comment on it. That's good. As long as you know that he's sorry. She looked back down at him and smiled. Accidents happen, but it's unusual for friends to go so far as he did. But if everything is all right, then I won't push. He looked back at the TV and nodded, feeling how he slowly relaxed. He didn't think that her words would help him as much as they did. He didn't think that he needed her approval as much as he actually did. Not that he's complaining, of course. It's always nice to feel validated. Once again, he let himself fully emerge with the film. Watched closely at every move, mentally copying them in his head, and applied them slightly to himself. He knew that he couldn't do all the moves, but there are some things he could take away. For example, keeping a wide stance to center his balance and be more steadfast, being quick and light on his feet, and keeping his punches small, not flashy and outswinging moves. One hit in, one hit out. Time passed on that couch for the two of them. The popcorn was eaten a while ago and movie after movie after movie rolled on. They never shared another word between them, choosing instead to just mindlessly watch in the comfort of each other. It didn't take long for Deku to fall asleep in Mom's embrace, safe in her arms. Inko, too, fell asleep on the couch, not once regretting the back pain she would feel in the later morning. Deku, feeling much better, sat at his message-filled school desk with a bright smile on his face. He had swung by the teacher's lounge before class started and gotten his pile of homework that he had missed. He could have sworn that some of it weren't in the lesson plan, but his teachers probably thought that he was brighter than he actually was and assigned him harder coursework. That didn't make any sense. Why would they assign him harder work when he barely passed? That made no sense. Why did he think any of that made any sense? He dutifully took notes between the yawns of his teacher. Someone threw something at him and it landed on his desk. It was a ball of paper. He glanced up at the teacher whose back was turned against the class and unraveled the paper. It was a message written on the inside. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath before slowly ripping it apart. He didn't want to think about it. He didn't want to think about it. He looked at the clock. Time passed by so slowly in school, but it wouldn't be long before they would be let out. It was just a little bit longer, and then he could go home and stare at the ceiling. Or sleep. Just wait for time to pass by. He didn't feel like going out. Stupid, it doesn't matter what you feel. People need to be saved. You need to help them. You can't abandon them because you don't feel like it. What kind of an excuse was that? Idiot. The bell rang. It was old and broken down, barely even heard over the excited chatter of the students. The teacher didn't seem to care either, just sighing and leaving before anyone else could, never assigning them any homework. Not that Deku minded. He barely had the energy to pull through it anyway. He hadn't even packed up his things before Kachan went to talk to him, fast as always. He grinned. Everything was so much clearer when he was with Kachan. He felt better was better. Finally back, huh? Thought we would have gotten rid of you for a longer time. Don't worry, Kachan. He quipped. I'm perfectly healthy now and I missed you too. Ha! Who said that I ever missed you? Why would I ever do that, you useless idiot? Deku just smiled, slightly bouncing in his seat. He felt overhyped whenever he thought back to what Kachan told him. He'll keep that a secret between the two of them. All he wanted to do was shout from the top of the roof about how great Kachan was and how people should listen to him, but knew Kachan would just get embarrassed. Probably. Wait, would Kachan appreciate that? Should he find out? Wow, you can't even say something back, one of Kachan's newer friends said. Deku didn't recognize either of them, so they must be from another class. They must be really excited to see Kachan if they got here so fast, considering class just ended. Not that he blamed them, Kachan was amazing after all. You only smile like a lovesick fool. Deku blushed, flustered at that tease. He stammered out excuses and explanations to disregard those words, waving his hands in front of his face, but Kachan punched him to it. He let out a loud explosion, stung Deku, who winced, and burned his friend's cheek. He screamed and clutched his cheek as blood trickled down his fingers. It would scar, Deku knew that from experience, but Kachan didn't seem even slightly apologetic. Don't ever say such disgusting things again, you idiot. I'll if he kill you, got it? He nodded but still teared up. Yes, Bakug. Sorry man. His other friend turned towards Deku with wide eyes. Did you see that? What the hell was that? He shrugged. Well, you did tease Kachan. He doesn't like that. The two friends stared at them with wide eyes. Kachan sneered out something about being ignored, but as he turned to face him, his new friend grabbed his shoulders and turned him to him. Deku, what the F are you talking about? Even someone like you must realize that this F-ed up, right? That took things too far. He tilted his head to the side. What do you mean? Kachan's always like that. He looked as if he wanted to argue, but Kachan let out another explosion which forced him to back off. He couldn't look at Deku, though, and stared at the ground with a hand gripping his arm. His friend didn't look at either of them, too busy whimpering and clutching his cheek. Kachan stared at them for a long time before facing Deku with a grin. Listen, Deku, do you remember the advice I told you about a few weeks ago? About being nothing more but a useless, wannabe hero of a vigilante. Deku shone up, his smile threatening to tear his face in two. Of course. Always, there's no way I can forget. I remember all of your advice, Kachan. I will always take them to heart. Oh yeah? Good. That's how it should be. Kachan walked closer and placed a hand on Deku's desk, leaning on it to grab his shirt. He pulled him close, their noses almost touching, as Deku leaned back to give Kachan space. The smell of burnt caramel filled the air and the nostalgia almost made him tear up. Kachan smiled. Remember the vigilante I told you about? He goes by a new name. Reminds me of you, actually. Deku almost choked. On his air, twitching a bit at that. He quickly cooled himself before Kachan could comment on his behavior. What was that supposed to mean? Had he been found out? Did he have an impersonator? But that wouldn't make any sense, he wasn't popular enough for that. Maybe the police gave him a name? For what? And what would they have given him? Oh God, don't tell him that they figured him out because of the color wheel and are calling him green, or some other variant to threaten and scare him. But purple wasn't even opposite to green, so what gave him away? If they caught his blood and tracked him down because of that and gave him the name Deku or Midoriya, then it would make sense, but then Kachan's actions wouldn't make sense. Fingerprints. Could that have happened? Then again, Kachan's response wouldn't make any sense. Oh, he felt faint. They named Smile, you hear? Smile. How is that supposed to scare anyone? All it makes me do is laugh. A stupid name for a stupid idiot. Fits you perfectly as well. You always smile that stupid, creepy smile even when I kick you down. He exploded his palm and left Deku once again burned, laughing all the way out of the classroom. His friends shared a glance and looked at Deku, whose smile was still stuck on his face, before leaving to chase after Kachan. Smile. His name was Smile. After his mask. Tears trickled down his face and he hid them behind his hands. He hadn't been found out. Kachan didn't know. He was safe. He was safe. He sobbed and took a raspy breath. He was safe. So why wouldn't his heart stop beating so fast? Kachan was just commenting on how happy he always was and compared it to the mask. He hadn't thought about it. Could it be used to connect him to vigilantism? Probably not. That's too absurd. It's just a smile after all. Anyone can smile. Sure, Kachan's words might have made him a little bit scared, but if he thought about it rationally, then there was nothing to be scared of. So if he stopped smiling like he so badly wants to do, then maybe Kachan would realize that something was wrong and be concerned, and then think back to this moment and realize that this was when he stopped smiling, and so he'll connect it to smile and he'll tell the police, because that's what you do when you see someone doing something illegal and not do whatever thing Deku was doing, and he'll be arrested, and then he can't become a heroic duo with Kachan, and Mom will worry and cry and wonder where she went wrong, and everything will have been for all for nothing, and he'll die a useless Deku with a pathetic quirk that only hurts those around and who never would have amounted into becoming someone. The seagull screamed in his face again, pecking at his freckles like they were worms just about to crawl out of his skin. He blinked. Did seagulls even eat worms? He sat up and looked around. A crisp salt smell hung in the air. He watched as the waves rocked back and forth. He couldn't hear anything except for the seagull's insistent screeching, but he knew, logically, that the waves made sounds. He reached up and touched his face. The smile was still there, covered in blood. Why was he bleeding? His hand fell back down onto the sand. When wasn't he bleeding? It was the only thing he was good at. He lay down back in the sand and sighed. His head landed on something hard. The coldness from the sand seeped into his skin. He was so cold. He was always so cold. Just for once he would like to be warm. Laying down allowed him to think about everything, really. He got a name now. Smile. He grasped onto his shirt, right over his heart, and clenched his shirt hard. He held it there for a moment, just like how he held his breath, before releasing both and forcing himself to relax. He liked it. He really, really liked it. Heroes were supposed to smile no matter what. They reassure victims, and their ease sends fear into the villains' hearts. Or smiling shows that you're confident in your abilities and can handle whatever they throw at you. Or you're nice and not a threat, which can make the villains lose their guard and you'll have an easier time defeating them. In the end, smiling works a lot better than, for example, frowning. Sure, frowning can show that you're serious, but you usually just end up being mocked by the other party. Like, is the little baby upset? Gonna cry to mommy? Or, look how red his face is. He became a strawberry. F-I-N-G loser, and so on. He smiled again. It was smaller this time, softer. It didn't hurt his cheeks as much. It felt real. He didn't know if that was a good or bad thing. Though, maybe it didn't matter. A smile was a smile, wasn't it? As long as it put people at ease, did it really matter what he was smiling for? He looked at the ocean, letting the sound of waves wash over him. A comfort like the moon. He dragged his knees up to his chest and hugged them, pressing his cheeks against them. It would be fitting, wouldn't it? The moon and the ocean are connected after all. If he had the moon during the night, then he could have the ocean during the day. This was the third or fourth time he had woken up on the beach. Even when unconscious, he had somehow dragged his body to this place and woken up to the sound of the waves. But why was this place so important? Why did he always come here? It could be that he was comforted by the waves and sought out the place. It could be that he didn't want to go home and worry Mom, risk getting pulled out of school and away from Kachan. It could be anything and everything at once. He glanced at the setting sun. No use in running home. He wouldn't see her anyway. He could stay outside a little bit longer. Though, the cold was biting his skin at every passing second, leaving him shivering and slow. Maybe I should wear my jacket? Though, I couldn't wear it during the night or I'll risk being recognized. I should buy a new one. But I also need to fix my clothes. I can't run around with holes in my clothes. Well, no use in contemplating what to do. He already knew how he was going to get money, even if it wasn't completely written in stone. There's got to be some people nearby who needed help and are willing to pay for it. Nothing illegal, obviously. But maybe he could buy groceries or help paint something or move the lawn, though maybe not that particular thing, as it's getting colder and almost winter. He could probably do it during the spring or summer, or something, and slowly get more and more money. The sun lit up the horizon like an egg gently being put down into the pot of water. Flashes of orange and yellow light reflected off the water's surface, glittering on the dark surface. The sky, just as bright, settled itself for a moment before exploding in color. The classical orange and yellow were there, but with them were red, pink, purple, and a little bit of blue. It stretched above and beyond as it slowly sunk deeper and deeper into the sea. Deku marveled at the sight. His eyes, wide and round, captured the retreating sun's every moment. He basked in its light, enjoying the little warmth it provided him. The moment it disappeared, he would go back to the cold shadows and freeze alongside them. But in the meantime, he tried to savor every second of it. He didn't close his eyes, wanting to capture everything like it was the last thing he would see. Then he was left in darkness. Only a few stars were visible, the rest too obscured thanks to the dim light the city emitted. Sometimes he wanted to go really far up north or really far down south to look at the moon and the stars. He'd go high up on a mountain late at night and stay there long enough to forget his worries. He sneezed and was brought back to the real world. He blinked multiple times and looked around, feeling groggy. His eyes hurt, so he rubbed them, wincing as sand got into his eyes and he had to get them out. He got up and stretched, stumbling around the beach and hitting the various heaps of trash. He wanted to get home and start planning for some jobs. Maybe there are some sites that people post on for help? Because how else could you request help when you don't know anyone? There must be some people who are like that, right? If Deku didn't have Mom and Kachan, then he would be one of them. With it he made his way home, unaware of what lurked in the dark. It wouldn't be long until he found out. In the cover of darkness, a scaly woman slithered around on the ground. She stuck close to the walls, hiding from the light from the lampposts, and kept an eye out for the heroes. Her heart hammered in her chest, and if she could, she would have been sweating like a dying whale in the desert. She took a deep breath and glanced around once again. Why was she doing this? What had she been talked into? She knew her friends weren't really the nicest people, but she wasn't one either. She thought this would just be another mark on her record, another few months in prison. It beat scavenging for food in the trash, but now that she was actually doing it, it was like any other drag, wasn't it? She had done that plenty of times, inserting the needle into her veins, shooting up and getting high, snorting whatever was on the table regardless of what it was, partying all night long without a care in the world. But the black, metallic liquid in the little containers seemed like poison. She knew what it would do, knew that it wouldn't hurt too much, but she still couldn't help her shaking. She thought about her other friends and sneered. They laughed and leered at her scaly skin and her other self, always poking at her form ever since they were kids. Lashing out had worked, as they feared her instead of making fun of her, but she knew how they still laughed at her behind her back. But not anymore. She smirked, her heart finally pounding for something else other than fear. It was something she could get behind. She stopped right before a corner turn, covered in the shadows of the nearest lamp. She glanced back at the vital and placed the needle in her bruised skin. She injected the liquid, sighing at the rush of adrenaline and serotonin filling her body from the inside, the numbness making quick work on her body. But instead of the familiar calmness that her drags usually give her, this one gave her the opposite. She felt a burning passion explode in her chest, numbing all other feelings away. She groaned and hunched over, clutching her chest as she staggered forward. Something poked her behind her back. No, in her back. Something inside of her burst with excitement, eager to be let out. She distantly felt her spine grow and ripped open the skin and scales on her back, but all of that pain was essentially forgotten. Everything that should have hurt only fueled some kind of rage inside of her. What should have been near tear-inducing only made her want to fight more. She gritted her teeth and slumped on the ground on all fours. All thoughts directly linked to consequences were gone. She needed to unleash something. A roar bubbled up from her throat, something she had never been able to do until now. Her tail, no longer the weak little stump it once was, grew longer and longer, some of the scales on it morphing into spikes along the top. She herself grew wider and taller. The thin alleyway was suddenly far too small for her. Her bones creaked and blood dripped down. Her fingers mended themselves, hardening to feel more like bone and look far more like claws. She didn't know what was happening outside of the rumors she had heard, but she was far too gone to properly care. The only thing left inside of her was the burning passion, the burning rage, that threatened to grow larger than herself and set fire to everything around her. She smiled, sharp teeth spilling out over her lips and cutting her longer than usual tongue as it flicked around in her mouth. She breathed out slowly, a warm heat following her breath with ease. But she didn't notice. Instead, all she could see was red. Then she let loose.